Bai Yi throws out a basic attack, yet it leaves the headmaster completely shell-shocked. That's because hidden within that simple strike, he secretly utilized a high-level flash step. But here's the kicker: right before flashing, the moment he made contact, he instantly pinpointed the enemy's weakest spot. He struck with ruthless precision. What looked like a single slash was actually 3 distinct strikes. A maneuver like that, even the headmaster, a veteran with 15 years on the battlefield, couldn't pull it off. The surrounding students and teachers are left standing there, completely clueless about what just happened. In the headmaster's eyes, compared to Bai Yi, everyone else looks like a bunch of elementary schoolers. This is a world where raw power reigns supreme. Humans and demonic beasts coexist here. Humanity relies on 5 fundamental elements: lightning, flora, cloud, core, and star. Different combinations of these create a vast array of unique classes. In his past life, Bai Yi was the captain of the Divine Legion's strongest squad, leading his brothers to hunt triple S-rank demon kings. Beside him was the L-rank lightning assassin, and Li, the Legion's deadliest shadow. Then there was the L-rank cloud mage, Han Xiaolin, the Divine Legion's tactical commander, Lucian, the Legion's support, and Bai Yi himself, the L-rank core sword, saint and squad captain. Oh right, there was one more. A traitor of the exact same rank. Bai Yi has led this squad for 10 years. Their job cleaning up the gods' messes for the powerful elite. This marks their 100th battle against high-tier monsters. This mission is classified as an L-rank purge, the highest difficulty level possible. Just finished this one. And they're all set for a long, well-deserved vacation. The moment Bai Yi brings his blade down for the kill, the mission to exterminate Issa Demon King Bigu is marked complete, but his teammates feel something is off. Damn, is it over already? That was way too fast. I was hoping to toy with the monsters a bit longer. This mission had the highest danger rating, which is why they deployed us the strongest squad. Bai Yi, don't you think that was too easy? Bai Yi nods, agreeing with Lucian's suspicion. According to their intel, this Demon King was supposed to be special, wielding 5 elements and possessing a hidden skill. Suddenly, 2 arms wrap around Bai Yi. We've got a few days off now. Are you treating everyone to a feast? Or should we go on a private date? Bai Yi quickly pushes Anli away. Let's just head to our usual spot in the holy capital. Rejected again. Then she frowns. Wait, is that guy not coming? He said he was cleaning up the rear. He didn't even lift a finger against Begu earlier. Bai Yi sighs. You know how he is. Quiet. He rarely joins our gatherings anyway. A split second later, a sharp snap echoes behind them. Purge mission initiated. Before the words even fade, a massive hole is blown straight through Han Xiaolin's head. The squad freezes in pure shock. Bai Yi tries to react, but his body won't budge. I've been mixing paralysis powder into your meal since the victory party last month. Divine skill Forbidden Vines activates Bai Yi, and the others are instantly bound tight. To kill the strongest squad, I had to be thoroughly prepared. Bai Yi stares in horror, refusing to believe this traitor is the same comrade he's fought beside for 10 years. Are you crazy? Did you take the wrong meds? But the traitor's Forbidden Vines are draining their consciousness and stripping away all defensive power. This is a direct order from God. The L-rank purge mission is to purge you. The vines constrict harder. 2 sharp tendrils shoot out, piercing in Li and Lucian. Bai Yi can do nothing but watch his friends die right before his eyes. Gaping holes blow through their chests. Bai Yi screams, needing to understand. Why purge us? The Divine Legion has never crossed the line. We've been loyal. Which God ordered this? On what grounds? Why are you doing this to us? This is the final moment of Bai Yi's rage. Oh, Captain. You're still so naive. Does a god really need a reason to kill you? Bai Yi, still clinging to hope, asks, but what about you? Aren't we teammates 10 years together? Aren't we family? The traitor looks at Bai Yi like he's a moron. Teammates, family, you still don't get it. Why do you think I am the one doing this from the moment we met? God arranged this entire board. You've never been anything more than pawns, just to gain your trust. I had to play pretend with you losers for so long. Honestly, it made me sick. And just like that, Bai Yi dies on the spot, a meaningless, pathetic death. Aside from the traitor, the entire squad is wiped out. Finally, I can take a few days off, but Bai Yi's soul is restless. He died without knowing the truth. Suddenly, A voice echoes inside Bai Yi's mind. Hey, let's make a deal. Bai Yi realizes his body is bound tight again. Where the hell is he? Hehehe, handsome, it's me. Bai Yi looks up in shock at the figure before him, surrounded by swirling energy of all 5 elements. You're the Demon King, Bigu. You're not dead. The entity laughs. Please, did you really think a triple S-rank Demon King would go down that easily? This place is my soul space. The entire kingdom of Naya is my true life force. Our hero cuts him off cold. Spare me the speech. Get to the point. The Demon King senses the seething hatred inside him, a rage that matches his own. That's why he wants to make a deal. His hidden skill is temporal regression. He can send our hero back to the past, giving him a chance to rewrite history and change everything. The Demon King smirks. So, do you want it or not? Memories flood back the warm smiles of his teammates, right before they were slaughtered by that traitor. He wants that bastard dead. He wants to butcher those high and mighty gods too. The Demon King nods. Your answer is exactly what I expected. Enough talk. Let me give you a hand. He hands over a beating heart, swirling with all 5 elemental energies. Consider this a greeting gift. But our hero isn't stupid. He knows there's no such thing as a free lunch. He asks what the price is. The Demon King just gives a wicked laugh. But honestly, our hero has no other choice. Suddenly, a voice pierces through the darkness, calling his name. Bai Yi, wake up. Open your eyes right now. The teacher on the podium is furious. Bai Yi can't believe it. He's actually back in the past. It's middle school. He looks down at his hands. Smooth, without a single callus or scar. It's the day before the awakening ceremony. Seeing him still looking dazed, the teacher explodes with rage. Bai Yi, usually you're just lazy, but sleeping right before class transfer, get the hell out and stand in the hallway. Now, Bai Yi still can't believe his eyes. He hasn't seen these classmates in nearly 20 years. The teacher slams her hand on the desk. Back to the lesson, focus, look alive for me. There are 5 elemental types in this world, but a human body can usually only handle one single element. However, I possess the rare cloud element. Based on your elemental affinity and compatibility, awakened are divided into 3 categories: combat type, utility type, and special type. I know you all want to stand out among billions of people as someone with awakening potential. You're already ahead of the pack, surrounded by praise and flowers since you were children, living the high life. But today is the real test. We don't know what you'll awaken yet, and there are hundreds of possible classes. Classes are ranked from highest to lowest: gold, red, blue, indigo, and green. You only get one shot at this. Today's awakening will decide your status for the rest of your lives. Bai Yi wanders through the hallway, feeling a wave of nostalgia. Suddenly, a student crashes to the floor right next to him. It's the kid with glasses. Just a bunch of trash relying on external help to awaken, and you dare block my path? Think you're tough just because you're about to awaken? Compared to the red tier class I'm going to get, you losers will always be nothing but lackeys. That's the school bully, Hong Qiangsheng, an E-rank star assassin, background unknown. The 4-eyed kid frantically pulls out money, apologizing profusely. Bai Yi remembers this guy. In his past life, Hong was always starting fights. He had some kind of twisted superiority complex, always enjoying doing the wrong thing. Just then, the teacher appears. Enough, Hong Qiangsheng. This is a school. Are you trying to mug someone? Hong Qiangsheng laughs it off. Ms. Huang Hei's the one who bumped into me, asking him to buy my boys a round of bubble tea as an apology isn't too much to ask, right? Then he leans in, whispering arrogantly into the furious student's ear, essentially mocking the teacher. If she wasn't somewhat pretty, he'd have kicked her out of this school already. You believe me, right? Ms. Huang ignores him and helps the glasses kid up, asking if he's okay. Haha, let's go. Boys, we'll give the teacher some face this time. No need to make a scene. But a second later, he sees Bai Yi blocking his way. He shoves him aside with one hand. What the hell are you staring at? Move. At that moment, someone waves them over. Ms. Huang calls out it's time for their class to undergo the awakening. Awakening in this world happens in 2 ways. First is natural awakening, like Hong Qiangsheng. This happens to those with immense talent and potential, usually triggered by specific situations. The other way is through the spatial awakening room, a crystallization of wisdom from countless scientists. Inside the room, a person's emotions are pushed to the limit until they shatter, forcing their dormant potential to awaken. But what you get is completely random. Just then, a student walks out. Haha, I got a blue tier class. The teacher nods. Excellent rank, not bad at all. Go rest now. That's why this awakening is considered the only true chance to change your destiny. Next up is Bai Yi. The teacher lectures him one last time. Pay attention, stop daydreaming for once, and focus your mind. Bai Yi just nods. He already has a plan. In his past life, he awakened as an E-rank core warrior, the lowest quality green tier class. Because of that, he was bullied relentlessly. It wasn't until he reached S rank that he unlocked true power. If his memory serves him right, dormant inside him is the elemental core. So, what class is it going to be this time? A second later, the MC is totally shook. The awakening system just glitched out, detecting 5 elemental types. The infinite awakening system has been activated. Because your body holds all 5 elemental affinities, you can choose literally any class you want as your starter. Later, once you gather enough elemental energy, you can pick a new element and class at will, or even upgrade what you already have. Our MC is completely dumbfounded. Wait a sec, what does that actually mean? Accumulating elements means he's not just stuck with his current choice. He can grab entirely new classes down the line too. Green, blue, red, gold, he can get every single tier, even that mysterious special grade class. Exactly, but he can only handpick his first class. Future classes will be granted randomly. So this is the little surprise the Demon King mentioned. The power of infinite awakening. He locks in his first class, and all his elemental affinity is wiped clean. The MC cracks a twisted grin, while the students outside are losing their patience. Why is he taking so long in there? Oh, finally he steps out. The teacher rushes over immediately. What class did you awaken? Sorry. I'm gonna let everyone down. I awakened as a green tier core warrior, the worst one. The teacher freezes on the spot. Even you guys watching this review are confused, right? What the hell? Reborn, just to be a loser, but the teacher forces a smile. It's okay. Even with green tier, many people become extraordinary talents. Don't give up, this world won't let you down. Go home and rest. You must be exhausted. But the moment she stops talking, a mocking laugh cuts through the air. Ha ha ha, I'm dying here. Just work hard and the world won't let you down. Why spout such useless crap, teacher? You know the truth. Reality isn't a fairy tale like that. Then he struts right up to the MC, green tier. That just marks you as the bottom-feeding scum of this society. That's how this world works. Gods choose the strong. The weak exist only to be humiliated. Hearing the word God triggers a massive reaction in the MC. The teacher snaps, Hong Changsheng, what are you doing here? But the guy ignores her completely and keeps roasting the MC. You know what green class means, right? From now on, you sit in the back and shut up. You know why. That's society. No power, no background, no future. You're abandoned by fairness forever. Meanwhile, the strong get more resources and just keep getting stronger. Weaklings with green tiers. Your fate is sealed the moment you awaken. You're destined to be trash. And you think hard work can change that. A green tier becoming a genius. Only this lady believes that bullshit. Just like everyone else, her future was decided the moment she was born. This fake awakening school is just a microcosm of the real world. Am I wrong? Even a blue tier like her just ends up as some useless teacher in a school, eating off the government's dime. The teacher is silenced by his words. As for you, Greenie, hurry up and go home. Stop wasting the country's oxygen. Splat. The MC squeezes his milk teacup hard, exploding it all over Hong's face. Hong is furious. What the hell do you think you're doing? Why? The MC shrugs. I just really hate the way you talk. Hong Changxing laughs in rage. He decides to use brute force to teach the MC a lesson he'll never forget. Massive energy gathers in his hand. The teacher tries to stop him, but it's too late. He unleashes Star Strike, an assassin class skill with boosted attack power, but the MC isn't weak. He condenses energy into a light blade, blocking Hong's punch with one hand. Hong loses it. He can't believe a piece of trash, like the MC blocked his attack. Then, the MC activates his counter move. Bam! Hong Changsheng is blasted back over 300 feet and slams heavily into the ground. A mouthful of tomato syrup sprays out. The students are horrified. What just happened? How did he do that? Hong refuses to accept this reality. How is this possible? The MC slides his hands into his pockets, looking down at him. I chose this class myself. Core Warrior comes with basic sword skills plus 20 and evasion plus 20. I just used it out of habit. A second later, Hong struggles back to his feet. Haha, you just got lucky, that's all. You dodged a little bit. I'm a rare red tier class. I'm on a completely different level from trash like you. But the teacher noticed something else. No, that wasn't luck. He used a high-level movement technique only warriors possess. Deflection. Taking the strongest hit, instantly nullifying the damage. And within a 0.09 second limit, reflecting the physical damage back to the opponent. That is a skill we teachers spend 10 years of hard training to master, and even then, we fail. This is his first day awakened. He has zero combat experience. How in the world did he pull that off? The teacher had no clue. Our MC isn't just lucky, he's playing on New Game Plus with the ultimate cheat code Rebirth. Hong Changxing grips his dagger tight. It's an assassin class weapon, attack plus 30, speed plus 30. You ready to die? Huh, you piece of trash. I'm gonna make you crawl on the ground in front of everyone. Hearing this, Bai Yi doesn't flinch. Even after picking the class that looks the weakest on paper, of course, he has a plan. The idea that your class at birth decides your fate. That's a fatal mistake people only realize when it's too late. Seeing the tension, the students brace for a showdown, but using powers to fight on campus, that's strictly prohibited. With this many witnesses, everyone thinks Bai Yi has lost his damn mind. You have to understand Hong Changxing's dad is a high-ranking official, and his uncle runs the school. Bai Yi, just a dirt-poor student with zero connections. The guy with glasses is sweating bullets for him. If he takes the bait and fights here, he'll get expelled for sure, teacher. What do we do? The teacher steps in, trying to sound authoritative. Everyone just awakened today. You might be teammates in the future. Enough with the conflict. Let's just drop it. But Hong Changxing doesn't give a damn about her authority. You gotta be kidding me. This loser challenged me. You expect me to just let that slide? Even if he gets on his knees and begs right now, it's too late. I'm gonna show him the difference between the chosen one and a piece of trash. The teacher falls silent, unable to argue. It's true. The gap between qualities is massive because of the stat multipliers. Bai Yi's green quality only gives 100% stats baseline. Blue gives 150, but red, that's 200%. That's Hong Changxing's level. At the moment of awakening, a red class has double the stats of a green one. It's a gap in power that's supposedly impossible to bridge. Glasses thinks Bai Yi is a walking corpse. He's about to get crushed. Bro, seriously, do you have a death wish? Why provoke someone way stronger than you? Yeah, these bullies are scumbags, but if you want to survive in this society, you have to learn how to dodge them. And if you can't dodge, you suck it up or pay them off. To him, fighting back is just stupid. All it gets you is a worse beating later. Suddenly, Hong Changxing lunges. The teacher screams, Bai Yi, look out, are you crazy? Don't fight him. Blocking would drain too much stamina. Hong Changxing's attack is too heavy, too fast. It's over. There's no way to tank this. Hong Changxing grins, fully confident. Let's see you try to dodge this time. Bai Yi just sneers. Dodge? Why would I dodge? Rapid speed activates speed boosted by over 50% instantly. When combined with a dash, his current velocity spikes by 100%, creating a blink effect. He phases right through the attack. Hong Changxing stands there, dumbfounded. When the hell did Bai Yi get behind him? Suddenly, Hong coughs up a mouthful of black blood and collapses face first. Trash belongs in the garbage. The students are stunned. Did you see what just happened? I have no idea. It looks like Hong Changxing just passed out. Did he trip or something? Glasses lets out a nervous chuckle. He seriously just tripped over his own feet. Even the teacher is bewildered. She couldn't even track his movements, but someone else did. A girl with pink hair has her eyes locked on Bai Yi. When Hong Changxing attacked, he used a warrior class speed buff, but Bai Yi counteracted with a high-level flash step technique. But what exactly did Bai Yi do in that split second to deal damage? It looked effortless. Bai Yi hasn't just mastered the highest level basic skills, he knows how to apply them perfectly in real combat. Even in the heat of the moment, he noticed her watching. That girl isn't simple. Her eyes are sharper than the teacher's. She's the class president, Xiao Yin. Meanwhile, the other students are still buzzing. What the hell just happened? Hong Changxing is embarrassing himself. The other guy didn't even touch him. but technically, fighting on campus is still a violation. Bai Yi, what did you do? Just then, the system chime rings in his head. Experience increased. Received 50 class EXP. Elemental accumulation. Inflicted heavy damage on E-rank elemental opponent. Received 50 elemental spirit points, just as he suspected. Combat classes can farm class EXP through fighting, and defeating elemental opponents yields elemental points, but 50 points, that's peanuts. He needs to hunt actual monsters to level up fast. He chose the core warrior path for a reason, because later on, when the class evolves, he'll unlock overpowered skills and unique grade qualities from other classes. He has to evolve his class, and fast. Suddenly, Hong Chengsheng scrambles to his feet, eyes bloodshot. Don't you dare run, I'm gonna kill you. But a voice cuts through the chaos, stopping him cold. Enough. The new arrival was none other than Hong Chengsheng's uncle, Hong Liang, the very head of their department. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Everyone is exhausted from the awakening. Stop making a scene. It's the weekend, go home and rest. And don't forget to report your awakened class to your families. Those two words, go home, struck the protagonist like a thunderbolt. There was something else happening today, a tragedy he couldn't ignore. The moment the thought crossed his mind, he sprinted toward his house at breakneck speed. Hong Liang, furious at being ignored by the crowd, turned to snap at the teacher. Instructor Huang, keep a tighter leash on your students. I'll let today slide, but never again. Not long after, Hong Liang dragged his nephew into his office. Hong Chengxing was still seething. I wouldn't have lost if that punk didn't get lucky. Before he could finish, Hong Liang slammed his hand on the desk, silencing him. Shut your mouth. Do you have any idea what he actually did out there, the moment you lunged? He executed a high-level flash step, but that's not the scary part. In the split second you two made contact before he even moved, he had already identified your weakness. That strike was decisive. He left you completely defenseless. That move, it was just a basic warrior skill. But even I, with 15 years of bloodshed on the battlefield, couldn't pull it off with that kind of mastery. He made you look like a joke. It was like a pro player using basic mechanics to toy with a newbie. That kid is far more dangerous than you think. Meanwhile, the protagonist was racing home, his heart pounding in his chest. If there was one thing he had to do after his rebirth, besides revenge, it was stopping the horror that was about to unfold. He would die before letting it happen again. Bursting through the door, he froze. There she was, his mother, cooking in the kitchen. It had been over 20 years since he last saw her face. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. She's alive, he thought. Thank God, she's actually alive. Seeing her son, she excitedly waved her hands. She couldn't speak, so her hands did the talking for her. She signaled that she was making his favorite spicy noodles, holding back his sobs. He forced a smile. Actually, Mom, I'm really craving your sweet and sour fish today. She signed back, telling him they could have it tomorrow since she'd already cooked a feast. But he shook his head vigorously, acting like a spoiled child. He insisted. It had to be today. She couldn't say no to him. She nodded, agreeing to go out and buy the ingredients. But just as he was about to leave with her, a voice drifted from the living room. Let your mother go alone. What's wrong with you, boy? You come home and don't even greet your father. Today was the awakening, wasn't it? Hurry up and tell me the good news. The father pulled a bottle of liquor from the fridge, claiming he'd left work early just to celebrate his son's success. The protagonist went cold. He lied, claiming he hadn't awakened yet because the ceremony ran long and ended before his turn. The father's mood instantly darkened. He glared, demanding to know why he was home so early then. Back in my day, I had nothing, yet I still awakened a red tier class. My son should be a red tier at the very least. I worked my ass off to pay for your school, and this is how you repay me. He had pinned all his hopes and vanity on his son. His voice dropped, serious and threatening. Tell me the truth. What class did you get? A terrifying killing intent washed over the protagonist, but he stood his ground. I told you, I didn't. Smash. The liquor bottle shattered against his head before he could finish. The father's eyes were wild, filled with savage rage. You lying trash. You're a green class. You spent all day pretending to work hard, and you come back with a garbage green tier. He followed the scream with a brutal kick to the protagonist's face, but the boy didn't flinch. He had expected this. In his past life, When the old man found out about the green class, he felt so humiliated that he lashed out. His mother had jumped in to protect him. Back then, he was too weak, too terrified to move. His father had turned his rage on his mother, beating her mercilessly to vent his frustration. That night, she suffered a broken leg and severe brain damage. She was never the same again. Her mind left in a permanent fog. He hated his own weakness. He hated that he couldn't save her. But in this life, he swore on his soul that tragedy would not repeat. Even though his warrior system wasn't a unique class, it still needed time to develop. Right now, he was just an E-rank awakener. But Bai Lingsheng, he was a red tier C rank. This wasn't a schoolyard brawl with Hong Qiangsheng. The man had decades of combat experience. Even if the protagonist had awakened a gold class, he wouldn't stand a chance right now. The old man had been waiting for him. Without a satisfactory result, violence was inevitable. That's why he had sent his mother away. He had to face this monster alone. Suddenly, the crinkle of plastic bags echoed from the doorway. The protagonist froze in horror. His mother was back. Why was she back so soon? She had worried her son was starving, so she rushed to shopping and sprinted all the way home. He never expected to walk into a scene like this after coming home. The moment Bai Lingsheng saw his wife return, his attention shifted instantly. Come look at this useless piece of trash you gave birth to. At that exact moment, memories from his past life come flooding back to the protagonist. I heard you're the first green tier class evolver in history. Normally, a class needs to be at least A-rank blue tier to even reach the evolution stage, right? So how the hell did you evolve so early? And to go from green straight to platinum, a 1 in a million rarity, is unheard of. Speaking of which, his master once asked him why he ended up in prison. That place was exclusively for death row inmates. The protagonist replied that the bastard deserved to die. How dare that scumbag beat his mother to death? The thought sharpens his gaze instantly. With everything he has, he throws a full force punch straight at Bai Lingsheng. But against absolute power, his attack poses zero threat. A seasoned awakener is exponentially stronger than an ordinary human, even without using a single skill. A normal person wouldn't stand a chance against a punch like that. But today, he refuses to stay down. He has to stand up and protect his mother, yet she suddenly throws herself in front of him, shaking her head desperately, begging Bai Lingsheng to stop us. Seeing this, old man Bai Lingsheng lets out a sigh and shuts the door. Ru Yun, the day you got pregnant, I was actually happy. I thought the Bai family's chance to finally rise up had arrived. Those other two bastards couldn't produce an heir, but I, Bai Lingsheng, could. The family's future rested entirely on me. So tell me, why did he have to awaken the absolute trashiest class? He couldn't even evolve properly. It's all because of your garbage genes. Seeing his mother about to take the hit, the protagonist activates his flash skill in the heat of the moment. He materializes a sword in his hand, forcing Bai Lingsheng to retreat. He issues a cold warning. This animal isn't getting anywhere near his mother. Bai Lingsheng looks at his torn sleeve and lets out a cold laugh. He never imagined the day would come when this kid would dare to fight back. Gripping his sword tight, the protagonist stays focused. He needs to stall until help arrives. But in a split second, Bai Lingsheng lunges at him with blinding speed. He instantly activates his parry skill, aiming to reflect the damage, but his sword shatters on impact. A powerful kick slams straight into his gut. The gap in their stats is just too massive. A single blow breaks his defense. But Bai Lingsheng doesn't stop there. He charges up his Black Lightning skill, channeling raw power and electricity into a follow-up strike. Desperate, the protagonist throws his arms up to protect his head, trying to stay conscious. The impact crashes down on him like a sledgehammer. Seeing him still standing, Bai Lingsheng sneers. Weak classes exist to be trampled by the strong. He grabs a nearby chair and swings it with full force, aiming straight for the mother. Suddenly, a sharp knock echoes from the door. The protagonist scrambles to his feet. His backup is finally here. Annoyed, Bai Lingsheng yanks the door open, only to find two officers from the security squad. The vice captain stares him down. What took you so long? What exactly are you doing in there? Recognizing the rank, Bai Lingsheng's attitude does a 180. He asks politely, Vice Captain Lee, what brings you here? It turns out, 18 minutes ago, the protagonist called the station to report a suspicious fugitive in the neighborhood. Knowing they'd have to investigate, he planned to use this opportunity to throw Bai Lingsheng behind bars. Liang pulls out a wanted poster. We received a tip that a fugitive was spotted in this area. Have you seen this man? Bai Sheng immediately shakes his head. No, officer, haven't seen him. But Liang looks past him, spotting the battered mother and son. What happened to your boy? Why is he covered in injuries? Bai Sheng lies through his teeth. Oh, the clumsy kid just took a nasty fall. The protagonist cuts in instantly. He beat me, he smashed a chair over my left arm, cracked a wine bottle on my head, punched me here, and kicked me there. Every wound can be forensically verified. He has no control over his violent tendencies and assaulted a fellow awakener. According to Article 4, page 8 of the Awakener's Management Code, any awakener who inflicts unauthorized harm on another shall be detained for 15 days. His precise knowledge of the law leaves the guards stunned. How does a kid know the law that well? Bai Sheng, furious that the boy dared to snitch, lunges forward to shut him up. Chenjin tackles him back, and Liang barks the order. Detain him if he resists. Authorize full force under bureau protocols. Once Bai Sheng is dragged away, a heavy silence falls over the house. His mother rushes over, pulling him into a tight embrace, sobbing uncontrollably into his ear. He's relieved. He managed to protect her this time. 15 days is all he needs to get strong enough to ensure she never suffers like this again. But that beating wasn't for nothing. Amidst the chaos, he successfully swiped the safe key. That key unlocks the artifact. Bai Sheng betrayed his teammates to steal years ago the very item that let him climb from a bottom-tier E rank to a C rank. The protagonist headed straight for Bai Sheng's room. Cracking open the wardrobe, he found exactly what he was looking for, a hidden safe. That old fox had kept this secret even from his own family. In his past life, the protagonist only found out about it after the old man kicked the bucket. But now, with this razor-sharp dagger in hand, slaughtering monsters would be a walk in the park. Meanwhile, inside the confinement cell of the supervision team, Bai Sheng was getting desperate. He begged Liang for leniency, swearing up and down that he'd never break the law again. But Liang didn't give a damn, completely ignoring his pleas. Bai Sheng forced a smile, his tone dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. I hear your wife is due soon. My associates just opened the finest postpartum care center in the district. Before he could finish, Liang cut him off cold, warning him that he was attempting to bribe a federal officer. If this gets out, simple detention will be the least of your worries. Get some sleep. Tomorrow, you're reporting to the Awakened Penitentiary. Hearing that, Bai Sheng seethed with rage. He swore that the moment he got out, he would bury the protagonist 6 feet under. The clock was ticking. Before that old snake got released, the protagonist had to become unstoppable. And the only way to do that was to hunt monsters. However, right now, every known monster zone was under strict official jurisdiction. Access was completely restricted to guild members or military academies. But he knew a loophole, a secret zone he remembered from his past life. These monster zones could spawn anywhere, created by dimensional gates that opened up parallel spaces within their world. Once discovered, the major guilds would immediately lock them down tight. Inside, they were teeming with monsters and precious magic ores, prime resources for Awakened. But stepping inside was also a death sentence for the unprepared. In his past life, squads needed government clearance just to enter. But he recalled a news report from a year in the future about this specific neglected zone. It had been abandoned and forgotten for years, remaining undiscovered until a massive demon invasion finally exposed it to humanity. Normally, clearing an F-rank zone required at least 3 E-rank Awakened. An E-rank zone was even tougher, demanding a 5-man squad with 3 E-ranks and 2 D-ranks. Judging by the timeline, this zone should be F-rank, which was the lowest tier and the only one he could realistically handle right now. Even though it was crawling with danger and typically required a full team to survive, he had no choice. He had to power up fast or die trying. Stepping through the portal, he was greeted by a blinding expanse of snow. This environment screamed ice attribute monsters. Not far off, a massive white bear was slumbering. Scattered nearby were bleached skeletons, proof that others had found this place. But none had made it out alive. He identified the beast instantly, a level 8 E-rank monster. That meant his intel was slightly off. This was a confirmed E-rank zone. Suddenly, a shadow flickered behind him. A level 3 E-rank wolf lunged from the blind spot, aiming for the kill. Reflexes kicking in, he dodged the bite by a hair's breadth. Pushing off his legs, he countered instantly. One clean strike sliced the blood wolf in two. That dagger was a beast, truly worthy of being an A-rank weapon, the kind of gear money couldn't buy on the open market. Its stats made up for his lack of combat power, but against high defense monsters, even a precision strike would still take 3 or 4 hits to finish the job. He couldn't help but sigh. Leveling up was going to be a brutal grind. For an E-rank class, gaining just 1 level meant slaughtering 20 wolves. And to bridge the gap from E to D rank, he needed to climb 10 full levels. Just then, a swarm of blood wolves began closing in, led by a level 4 wolf king. The scent of fresh blood must have drawn them out. Realizing they were setting up an ambush, he didn't wait. He launched himself into the air, diving straight into the wolf pack to strike first. Individually, these blood wolves were trash compared to him, but with numbers this high, he couldn't get sloppy. He had to slaughter them at breakneck speed. Every strike had to be lethal. Relying on his past life's combat experience and flawless mastery of basic skills, he tore through the pack in moments. Now, only the Wolf King remained. Summoning every ounce of his strength, he charged. He unleashed a storm of slashes, raining death down on the beast. The kill notification chimed in his ear. He bagged some rare Snow Wolf materials and successfully leveled up to E2, earning 12 stat points to distribute. Checking his status window, he panted heavily. He couldn't believe he was this exhausted after killing just 20 wolves. His E-rank stamina was pathetic. He also needed to get his hands on a spatial backpack soon, or he'd be forced to leave valuable loot behind. Since the major guilds monopolized almost every monster zone, Independent Awakened found it nearly impossible to level up. If he wanted access to high-level zones, joining the Divine Guild was his only option. The Awakened Academy was basically a recruitment farm, a pawn used by the guilds to cherry-pick the best talent. Most top graduates got snapped up by the guilds immediately, but if you got kicked out, your career was over. You'd never raise your head again. That old scumbag Bai Yi was permanently stuck at C rank precisely because he was expelled. Compared to the guild's resources, the protagonist's current leveling speed was painfully slow. The freezing temperature here was draining his stamina by the second. He couldn't drag this out, he had to kill everything in sight. And fast. With that thought in mind, our main character spins around and bolts. As he runs, he furiously hacks down the giant ancient trees in his path. The chaos attracts countless demonic beasts from the forest. Within moments, he is completely surrounded by a horde of monsters. Suddenly, a massive explosion booms from the direction of the cliff. Seeing this, he gives a slight nod. The commotion was enough to wake up every creature in the area, including that one, right on cue. A gigantic foot stomps down, crushing a blood wolf into paste. It's the Ice Plains bear. Its colossal size is enough to make anyone tremble in fear. When enraged, the Ice Plains bear unleashes wild, unpredictable attacks. All our hero needs to do is dodge and wait for an opening. System alerts keep pinging in his ears. This E-rank beast might be ferocious, but it has absolutely no brains. This bear isn't just drawing aggro for him, it's saving him half his stamina, but if he wants the experience points, he still needs to land the final blow. However, even with the Ice Plains bear tanking, his stamina is draining way too fast. The number of beasts swarming the area is still overwhelming. Time to move to phase 2. The monster horde surges toward him like a tidal wave, completely unaware of the deadly ice spikes hidden beneath their feet. He instantly drives his spear tip into the earth. The ground immediately fractures, cracking apart like shattered glass. Throughout the fight, he had been carefully observing the terrain. This isn't a frozen field, it's an ice bridge spanning a deep canyon. In a blink, the majority of the beasts plummet off the cliff. Ding He instantly levels up to 7 and unlocks the 1 against 100 title. When facing multiple enemies, all his stat attributes now increase by 10%. He has enough energy left to clean up the stragglers. But from the very beginning, one thing has been bothering him. Every zone has a boss. The E-rank area lord should be a brutal lion at level E10. The noise earlier should have definitely woken it up. So why hasn't it appeared yet? Suddenly, a terrifying wave of ice magic blasts toward him. He realizes too late this is bad. He walked right into a trap. The lord wasn't sleeping, it was waiting. It waited for everyone to exhaust their stamina so it could sweep in and reap the benefits without lifting a finger. Even this ice bridge was a trap created by the boss itself. He scrambles to escape the magic's range, but the terrain works against him and he gets frozen in place. He never expected a boss with this level of intelligence in this area. The D11 Frostwood Lord suddenly emerges, flanked by 2-level E10 Frostwood demon monkeys serving as its lieutenants. His mind races, trying to find a way out of this checkmate. The Lord raises its hand, and the demon monkeys instantly launch their attack. Hanging by a thread, he bursts out of the ice seal and uses a deflection skill to bounce the damage right back at them. It turns out he used every ounce of his energy to shatter the ice, leaving him severely drained. If the Frostwood Lord continues spamming high-level magic, it will take time to cast. That means he has to rush in and kill it first, but the Lord raises its hand high and clenches its fist. The enraged Ice Plains bear suddenly calms down, its bloodthirsty eyes locking onto our hero. He feels a cold chill run down his spine. Something is very wrong. His element is already countered here, and in his current state, he can't even handle those monkeys, let alone this massive army. A demon monkey blinks forward and attacks, just blocking the hit leaves him exhausted. This is a hopeless situation. Forget killing the boss, he can barely guarantee his own survival. The Frostwood Lord smirks and raises its staff. The ice explosion skill triggers instantly, blasting straight at him. He freezes in shock. How did the cooldown reset so fast but quickly? He forces himself to calm down. Having lived through a past life, he has faced all kinds of despair. And in every desperate situation, he knows there is always an opportunity. He has two choices. One, stay and fight with zero chance of survival, or two, take a gamble to break this deadlock. Without a second of hesitation, he turns and leaps off the cliff. The Frostwood Lord stands there, completely dumbfounded. It never expected him to jump into the abyss. Meanwhile, back in the real world, his mom enters his room to call him for dinner, but the room is empty, save for a note. The note says he went to a friend's house and will be back soon, but something feels off. If he were really going to a friend's place, he would have told her personally. Ever since he came home last night, he's been acting like a completely different person. She clutches her chest, unable to shake this feeling of unease. Back in the dungeon, after plummeting from the cliff, he crashes into a river. When the bridge shattered earlier, over 100 beasts fell, yet he only gained 3 levels. That meant 40 beasts were still alive. The only explanation was a deep river below to cushion the fall. The second option is his only lifeline, but shattering the ice again drained every last drop of his stamina. Falling from this height, his body has already taken way too much damage. He is hitting his limit. The world before his eyes is starting to blur into a messy haze. But the real nightmare isn't over yet. Who would have thought an E9 glacial tyrant was waiting right at the bottom of the cliff? Memories start flooding his mind like a slideshow. The smiles of his fallen comrades, and his mother's face, fussing over him every single day. With people like that in his life, even dying right now wouldn't be a regret. But then he remembers the Shanglin Lord's smug grin, Bai Sheng's look of total contempt, and the face of that traitor no. He refuses to just roll over and die here. All those regrets from his past life, he swears he won't let history repeat itself. He already lost once. He already died once. There is no way in hell he is dying again. Summoning purely brute force, he shatters the glacial tyrant's fangs and punt kicks the beast 100 meters away. Suddenly, a brilliant golden mist erupts around his entire body. This is it. Only absolute desperation triggers the class evolution trait. Soloing the dungeon, baiting the monsters, jumping off a cliff. He has been pushing himself to the brink of death on purpose, all just to find that exact sensation again in his past life. The moment he personally threw hands with Bai Sheng, his latent potential exploded, pushing him to evolve. He's desperate to recreate that rush, but the system chimes in his ear conditions for class evolution not met. Evolution failed. However, he unlocked a high-tier core swordsman skill instead. His eyes light up, even though it is still not enough to evolve his class. Snagging a high-tier skill this early is huge. Time to clean up the trash in front of him. Right on cue, the glacial tyrant roars and lunges, while a tsunami of monsters floods in from behind him. He stands his ground and swings. Sword energy condenses into a massive blade, wiping out the entire horde instantly. Even the E10 glacial tyrant, Glacial, gets sliced clean in half. This is the ultimate skill, Battlefield Domain. All his fatigue vanishes, and his stamina instantly refills to max. He levels up to E8 and unlocks the title Glacial Drifter. That is a huge plus 100 to biological resistance and massive ice damage reduction. Now, It is time to go back and deal with the Lord of Shanglin. On the way back, he slaughters blood wolves for XP, hitting level E9. Crushing E-rank monsters feels like child's play now. And thanks to the title, he does not even feel the cold. The battlefield domain skill possesses a truly broken mechanic. It stores up all accumulated damage and releases it in one massive burst, but only when his fatigue hits critical levels. But thanks to that insane risk, his stamina is back to 100%. He has lost track of time down here. He needs to hurry back, or his mom is going to be worried sick. Meanwhile, the Lord of Shanglin is chilling in his chamber, waiting for new challengers, flanked by E10 Shanglin demon monkeys hanging from the walls. Suddenly, the Lord snaps his eyes open. He senses a familiar, dangerous aura. A split second later, the ceiling explodes. A massive bear carcass crashes right into the middle of the room. The protagonist looks down at the Lord with pure disdain. He wants to speedrun this kill so he can get home for dinner. The Lord of Shanglin just smirks and points a mocking finger at him. A demon monkey lunges for the kill, but in his eyes, it is moving in slow motion. He blocks easily, then counterattacks one shot, one kill. The instant kill rattles the Lord. He stops playing around, swings his staff, and activates his dirty Ice Storm skill. Countless ice orbs, big and small, bombard the protagonist. But thanks to the Glacial Drifter title, his ice resistance is off the charts. He ignores the magic and charges straight in with his blade. Panicking, the Lord glances at a bag nearby and pulls out a staff pulsing with heavy mana, ordering every single demon monkey to form a meat shield. But a defense like that against him, please. He triggers Flash Step, phasing right through the entire wall of monsters. With one slash, he chops off the Lord's hand, but he does not stop there. He unleashes a flurry of cosmic slashes directly onto its body. The kill notification dings in his ear. Success, he ranks up to a D-rank core warrior. After the notifications fade, the system pings again, cloud element accumulation complete, new class awakening imminent. He grins. He was so busy fighting he totally forgot about this. Now, what kind of cloud class is he going to get? But the result blows his mind. He awakens a red grade cloud mage class, even better. He can switch between classes whenever he wants. It might only be E rank right now, but the red grade gives him a massive 200% stat boost. That power rivals his current D rank warrior stats. He looks down at the loot. The Lord dropped a D rank mage weapon, the demon stone, and a storage bag with 2 slots. He snatches up the gear, eyes flashing with killing intent, and instantly switches his class to cloud mage. The leftover small fry are perfect for testing out his new mage abilities. Meanwhile, his mother's waiting at home. Not seeing her son for an entire day has made her heart heavy. She is terrified that he might be in danger. Just then, the protagonist opens the door. "I'm sorry, Mom. I kept you waiting." Seeing her son return, she shoots up and rushes over, hugging him tight. Her anxiety melts away as tears stream down her face. He sees the cold food on the table. She hadn't touched a single bite while waiting. Guilt washes over him. He decides right then they are leaving this place. It is time for a fresh start. He makes good use of his magic storage bag. Aside from his weapons, he stashed over a dozen valuable diamonds inside. Then, he contacts a broker to liquidate everything. The broker eyes the magic ores with greed, but offers a measly 800. Hearing that, the protagonist immediately snatches them back. 8,000 apiece, or get lost. After some haggling, he sells them for 7,000 each. With this cash, he can rent a decent place for his mom. He can already picture her shocked face when they move into the new house. In this life, all he wants is to give her a peaceful, easy existence. After securing the house, the manager shakes his hand enthusiastically, buttering him up. "You are a man of decisive action, boss." 8 p.m., Sunday, May 24th, 2005. In the rented house, seeing his mom happily cooking makes him smile warmly. Back in his room, he starts thinking about other problems. Remembering that Bai Shengling is still in prison, he tells himself not to let his guard down. Until this is fully resolved, I can't just take revenge recklessly. Looking at the bracelet he just crafted, which boosts elemental and spirit power, he thinks, back to school tomorrow. Now I can finally go find that thing. 8 p.m., Sunday, May 24th, 2005. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a group of adventurers is slowly stepping out of a spatial gate. A bodyguard fawns over Hong Qiangsheng. "Young master, you've improved so much." Seeing his exhausted face, his sister brings him water, suggesting he rest. Even though she is his sister, he smacks the bottle out of her hand without hesitation. He barks, "While there is still time, we are going to the next dungeon to train more." A system notification chimes. It confirms he has reached rank E3, inflating his ego even more. Cut to a room where a woman stands by the window, deep in thought, staring at a document. She mutters, "This new batch of awakened doesn't have a single gold tier class. Looks like this simulation exam won't be anything special." Back at the rental, a lavish breakfast is spread across the table. Shu Yuefu sits there, smiling happily. Opposite her, the protagonist is wolfing down the food she made, asking why she didn't wake him up. She uses sign language to reply, "You were sleeping so soundly. I didn't have the heart to wake you. Slow down. It is okay to be late occasionally." She gently pats his head, feeling the warmth of her hand. He smiles, genuinely happy. Suddenly, she grabs his shoulders tight. He freezes, asking hurriedly, "What's wrong, Mom?" She signs, asking if there is anything he wants. He laughs. "Mom, do you suddenly want to give me a present?" "What is the occasion?" She points to the calendar. Next Friday is his birthday. He pauses, realizing June 6th is his birthday. In his past life, no one ever gave him anything, so he had eventually forgotten the date entirely. He asks himself what he wants. Taking a bite of his bun, he wonders, what is his deepest desire? Looking at his mother's happy smile, he realizes he already has exactly what he craved most. Then he looks down, his eyes turning cold and vicious. Now, he has to complete his next objective kill. Cut to the awakened affiliated high school. The instructor's voice booms out. "Listen up. Rookies, I assume you all got enough rest this weekend. Now we enter the hellish phase of combat simulation. I shouldn't have to explain how important this is. And our school's directly affiliated with the Divine Guild. They are watching your every move. And this simulation is your first stage to show them what you have got. This battle counts as your middle school graduation exam, and the entire process will be live streamed. More importantly, the top performer will get the chance to join the high school division on their training expedition." The training expedition is your closest shot at contacting the Divine Guild, a once-a-year opportunity. The school will send the top students from both divisions to the Sacred River Kingdom, the headquarters of the Divine Guild. Standing in the ranks, the protagonist mutters the name, Sacred River Kingdom. That was the very place he met his master, and the place of his birth. The image of the masked man flashes through the protagonist's mind. They had no real connection. That guy only joined the God Corps after he did. His gaze darkens as he formulates a plan to hunt him down. Around him, the crowd buzzes with excitement, though beneath it lies the creeping fear of entering the devil's den alone. Suddenly, the instructor points to the door ahead. Let the training begin. First up is physical conditioning. The kid standing in front of Bai Yi is pumped, shouting, "I'm gonna crush 20 sets right now." Bai Yi's eyes shine with resolve. He locks onto an instructor who is busy guiding the students into line. He steps forward and addresses the teacher, his voice dead serious. "Sir, I don't want to use this training room." The scene instantly grabs everyone's attention. Seeing his audacity, the other students just stare in stunned silence. The teacher spins around, glaring at him with a gaze full of hostility and a voice laced with anger. "Bai Yi, I've heard about your beef with Hong Changsheng, but don't think just because you beat a red class profession, you're too good for basic training." Ignoring the rebuke, Bai Yi calmly states his desire for specialized advanced training. Hearing this, the teacher is slightly taken aback, but a moment later, his expression turns to disdain. "Do you have a problem with my methods? Is physical conditioning beneath you?" Bai Yi cuts him off. Physical strength is essential for all awakened, so the gravity room isn't a mistake. However, not every awakened needs to focus on it right now. Mages and enchanters are better suited for the element room to master elemental control. The training intensity should vary based on individual attributes and habits. The teacher's face goes completely dark, his tone dripping with menace. "It sounds like you're trying to teach me how to do my job." In the queue, Chi Yin stares at Bai Yi, lost in thought. The method he's describing is identical to what instructor Dong Yang from the God Corps once said, but Mr. Dong Yang only recently proposed this theory. I only know because of the recording my dad brought back. How could Bai Yi think exactly like that legendary figure? The kid with glasses leans in and whispers nervously, "Bai Yi, give the teacher some face. Will you? He's the biggest authority in our school." Before he can finish, the teacher slaps a hand on Bai Yi's shoulder, making the four-eyed kid jump out of his skin. Bai Yi, your training theory is interesting. Perhaps I haven't been thorough enough, but customizing a regimen for everyone in such a short time, that's nearly impossible. Frankly speaking, this combat simulation is just a graduation performance for junior high students. If we mess it up, it could ruin a student's entire life. As a teacher, deciding whether to choose a student's future for them or let them choose for themselves, it's a difficult dilemma. Sensing the genuine concern coming from the teacher, Bai Yi can't help but recall his past life. Back then, thanks to many dedicated teachers, he grew up without losing his way. He looks the teacher in the eye, his gaze steady. Trust me, sir. Although Bai Yi's idea sounds feasible, the teacher decides to probe further. So, how exactly do you want to train? Bai Yi answers immediately. Can you set the element room to maximum neutral element saturation? He points a finger toward one of the chambers. The teacher freezes, unable to comprehend the request. The other students just look at Bai Yi like he's an alien. Bai Yi scratches his head, feigning embarrassment. I know I'm a warrior, but I want more balance. I need to challenge my weaknesses. Internally, he reminds himself, I can't let anyone know I'm secretly training a mage class. Suddenly, Chien steps forward. She declares that she wants to work on controlling elemental forces as well. Seeing their determination, the teacher reluctantly agrees. The two of them head straight for the element room. Chien suggests a sparring match first, but Bai Yi shuts her down immediately. Still, she has no intention of giving up if anything. He's just ignited her fighting spirit. Watching them leave, the glasses kid sighs. I'm just a background character anyway. Can't I find a quiet spot to slack off? The teacher pats his shoulder and delivers a cold reality check. Absolutely not. Inside the element room, the saturation is at 10%. Bai Yi tells himself he needs to master the mage profession fast. As time ticks by, the neutral elements in the room climb to 30% saturation. His eyes are sharp. He plans to keep his second awakening a secret at all costs. This school's under the gods' surveillance. They see everything. If he exposes his power too early, he'll become a prime target for them. As for his classmates, it's better not to form any attachments at all. Meanwhile, inside a different elemental chamber, the neutralization level hovers at a mere 1%. Chien's eyes burn with determination. Bai Yi, I won't let you outdo me. Later that afternoon, the protagonist leisurely pushes his bike toward the school gates. Right then, the kid with glasses and the freckled boy scramble to catch up from behind. Seeing them triggers a memory from his past life. Back then, they were his middle school allies outcasts at the bottom of the class, banding together after school just to survive the bullying. Those moments were the only shred of happiness he had during those dark middle school years. But in this life, his only goal is revenge. Useless friendships will only drag him down, especially with that glasses-wearing classmate. Like, watching him speed off, Freckles scratches his head in confusion. That Bai Yi took off alone. Again, I thought we agreed to be the loser trio for life. Beside him, Glasses murmurs, his voice laced with insecurity. Don't you feel it too? He seems stronger somehow. Ever since the awakening, it's like he's a completely different person. He's radiating confidence. Why would someone riding a bike want to hang out with walkers like us? Just then, the protagonist suddenly stops and calls out to Glasses. He offers a strict but kind warning. Go get your lungs checked. Immediately. Glasses freezes, completely taken aback. Freckles assumes Bai Yi waited for them to walk home together, but his enthusiasm is met with a cold, brutal rejection that leaves him fuming. Furious, Freckles swears he'll catch up to Bai Yi no matter what, but right in the middle of his fiery declaration, Glasses interrupts. Didn't you only do 6 sets of training? Exposed. Freckles snaps back defensively. Oh yeah, like you did any more than me. The protagonist recalls Glasses' tragic fate in his previous life. Even if they can't be friends this time around, he still wants the kid to be safe. The two boys continue bickering, complaining about Bai Yi's sudden, cold transformation. Yet, deep down, Glasses senses that the old Bai Yi is still in there somewhere. Scene shift, Shenghe country, Shinping training grounds. On the beach, a middle-aged man lounges on a sun chair, casually asking about the standout performance of the new recruits in the Gods Guild. So it's you. The one shattering records in every single category, correct? Standing behind him, a young man with red dreadlocks bows respectfully. You flatter me, Mr. Dongyang. I'm here to report for duty. Scene shift. Monday, 5:25 p.m. At the dinner table, a thought strikes the protagonist. He urgently warns his mother, "Mom, try not to go out alone from now on, okay? I'll come home early in the evenings and bring food." Yet, even as he says it, he feels it's not enough to protect her. His gaze hardens. He vows to find a safer, more stable environment for her, no matter the cost. Cut to the awakened prison. Inmates are lined up, shuffling forward for their meals. When it's Bai Ling's turn, he gives a subtle nod to the server, a banknote discreetly tucked between his fingers. As the ladle scoops the food, the server's hand moves in a blur, snatching the bill from his grip. Bai Ling flashes a sly smile. "I'm counting on you for that favor." The server smirks back, whispering, "Relax, it's all arranged. You'll be out of here by tomorrow." Tuesday, on the school grounds, the protagonist analyzes his progress. "I've mastered the basic mage mechanics. Now, the key is perfecting the release timing and elemental force calculation." In a different training room, Freckles is sweating buckets, following the instructor's orders. His eyes burn with fighting spirit. That's 10 laps down. Wednesday, back in the yard, Glasses is slumped against a wall, gasping for air. He keeps his head down, face pale, radiating exhaustion and gloom. The protagonist finishes his session and steps out of the training room. Outside, Glasses and Freckles are already waiting for him. They beam with hope, inviting him for a meal, but without a second's hesitation, he shuts them down. Watching him walk away, they can't hide their dejection, but suddenly, the protagonist speaks up. "Your marksman skill. The activation time is lagging. Work on your draw speed." Hearing that, Freckles lights up, his fighting spirit reignited instantly. Even Glasses manages a genuinely happy smile. Thursday, after school, inside the infirmary, Glasses sits nervously across from a doctor, waiting for the verdict. The doctor examines the x-ray, looking relieved. "It's a miracle you checked this early. This type of parasitic lung tumor spreads aggressively once it starts. You need to head to the main hospital for surgery immediately. Once we cut it out, you'll be fine." Glasses nods weakly, his energy drained. "Thank you, doctor. I'll go next week." His mind races back to the protagonist's warning, shock washing over him. If he hadn't used the school health checkup to get that CT scan on a whim, how did he know my lungs were failing? What in the world has happened to you, Bai Yi? Leaving the clinic, he drags his feet down the hall. Suddenly, he overhears a group chatting nearby. "Hey, did you hear that Changsheng kid is cheating again? He already hit level E4. He's definitely taking first place in this exam." A student in a wheelchair gasps in disbelief. "How is that even possible? Don't you need to clear a dungeon to level up?" The bald kid snorts. "Don't you know his family owns a private dungeon? Must be nice." "You remember that guy who challenged him last weekend? Right? Well, he's hunting him down after school today to teach him a lesson." Another student chimed in. "I told you so. With a temper like his, there's no way he'd just swallow a loss like that without doing something about it. This time, he's dragging that guy off campus. He's probably planning to cripple him." Hearing this, the bespectacled boy's face went pale with panic as he sprinted off to warn the protagonist. The boy with Glasses rushed frantically to deliver the news to the main character. As he dashed to find him, his mind raced with worry that Hong Qiangsheng was plotting an ambush against the protagonist, or worse, calling a whole gang to jump him. But then, a sudden realization struck him. His pace slowed until he came to a complete halt, questioning what someone like him could possibly do to help. "I'm just a blue enchanter. I don't even have a single attack skill. Maybe the main character can handle him on his own." He began to back away, telling himself he didn't need to get tangled up with that Hong guy. He muttered to himself, "Besides, avoiding trash whenever I see it has always been my principle." Just as he thought that, the bespectacled boy stopped dead in front of a locked door. Moments later, the lock shattered into pieces. With steely determination, he threw the door open. He steeled his resolve. The protagonist had saved him. His life belonged to him. Even if it meant death, he had to go save his brother. Without any further hesitation, he marched over to the weapon rack and grabbed a heavy axe. Gripping the axe tightly, his eyes burned with resolve. "Bai Yi, wait for me." Suddenly, a voice from behind made him jump out of his skin. "Why are you trying to break into the armory, huh?" He slowly turned his head to see who had caught him. Chien walked in, eyeing him with curiosity. "What's with that panicked look on your face?" Because the situation was urgent, He didn't bother hiding his plan to help the protagonist. Hearing this, a look of worry instantly crossed her face. Scene shift. The main character was leisurely walking his bicycle, slowly making his way into a narrow alley. His voice turned cold. "Come on out. You've been tailing me since we left the school. What do you want?" As soon as he spoke, the stalker stepped out from the shadows. It was Hong Chang-sheng. He let out a cold snort, flaring his aura as he spoke in a low, threatening tone. "I'm here to settle the score, obviously." The protagonist turned to face him, asking with supreme confidence, "Do you honestly think you can beat me right now?" Without another word, he charged at the protagonist, sword in hand. "You think I'm just going to be useless this time?" He activated his backstab skill to ambush the protagonist, but with lightning-fast reflexes, the main character instantly summoned his dagger. A swift slash cut through the air, leaving Hong Chang-sheng completely stunned. Feeling the sharp pain from the slash, he was terrified, wondering how the protagonist's attack power could be even higher than his own. The protagonist turned his head, his eyes overflowing with murderous intent. "Did you think you were the only one who leveled up?" With that, the protagonist flipped his dagger downward, poised to deliver a fatal strike. Hong Chang-sheng's face went deadly pale as he stared in horror at the dagger plunged into the ground, just inches from his head. Feeling the overwhelming aura radiating from the protagonist, he finally realized that this was a man he would never be able to surpass in his entire life. In Hong Chang-sheng's eyes right now, the protagonist looked like a towering giant radiating divine light, while he was just a tiny mortal, completely powerless to resist him. Despite his fear, he couldn't suppress his curiosity. You leveled up too. How high is your level? How did you do it? Why?" Remembering all the grueling training he had endured, he couldn't control his rage. He screamed continuously, unable to believe reality. Facing this breakdown, the protagonist just listened quietly for a moment. Then, with a mocking tone, he asked, "Did you put your life on the line?" He pulled the dagger from the ground and pressed it against Hong Chang-sheng's throat, eyes burning with killing intent. He asked, "Have you ever died before?" Unable to take it anymore, he shouted furiously, "I'm in your hands now. Kill me, torture me, do whatever you want. You've hated my guts for a long time anyway, haven't you?" The protagonist rested the dagger casually on his shoulder and replied calmly, "Actually, I don't hate you that much. You followed me the whole way, but never tried to ambush me from the shadows. You didn't call for backup either. You came alone. The truth is, you just tracked me down to test your own strength, didn't you?" Seeing that the protagonist had no intention of finishing him off, he truly snapped. "Cut the crap. Either kill me today, or wait for the day I kill you. Don't talk to me like you can see right through my soul," facing his current rage. The protagonist turned his face away and corrected himself. "Okay, I take back what I said about not hating you that much." Not far away, the bespectacled boy and Chi-Yin were secretly watching. Seeing the protagonist pinning Hong Chang-sheng to the ground, they wondered what they should do next. At that moment, the protagonist extended a hand toward Hong Chang-sheng. "Let's make a deal. I can tell you exactly how to get stronger quickly. But in exchange, you have to give me something." Friday, May 29th, evaluation day. The instructor steps up to the podium, commanding the room. "Your 1-week training is officially over. The combat simulation is about to begin. But before we proceed, listen closely. We call this a simulation, but make no mistake, you will be stepping into a genuine devil's cave. Although the barrier has sealed off most of the dungeon's power, the danger lurking inside is very real. Demon beasts roam freely inside. Do not be a hero, measure your strength and act accordingly. To ensure your survival, we've assigned elite seniors from the high school division as guides. They will not fight your battles. They are only there to intervene if you are about to die. If the situation turns critical, we will form squads 4 to 5 students led by 1 senior commander. You have the freedom to choose your difficulty, F rank or E rank. Be warned, E rank is brutal. If you lack the power, I strongly advise against throwing your life away. Failure in this final trial means losing your credits. Now, choose your hell. Once you decide, we'll assign teams based on your levels. Those with the guts to challenge the E-rank dungeon, raise your hands." Instantly, Chi-Yin and a few other students brimming with confidence shoot their hands up. Hong Chang-sheng raises his hand too. Watching the ambitious group, the kid with glasses whispers to the freckled boy, "Check out their ego. Do they really think they can handle an E-rank dungeon? The freckled boy looks nervous, but tries to act tough. If my profession wasn't blue tier, I would totally... The instructor cuts him off. Good. Out of 180 students, only 8 have chosen the E-rank path. Chi-Yin glances around, surprised. The main character didn't pick the E-rank dungeon. The teacher continues, the rest of you will be randomly assigned to the F-rank dungeons. Suddenly, a hand shoots up. Hold on, teach. The main character speaks with absolute confidence. I want to challenge the D-rank Spirit King dungeon. The instructor freezes, staring blankly at the rookie who just demanded a death wish. The entire class drops their jaws, staring at him in total disbelief. Unlike the others, Honggang Shung's face darkens, his mind churning with unknown thoughts. Snapping back to reality, the teacher opens his mouth to stop the madness, but a booming voice cuts him off. Absolutely not. The sudden shout commands everyone's attention. Hong Ling glares at the boy with stern eyes. A D-rank dungeon is suicide. Only those ranked D3 or higher are permitted inside. Unfazed by the man's authority, the main character fires back. The rules of the combat simulation state that students have the right to choose their own difficulty level. The Academy's purpose is to find elites for the Divine Guild, and the criteria for an elite courage, strength, responsibility, talent. Is the head teacher trying to rob me of my chance to prove myself? Even though the boy makes sense, Hong Liang refuses to budge. That dungeon requires a full team to enter. The boy instantly replies, I can handle it alone. Seeing the boy's defiance, Hong Liang loses his patience. He frowns, his voice steel. This is school policy to ensure student safety. Absolutely no one enters solo. Just then, Chi-Yin raises her hand high. I'll take the D-rank challenge too. Hong Liang blinks, stunned to see Chi-Yin stepping up. His tone shifts to panic. If anything happens to you, how am I supposed to explain it to your father? She shrugs. I want the highest score possible. Besides, I want to test myself. She shoots a playful wink at the main character, but he just stares back, cold as ice. I said, I'm going alone. Chi-Yin snaps, her reaction volatile. Why are you rejecting me? The instructor steps between them, explaining, his refusal doesn't matter. The rules require a team. Hong Liang sneers, mocking their youthful arrogance. You two just awakened, and you already think you're invincible. The atmosphere turns tense. The instructor looks anxious. No senior student is crazy enough to risk their life guiding these two reckless kids. Suddenly, a hand pierces the air. I'll do it. Ziling steps forward, confident he can keep the brat alive. The teacher's taken aback, but relief quickly washes over him. If it's him, they might survive. Chi-Yin recognizes their new overseer immediately. Isn't he the one about to join the Supreme Guild? The main character scans the senior from head to toe, then delivers a crushing blow. Never heard of you. Ziling is intrigued by these two fearless juniors. Are they just desperate to show off? Ignoring the reality of their own weakness, the instructor points a finger at the massive gate and barks the order. The official exam begins now. Your entire performance will be broadcast live. His words ignite a fire in the students, their will to fight burning brighter than ever. But the main character stands in silence, eyes dark, clearly plotting something no one sees coming. Gates have materialized all around the campus. It truly lives up to its reputation as an academy built directly atop a massive dungeon. Groups stream into their chosen portals, ranging from common to basic tiers, perfect for student trials. But look at their faces. Those kids are absolutely terrified. One slip up, and they'll be meeting their ancestors early. Meanwhile, our protagonist's three-man squad prepares to dive in. He calculates internally, I need to keep my power in check to deal with unknown threats. Besides, this place has exactly what I need. Scene shift to the dungeon's interior. It's an overgrown wilderness, with tall grass reaching up to their waists in every direction. Ziling won't shut up, bragging nonstop about his abilities. Chi-Yin listens, clearly impressed by his big talk. She's nervous about the power of beasts in a D-rank dungeon, but he turns to reassure her. Most monsters are sealed. It's rare to even see a D-rank mob, let alone a boss. Still, he offers a kind warning. But don't get cocky. Even high-tier E-rank monsters aren't a joke. Their attack power and speed can spike incredibly high. For newly awakened rookies like us, fighting them is like smashing an egg against a rock. And seeing Ziling running his mouth, the protagonist wants nothing to do with him. He coldly steps aside to distance himself. Ziling notices the movement and hurriedly calls out a warning. Hey, walking ahead like that might aggro the monsters. The protagonist coldly cuts him off. You talk too much. He shoots back a glare sharp enough to cut glass, radiating killing intent that screams, I don't need your input. Ziling trembles with rage, while Chi-Yin stands there, jaw dropped, staring at the protagonist in utter shock. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, every single one of their moves is being captured by surveillance cameras. The feed is broadcast on a massive screen for all the students to watch. Even the teacher's lounge and the Supreme Council room have live feeds running. The vice captain of the Supreme Council is leaning casually against a doorframe, staring intently at his phone screen. His voice drips with excitement. This live stream is going to be very interesting. We actually have a student who picked the D rank dungeon. Across from him, a girl's interest is piqued. Oh, what class are they? He replies with a smirk. Get this, it's a blue warrior. The most useless class. She responds with a lazy drawl. Is that so? Then I want to see exactly where he gets that kind of courage. Back in the dungeon, a bespectacled kid is losing his mind, screaming in terror at the monsters in front of him. Stay back. Don't you dare come over here. To him, even this F-rank dungeon filled with creatures below level 1 is nightmare fuel, enough to scare his soul right out of his body. The black-haired girl next to him tries to calm him down. You're a caster. Just stand in the back and buff the team. There's no need to panic like that. But for him, F-rank is already horrific. He whimpers internally. Why is an F-rank dungeon this terrifying? To make matters worse, there are stronger beasts mixed in, like the level 2 sharp fangs and spirit leopards. Inside the sealed E-rank zone, the fighters are either covered in wounds or completely exhausted, collapsing from fatigue. Hong Changsheng watches this display with frustrated helplessness. Fine, he decides. I'll go big and take these monsters on by myself. Hong Changsheng's current stats are boosted, strength plus 32%, critical rate plus 20%, and lifesteal plus 15%. He throws himself into the horde, gritting his teeth with a vow, I will surpass Bai Yi no matter what. Speaking of the protagonist, he is currently engaging the monsters inside the sealed D-rank dungeon. With just a few casual magical slashes, Bai Yi easily takes down a level 6 E-rank raging main, securing 30 experience points. Just like that, every other beast in his path is effortlessly cut down by Bai Yi. Chi-Yin and Ziling watch in total disbelief, their expressions a mix of awe and pure shock. Bai Yi explains calmly, these monsters are sealed, so their power is halved. They aren't that hard to handle. But to Chi-Yin, watching Bai Yi solo that many monsters is incredible. She realizes just how hard she'll have to work if she ever wants to catch up to him. Sensing her insecurity, Bai Yi offers some comfort. Just be yourself. You don't need to compare yourself to anyone else. That cool tone combined with his handsome face forget Chi-Yin. Any girl seeing that would fall head over heels instantly. Seeing Bai Yi look so cool and handsome just makes Ziling seethe with jealousy. He puts on a judgmental face and lectures Bai Yi. This is a D-rank instance. You'd better stop being so arrogant and pay attention. Ziling trails behind, yapping and showing off non-stop. But Bai Yi hasn't cared about him from the start, so he just tunes out the noise. Ignoring Ziling completely, he signals Chi-Yin to handle the monsters on the right, while he takes the left. Being totally ignored like that leaves Ziling feeling awkward and furious. He thinks, this brat has zero respect for his seniors. Meanwhile, Bai Yi is focused solely on encouraging Chi-Yin. This combat simulation is designed to test your sensory abilities. He explains, you should try to get the best score you can. Encouraged by her handsome crush, Chi-Yin's face lights up, radiating newfound confidence. The three of them push forward to the next checkpoint, trailing behind. Ziling's face is twisted in a scowl, his blood boiling with pure jealousy toward Bai Yi. Fine. If he won't take the easy way out, I'll have to make him suffer the hard way. Eyes cold, he reaches behind his back, mana swirling as he conjures a shimmering magical bow out of thin air. A lone figure stands amidst the chaos of the battlefield, his blade gleaming with cold light. Dripping with the intent to kill, the pressure he gives off is absolutely terrifying. Did Bai Yi seriously wipe out that many E-rank monsters? The crowd erupts into whispers. Just what level is that guy right now? The report says E1, but that power? No way. He's got to be at least E3. Hell, maybe even E4. Bai Yi stands rock steady in the center of the web-infested battlefield. Surrounded by massive red-eyed spiders, he doesn't flinch. He looks like he predicted every single move. He took the beast on the left himself and ordered Chi-Yin to handle the right flank. The observers crossed their arms, nodding in approval. That kid isn't just strong, his tactical vision and analytical skills are on a whole different level. He spotted the elemental counter immediately and deployed Chi-Yin's plant magic to crush those star-type monsters. A perfect counter strategy. This is supposed to be a solo exam, yet he's managing the battlefield like a commander. His grasp of the bigger picture is terrifyingly good. Bai Yi meets the instructor's gaze, his expression unshakable. Sir, just trust me. I promise. This graduation performance, I won't let you down. The man in the black cap zips up his jacket, a smirk playing on his lips. His sharp eyes scan the field, hungry for a show. The kid wasn't bragging after all. Let's see what other tricks he's got. Bai Yi's eyes narrow, a shadow of intensity crossing his face. Slash, Bai Yi cleaves through a giant beast in one motion. Meanwhile, Chi-Yin flips through her grimoire, eyes darting between the pages in the battle. Most of the star beasts are pouring out of the right cavern. Low levels, and weak to my plant magic. Suddenly, a massive shadow looms behind her, a pitch-black beast with glowing purple eyes, oozing bloodlust. Vine wall. Chi-Yin screams. Thorn tendrils erupt from the earth, slamming into the monster. Her face tightens with effort, and another one, and the saplings coil around the beast, crushing it until it stops struggling. Effect triggered poison paralysis. Chi-Yin doesn't even move her feet, just keeps flipping pages. Target eliminated, E-rank level 6 star beetle, plus 30 experience. She beams. Yes, I did it again. From a distance, Bai Yi watches her celebrate, a faint smile on his lips. E-rank mages unlock their class basics. Her skill manipulates dead vegetation to create a toxic barrier. Skill vine wall. It forces rapid plant growth, weaving a dense barricade of thorns, laced with a paralyzing toxin. Chi-Yin is ecstatic. It's her first time in a real dungeon. Yet she's calmly dismantling monsters higher leveled than herself. She's even using the terrain to funnel them into kill zones. The girl's got talent. Meanwhile, Bai Yi sketches a magic circle, sealing the E-rank mobs in a suppression field. That should hold them. She can handle the stragglers now. As she casts, Bai Yi calculates. Even with the live drone watching, I can hide my true power and still secure the top score. His eyes sharpen, but the broadcast drones are still active, and they might try to interfere with the next phase. How do I play this? He frowns, mind racing. You think you're hot stuff, don't you? Zeeling sneers to himself, totally ignoring your upperclassmen. Keep dreaming, kid. He raises his bow, locking onto Chi-Yin's defenseless back. A twisted, malicious grin splits his face. Eat this. Whoosh. An arrow screams past Chi-Yin, grazing her. Zeeling steps forward, feigning innocence. Oops, haha, I was trying to save you. Why'd you dodge? Clumsy. Grr. From the shadows, a nightmare lunges. Level 11, D-rank 2-headed flame, lion. Bai Yi spins around, sensing the spike in danger. Roaring, the beast erupts in flames. Chi-Yin tries to block, but the inferno incinerates her vines instantly. The monster bears its razor-sharp fangs right in her face. Her blood runs cold. I'm dead. Zeeling cackles as the system chimes in Bai Yi's head. Skill activated extreme speed. Velocity plus 50%. Reaction time enhanced. Bai Yi blurs into motion, his blade a streak of light aiming for the beast. He glances back, the lion is inches from Chi-Yin, and she's frozen in terror. Flash step, Bai Yi teleports directly in front of her, slamming his blade into the beast's skull. Effect. Instantaneous movement triggered at 100% velocity. One of the lion's heads gushes blood, but the beast only roars louder, furious and undeterred. Bai Yi grips his dagger, knuckles white. Damn it! Why is this thing so fast? The man laughs with a sneer. Haha, I really took a massive gamble tampering with this devil's den. Most of the D-rank monsters are sealed, but there's a glitch with one twin-headed lion here. It keeps regenerating endlessly. Look at those beasts raging. No matter how cocky you two act, you're just newly awakened rookies. How do you expect to handle a D-rank monster? Especially since I buffed it myself. Light arrow stayed active, gravity reduced by 10 times, damage and speed massively boosted. This is the fastest twin-headed lion in existence. It inches toward the protagonist, eyes full of madness, attack plus 10%, speed plus 50%. Bai Yi worries. Do I really have to reveal my full strength here? He throws his arm out, blocking the front. Get back. You can't handle this thing right now. He grits his teeth. Damn it. Was I hesitating just now? The beast lunges at them. Chi-Yin throws her grimoire forward and screams, "Vine wall!" Instantly, thick roots burst from the ground, wrapping around the monster. She grabs her book, eyes fierce. One more layer. Saplings coil tighter around the beast. Chi-Yin doesn't stop. She summons 3 consecutive vine walls. Bai Yi looks at her. Surprised. Chi-Yin pleads, "Let me fight too. I promise I won't drag you down. Even if it's D rank, I want to face it together." Watching from afar, the man scowls. Is that girl brain damaged? That lion almost chewed her head off just seconds ago. Bai Yi smirks. I thought you were scared stiff. You recover pretty fast, don't you? Chi-Yin stands tall. Of course, I've worked way too hard to die in a dump like this. Bai Yi mentally applauds her. I really thought she'd freeze up, but her adaptation skills are insane. Like I said, failure isn't an option. She tilts her head slightly, her voice dripping with absolute trust. Besides, with you here, I know I won't die. Bai Yi raises his sword, his gaze suddenly sharpening. You just used 3 skills at once. Your elemental energy is limited, so don't waste another drop. She clenches her fist, nodding. I know, trust me. Bai Yi suddenly drifts into a memory. In his past life, Chi-Yin was a star back in middle school. She was radiant, shining like the morning sun. Hi everyone, I'm Chi-Yin. My dream is to join the Divine Guild. Later, she became a revered cleric. He was deeply impressed. She was a confident, optimistic, and generous young lady. Men always looked at her with admiration. Rumor had it she came from a powerful family, yet she was kind to everyone. As class monitor, she was always serious and responsible. In Bai Yi's mind, Chi-Yin's silhouette glows with a golden light. She was a beacon in the darkness, until she vanished. No news. Nothing. Maybe she lived a normal life in that timeline, but right now, she is someone worth trusting. He steps 2 paces in front of her, taking point. As long as nothing unexpected happens, I can hide my true power and still clear this stage. Ziling watches from the shadows, scoffing as the lion breaks free. Do you really think the 2 of you are enough? That vine wall won't hold it for more than a few seconds. He grinds his teeth, glaring. Real combat isn't about confidence. You brats, you can't handle a buff D-rank beast with just rookie skills. Ziling cracks his knuckles, manipulating the battle from afar. A twisted smile spreads across his face. I'll wait until you're begging for mercy, until you're crawling on your knees asking for my help, but if I don't step in, you'll die. I need to teach you your place in the pecking order. The lion shatters the vines completely, roaring in fury. Bai Yi rushes forward. I'll draw its aggro. It's a fire type, so watch for the signal. Chi-Yin nods. Got it. The beast charges, claws ready to shred them both. Bai Yi shouts the command a split second early. Go now. They instantly split, sprinting in opposite directions. He looks back while running. I dealt the damage, so it's prioritizing me as the target. Sure enough, the lion ignores the girl and chases Bai Yi. Ahead lies a calm lake. He takes a gamble and dives straight in. The beast, burning with rage, follows him into the water. Bai Yi churns the water, creating a turbulent wake against the monster's path. He spins around. The beast's fangs are inches from his face. This is it. He exhales, staring straight into those razor-sharp teeth. He casts the spell instantly. Vine wall. Dozens of thick vines erupt from the lake bed. The thorny green vines coil around the lion's limbs and torso, binding it tight underwater. Waiting on the shore, Chi-Yin sees the beast immobilized. Her magic flares in her hand. The lion roars, struggling in vain. The moment is ripe. She points at the target and screams, Constrict. The vines squeeze harder. The beast flails helplessly. Its berserk mode is gone. Its fire attribute is nullified. It cannot escape the poison status now. Shi-Yin held the lion at bay while pulling Bai Yi safely ashore. He spun his blade, eager for the kill. It's trapped. Now, let's wrap this up and secure that top score. Ziling watched the humiliation unfold, cold sweat dripping down his face. How's this even possible, Vines? Trapping a massive lion. Even I couldn't restrain it that easily. especially after I just buffed the damn thing. The vines twisted and thickened, binding the lion from head to tail, suspending it helplessly in midair. The beast looked like it had swallowed fire, unable to vent its rage. Meanwhile, the instructor scanned the monitors, freezing on Bai Yi's team. Dragging a fire element lion underwater, it completely neutralizes its power. However, plant-based abilities are significantly amplified in an aquatic environment. The teacher was floored by the display. Simple elemental counters combined with flawless teamwork to take down a higher level monster. His reaction time and leadership skills are outstanding, aren't they? He turned to his colleagues. I think the top spot for this combat exam is no longer up for debate. A female instructor nodded in agreement. Just one final strike. She's about to finish that lion off for good. Once we send the footage to the guild for review, he might just set the highest score in history. The lion bobbed in the blood-red water. Suddenly, the monitor snapped to black. The teachers panicked. The feed, it's been cut. What, why now? Back at the lake, the recording drone lay on the ground, sizzling and smoking. Ziling had quietly drawn his bow, firing a single arrow to destroy the key evidence. He smirked with satisfaction. No footage, no high score. A blue system notification popped up beside the corpse. Successfully killed level 2, D-rank 2-headed lion. Received 100 XP. Bai Yi looked impressed. We got lucky thanks to your ability. And Ziqian quickly demurred. No way. I just followed your orders. He cut her off. No. It's because you've trained your elemental resistance. That's the only reason you could manipulate the skill enough to trap it. She looked confused. Elemental resistance. Suddenly, Ziling stomped over, making Qiqian jump. Alright, the boss is dead. Quit the chit-chat and get the hell out. He turned his back, face twisted with jealousy. That's enough. Bai Yi spoke up calmly. You know exactly what it means for a D-rank monster to suddenly get buffed when facing students in their first dungeon, don't you? Ziling lied through his teeth. I told you, I was trying to buff her, but she dodged. Bai Yi shut him down instantly. Then your aim is pathetic. The insult hit the mark. Ziling's eyes bulged, guilt written all over his face. He mercilessly exposed the dirty trick. For an archer, is that really the best aim you've got? Ziqian snapped back. No wonder you weren't picked for the school's elite team. Ziling flared up, drawing his bow. What did you just say to me? Bai Yi instinctively stepped in front of her. The tension was suffocating. Ziling gritted his teeth, veins popping, but couldn't find the words. Thinking better of it, Ziling lowered his bow and scoffed. Long road ahead, kids. He turned to leave, tossing back a threat. You just wait. He stomped towards the dungeon exit. As they followed slowly, Bai Yi noticed the broken drone on the ground. Once Ziling was gone, Qiqian vented her frustration. That guy is insufferable. She paused, seeing Bai Yi kneeling on the ground. What are you doing? She leaned in. Bai Yi fingered the severed cable, deep in thought. Did he do this? Just to stop us from getting a high score? Now nobody can see what's happening in here. Once he leaves, he'd need a re-entry permit to get back in. Or the others are far away from this dungeon. That means I still have time. He smirked mysteriously. He actually did me a favor. Now I can finish what I started. Qiqian was completely lost. What do you mean? What are you planning? She followed him to a glowing red seal, 2 spears crossed in an X, blocking a ring of fire. He stood defiant, his blue aura clashing against the ominous red magic pulsing from the deep cave. Class rep, can you keep a secret though? Honestly, even if you told anyone, they wouldn't believe you. Qiqian went from surprised to bewildered. A secret? Why wouldn't they believe me? What are you doing? Bai Yi stayed silent, hands in his pockets. His mind flashed back to their victory, focusing on a specific demand he had made. The unsealing stone. You have it. Bai Yi pulls a shimmering dungeon spirit jade from his pocket. He places it on a rocky outcrop, and one by one, the characters carved into the stone burst into multicolored light. I'm going to use this spirit jade. He draws a stream of dark energy from within the artifact, unleashing it completely. Sensing the danger, she rushes to stop him, panic written all over her face. No, you can't. That's a D-rank dungeon item. If you release it, high-level monsters will swarm us. The spirit jade erupts with a crimson dark aura, releasing its full power. The energy surges into the seal. Bai Yi widens his stance, bracing himself against the massive force. Relax. Their strength is still suppressed by the seal's lingering power. Chien persists. Even so, just the two of us against that many D ranks is suicide. The small fire bracelet on his wrist begins to glow, absorbing the spiritual energy. Who said we need two people? The green light shifts to crimson, and roaring flames suddenly erupt around Bai Yi's body. Her eyes widen in shock, stammering uncontrollably. You... Chien screams in agitation. How is this possible? The flames roar, his staff blazing ready for war, yet he remains calm as still water. Just me, she gasps. How can you turn into a mage? Bai Yi has no time to explain, barking orders at Chien. Guard the entrance. 1. Then 2 beasts shatter their chains, storming the battlefield, drool dripping from their fangs in anticipation of a meal. They snap the remaining bindings and charge ferociously toward him. Too slow to help, she helplessly reaches out, screaming, "Watch out." Bai Yi doesn't flinch. He swings his staff, his killing intent materializing into sharp, powerful counterattacks. The system above his head flashes. Class change Cloud Mage. Level 5, rank E. Bai Yi slams his staff down, casting Flash Freeze. Streaks of blue light shoot out like arrows, enveloping the beast that saw him as prey. Chien covers her mouth in awe. A red class profession. It took everything I had just to control a single lion. All 3 beasts are instantly frozen solid by Bai Yi's single strike. She watches in disbelief and admiration. He controlled 3 of them in the blink of an eye. He explains calmly, these monsters, have been trapped in there for so long. They've gone mad and were bound to rush out all at once eventually. With his battle lust still boiling, Bai Yi says seriously, I need a bigger arena. Chien obeys instantly, dashing away like the wind. On it, heavy footsteps shake the cold ground as a pack of leopards burst forth like starving tigers fueled by rage. Blazing Leopard, level 12, rank D. The massive beast targets him, but Bai Yi swings his staff, shattering its leg in one blow. He thinks, these are D rank monsters. After being sealed for so long, their power must have dropped by at least half. Using the same technique, Flash Freeze, the blazing leopard's fiery skin dulls as a layer of ice consumes it. Bai Yi wields the staff as skillfully as a sword. My mage skill is Flash Freeze. First, I have to control all of them. Immobilize them. Simply put, I condense the moisture in the air into ice instantly to lock down the opponent. He nimbly sidesteps, narrowly avoiding a massive paw that tries to stomp him flat. Bai Yi spins around, switching classes in a split second. Target Warrior, Core Fire Sabertooth, level 13, rank D. As the beast pounces, he launches a counter-strike. Bai Yi's expression hardens, trying to sneak attack me. The moment its 4 paws touch the ground, he shoots upward at light speed, nothing visible but a blur of after images. Switch Cloud Mage. Gripping his staff, Bai Yi casts Flash Freeze from above. The Fire Sabertooth, now frozen solid, is stuck in its aggressive mid-roar pose like the others. Chien stands there, stunned. He can switch professions at will. Watching him land lightly on one foot, realization dawns on her. Now I understand. Watching him fight, I get why he wanted to enter the elemental room earlier. Chien is sharp-witted. The essence of elemental resistance training for mages is to transmit energy directly as natural force, or to manipulate elemental objects within a specific range. She feels like she's unlocked a new level of understanding. Before, I thought that the stronger the mana, and the more you release it, the more powerful the attack. That's why I was so confused when I learned the Vine Wall spell. Why wouldn't it condense properly? But watching his moves, I realize control is far more important than raw power. Bai Yi raises his staff high, firing off several more ice spells to seal the mindless beasts. She reflects on the theory. Elemental power comes from nature. It's wild, primal, and incredibly difficult to tame. Only by completely controlling your own elemental power can you create versatile variations. Every frozen beast floats suspended in the air, held there by the command of his staff. He slams the staff down, and the heavy ice blocks crash violently onto the barren ground. He's proving that even a basic skill can be used in infinite ways. Chien's gaze suddenly freezes in that moment. Watching Bai Yi neatly eliminate every single D-rank monster, she stands paralyzed. He's done this 1,000 times before. Chien falls into deep thought. We were all left in his dust from the very beginning. She bites her lip, descending into silence. Then, pure excitement explodes across her face as she just has to praise him. That is so cool. Suddenly, a massive foot smashes into the ground. A colossal beast glares with burning eyes. It's the level 15 dungeon boss, the Hell Mammoth. The MC grins, thrilled to see the boss finally reveal itself. Took you long enough to show your ugly mug? The beast lets out a deafening roar, unleashing a massive wave of ice that freezes everything in its path. Down below, he grips his sword, triggering his class change core warrior mode. He drops into a combat stance, eyes locking onto the target. The item I need is right there on your body. He launches himself into the air, landing squarely on the beast's head while activating his skill, Fatal Strike. His blade slashes through the thick hide in one clean motion. Blood immediately spurts from the gash, spraying everywhere. His expression remains ice cold. A sealed level 15 mammoth, its power doesn't even match a ranky lion. Taking a hit like that doesn't kill it. The beast whips its head around, eyes blazing with rage, and charges straight at him with overwhelming killing intent. He leaps up again, light on his feet. He unleashes a barrage of fatal strikes, forcing the mammoth to scream in agony as it takes the beating. One final, devastating blow sends the massive creature crashing to the ground. His eyes continue to radiate a fierce golden light. It's like he's ascending. His entire body glows with that intense golden aura, his gaze sharp and piercing. One realm, a massive area of effect attack, pure land. The system chimes in title activated, one-man army. The beast throws its head back, letting out a scream far more wretched than before. Even the frozen mobs get caught in the blast, instantly wiped out. A cascade of kill-confirmed notifications floods the system interface. The MC scans the data panel with a dark, brooding look. With a casual wave of his hand, he dismisses the system window. Floating right in front of him is a large, deep pink gemstone, the Resonance Gem. It's part of a special king-tier pair. Looking at the prize on the ground, he breathes a sigh of relief. Finally, I've got you. He reads the upgrade notification and raises an eyebrow. Oh, my mage class hit rank D2. Chien stands in the distance, staring silently at the field of corpses littered across the ground. Seeing her, he walks over. Chien, he asks calmly, you remember what I told you, right? She blinks, startled, and lets out a confused sound. Nearby, 3 teachers rush toward the scene in a panic. The young one in the lead yells, if the seal is actually broken, we're in huge trouble. We've never recorded an energy fluctuation this massive before. I told you we needed to bring an escort. Suddenly, the lead male teacher gasps in surprise. He spots Ziling slowly walking up the stairs. Why are you out here? Aren't you supposed to be inside protecting the underclassmen? He fires the question but doesn't even wait for an answer before sprinting past. Forget it. No time. We need to get over there now. Ziling, taken aback, mutters, the seal was broken. He glances back at the frantic teachers rushing past him, and a smug, delighted sneer curls his lips. Pfft, haha, see that karma hits fast, doesn't it? Meanwhile, the young teacher arrives at the scene and shouts, Bai Yi, Chien. He starts to ask something but freezes mid-sentence. You two, huh? Seeing the teachers gathered, the MC asks innocently, Professors, what brings you all here? The young teacher looks toward the deep black lake behind the stone wall. Huh, the seal isn't broken. Another teacher frowns. Did the equipment give us a false alarm? Well, as long as you're safe, that's what matters. Flashback, May 29th, Friday before dismissal. A blue-haired student reads a document, his face darkening. Opposite him sits Ziling, wearing a triumphant grin. Ziling gloats, breaking the silence. So, Vice Captain? The documents I submitted should be sufficient or right for that final spot on the team. The Vice Captain finishes reading and scoffs. I'm truly sorry, but our captain has already made their choice. Ziling's eyes bug out in shock. What? Who is it? He loses control, grabbing the Vice Captain by the collar. Didn't you say this spot was reserved for the candidate with the most value? Are my strength and my family background still not enough for you people? A girl standing nearby cuts in. We already found the one with the most value. And Luo rests her chin on her hand, looking amused. That Bai Yi guy. He's fascinating. Friday night, May 29th. In a deserted diner with only 2 customers. Chen Jinwu exhales a cloud of white smoke, his voice low. Hey, don't go causing any more trouble. I pulled a lot of strings to get you released early. The man across from him slurps his noodles loudly. Yeah, obviously. I know. Jinwoo's gaze darkens. He leans across the table, whispering, I got the intel. Captain Hong is arriving next Friday. You aware of that? The man replies, mouth full, relax. Suddenly, Jinwoo's phone screen lights up with an incoming call. Ring. Ring. Jinwoo grabbed the phone, his voice heavy with exhaustion. That old geezer is calling again. I'm heading back to the team. You should go home early too. With that, he stood up and walked away. The man sitting opposite him replied softly, Of course, I will. As it turns out, the person sitting across from Jinwoo this whole time was none other than the protagonist's father. His eyes flashed with an eerie crimson light. Slurping his noodles, he muttered, Home early, huh? Instantly, his face twisted into a scowl of pure rage. Staring at the empty house before him, he panic spirals, wondering where the hell that woman and her brat went to die. Crash, he smashed a chair to pieces, cursing viciously. You dare hide from me. His reflection in the mirror showed teeth ground tight and eyes rolling back in pure madness. If I catch you. He punched through the glass, his knuckles white. Gritting out every word, he snarled, I will kill both you and that bastard son. Meanwhile, our hero placed a striking red necklace around his mother's neck, explaining, This jade is called a resonance gem. He continued instructing her with a gentle voice. From now on, you must keep this on you at all times, okay? He held up the matching necklace on his own neck. I have one just like it. The memory of his mother's shattered necklace and his warning echoed in the air. If you ever find yourself in danger, crush this gem immediately. My gem will sense it instantly, and I will rush to your side right away. Holding her hands, he smiled softly. Honestly, without this, I wouldn't feel safe leaving you alone. His mother's face was still filled with confusion and worry. He looked at his beloved mother and realized something painful as far as he could remember. She had never received a necklace or a single piece of jewelry. He smiled gently, but his eyes were filled with a deep, aching sadness. She had never owned a single beautiful thing that a woman deserves. Suddenly, his mother used sign language to tell him, Son, don't spend your weekends hovering around me. At your age, you should be out having fun with friends. He laughed it off. Mom, don't worry. I don't have those kinds of needs. Hearing this, she waved her hands anxiously. You must have someone important to you, right? Hearing this, he flinched slightly. He turned to look at the glass window, thinking to himself, important people, huh? Memories of his comrades from his past life flooded his mind. He wondered, will I ever be able to meet them again in this life? 11:58 p.m. In front of a wild D-rank dungeon, as red smoke hovered in the air, his inner thoughts echoed. Anyway, the Jade issue is settled. I don't need to worry about her anymore. Standing in a surreal, crimson dimension, he noted, this is another hidden dungeon I know of. It only opens for a short window at midnight and closes at 1 a.m. Sharp. I don't have much time. Gripping his blade tightly, he moved forward. Now, I must focus on leveling up. Suddenly, his footsteps halted. A wild corpse orchid and a blood-devouring flower blocked his path. In my past life, I became a top-tier warrior. He dashed to a new position, his mind racing. But even then, all I could do was watch helplessly as my comrades died right in front of me. Friends, his expression went cold as he charged at the beast. With a single slash, he bisected the monster. The system chimes successfully killed blood-devouring flower, received 260 experience. He picked up the blood petal drop, completely ignoring reality as he sank deeper into his thoughts about friendship. So what if I have them? He paused before the wild corpse orchid, mind still wandering. Then, fueled by sudden determination, he launched himself like a missile. Another strike landed. He hit the monster's weak point for a critical kill. Yet, as he fought, his mind drifted darkly. In the end, we all just die without even a grave to mark us. He landed with a heavy thud, stealing his resolve. I need to be stronger, much stronger. The system announced successfully killed Wild Corpse Orchid, received 320 experience. But it wasn't over. Countless beasts suddenly swarmed him from all sides. Faster, he commanded himself. I must be stronger than everyone. Surrounded by monsters, he gritted his teeth and pushed on. His eyes glowed a fierce red. With one explosive move, he wiped out the entire mob. The system continued to ping, successfully killed Wild Corpse Orchid, received 320 experience. He tore through a monster's tentacle. His resolve hardened. I have to fight with my life on the line. He thought of that man, the father who didn't deserve the title. I'm still too weak. I can't even defeat him yet. Remembering that arrogant god from his past life and that genius golden marksman, his mind cleared. There are no shortcuts for me. He dragged his heavy feet forward, trudging slowly toward the horde of beasts. He made a vow, I will not avoid a single enemy. Standing tall amidst the blood-devouring flowers, he swung his sword with devastating force, unleashing his ultimate technique. A massive surge of azure energy explodes outward, instantly engulfing the monsters of the Pure Land. He unleashes his ultimate technique, mowing them down one by one. The system chimes relentlessly success. The blood-devouring flowers are dead. You have gained 260 experience points. He sticks the landing, a golden aura flaring around his body, his eyes sharp with lethal intensity. He glances anxiously at the rift. The dungeon gate seals in 20 minutes. He has to take down the boss. Now, Saturday, May 30th, midnight, 0039. Wrapped in a cloak of blue power, he strides forward, his gaze burning with fighting spirit. A massive beast looms ahead, shrouded in a dark aura. Found you. Suddenly, a sharp, inexplicable ringing pierces his mind. The monster vanishes into thin air before he can even blink. It reappears right in his face, winding up a punch level 20 dungeon boss Ye Wuming. He reacts instantly, his sword flashing in a counterstrike. Gritting his teeth, he severs the beast's arm, but the monster just stares at him in eerie silence, as if calculating. Then, the impossible happens. The severed limb sprouts and regenerates. Passive skill. Self-recovery. His eyes go wide with shock. That regeneration speed is insane. Wuming suddenly slams his fist into the ground, shattering the earth. Countless tentacles erupt from the fissures beneath. He whips his head around, scanning the chaos. Behind him, crimson beasts with razor-sharp fangs crawl out of the dirt, launching themselves straight at his throat. Didn't I already kill these things? How are they standing up again? He scans the horde, mind racing. A D-rank boss shouldn't have the power of resurrection. A black blur tears through the air. His eyes bulge in agony as blood sprays a sharp spike has skewered him straight through the chest. He strains to look back, spotting the assailant emerging from the shadows. Shawuming Ye Wuming's twin brother, the monster drives the spike deeper, forcing a groan from his clenched teeth. 2 bosses, 2 identical lords he has to defeat. You have to be kidding me. His eyes flare. It's 12:59 a.m. Suddenly, both bosses dissolve into blinding light. 1:00 a.m. The dungeon entrance slams shut. The realm plunges into darkness, lit only by a faint, ominous crimson glow. Saturday, May 30th, 6:00 p.m. Heavy rain hammers the gray city. Inside, his mother stands by the window, consumed by worry. Another day gone. I've sent so many messages, but he won't reply. He won't even pick up the phone. She grabs the handle. He must be somewhere dangerous again. Just like last time. I have to find him. She steps out into the pouring rain as night falls. Staggering footsteps echo. Haha, you two think you're so smart. Bai Yi's father emerges from the storm, an aura of pure terror clinging to him. Daring to move out and rent a place without telling me, he lurches toward their building, sneering. Found a nice spot, didn't you? You really know how to live it up. His eyes glow with malice in the dark, face twisted in rage. His mother, oblivious, reaches the lobby. Suddenly, she freezes. Her eyes lock onto him, widening in sheer panic. Thunder crashes overhead, a harbinger of the disaster to come. Back in the dungeon, he grips his sword, chest heaving. He glares at the horde. Round 5. Every time he drops them, they get back up. The beast throws its head back and roars. He dives back into the fray. The system pings. Successfully killed blood-devouring flower. Level 13. 1 experience. He swings his blade, mind working fast. Killing these revived mobs is useless. No XP, no drops. I need to find what's fueling their resurrection, now. His attacks aren't making a dent. They just stand up, and their numbers are only growing. It's not just the trash mobs regenerating. He flickers through the air. Blade ready. Flash step. He charges straight for the level 20 boss, Shi Wuming. His expression is stone cold as he brings his sword down. The monster can't react in time. Bam. A clean hit to a vital point. But in a blink, the wound closes. Even the boss has instant regeneration. As it heals, It signals to its twin, who is also patching itself up. He remembers his last attempt. I chopped that guy's head off, and he still grew it back in seconds. This is broken infinite revives for minions and instant healing for the bosses. He scowls. You'd need an S-rank healer to pull that off. There has to be an external power source fueling them. Or maybe there's a hidden source fueling their regeneration. Before he can finish that thought, the beast unleashes a flash shield strike. In a blink, it lunges straight for him. He reacts instantly, raising his blade to parry. Perfect weapon blocking, dispersing over half the damage based on precise timing. As he swings back, the monster retreats, a perfect counter. He negates 100% of the impact, resetting in 0.09 seconds, ready to reflect the damage right back at his opponent. He eyes the creature warily, a smirk forming. Interesting. Even mid-combat, this thing is learning his move patterns. Suddenly, a second beast charges into the fray. A raspy voice grates against his ears. You are strong. The massive creature radiates such intense regenerative power that he instinctively shields his face from the pressure. He points his blade directly at the source. Found you. He dashes toward the giant floral demonic tree, the core of their energy. With a swift stroke, he severs the beast's arm. He glares at the boss's healing factor. That ancient tree is the anchor, amplifying their regeneration on such a massive scale. Realizing his target, the monster screams in terror. No! He channels all his strength into a strike against the ancient trunk. If the tree falls, the beast falls. A sinister grin curls his lips. Checkmate. Summoning Cloud Mage, just as his blade nears the giant tree, a distant force seizes the air, freezing his momentum. Stop! His eyes turn ice cold. He vibrates his weapon, barking a single command, glaciate. Instantly, both beasts are encased in solid ice. A status window pops up, level 20, D-rank spirit, Lord Shiwuming. Beside him stands the second beast, level 20, D-rank spirit, Lord Ye Wuming, summoned core warrior. The creature shatters its icy prison using a razor-sharp fang. A fierce glint lights up his eyes. Looks like I guessed right. The beast's eyes flare gold. Behind it, the giant green tree withers to yellow, an orange glow erupting from its roots like a blazing fire. He calculates his move. Once that tree falls, their immortality vanishes. He charges, striking with lethal precision. Success. Defeated level 20 D-rank Spirit Lord. Target Yi Wuming eliminated. XP gained 2,500. Item acquired high grade 100. Spirit Herb. Instantly restores 50% stamina and heals major physical injuries. Red and purple threads weave together, forming a ferocious blue-eyed beast, while the ice trapping the other twin begins to crack. The remaining Spirit Lord regains its strength, rising for round 2. He points his sickle straight at the monster. Now, it's your turn. The beast stands tall, staring back with an eerie calmness that actually catches him off guard. It taunts him, voice steady, kill me. Level 20, D-rank spirit, Lord Shiwuming. He lets out a dry laugh. First time I've met a spirit lord like you. Your brother's dead, so you don't want to live alone, huh? A flash of blue lightning cuts the air. He strikes mid-sentence, driving a beam of golden light straight through the spirit lord's body. Then let me grant your wish. Successfully defeated level 20 D-rank spirit, Lord Shiwuming. XP gained 2,500. System alert, acquired high-grade material, poison spike. Essential for crafting the level 5 weapon void-piercing poison blade. A purple, claw-like object materializes in his hand. He lets out a long sigh of relief. The notifications keep coming. Core Warrior class leveled up to 15, D-rank. Cloud Mage class leveled up to 13, D-rank. Bonus attribute points received. Tap to view details. He stands at the mouth of the Crimson Cave, bathed in white light. Dual blades grip tight in his right hand. The purple artifact glowing in his left. The boss is down, and the exit is finally open. A chime sounds as a new holographic panel floats into view. Flower element accumulation complete. New class awakening available. He taps his temple, looking bored. Flower element already. He spreads his arms. Green vines burst forth, wrapped in shimmering, colorful ribbons of energy. Alright, he murmurs. What kind of class do I get this time? A vibrant sound effect signals the result. Success. His face lights up, eyes crinkling with anticipation. Last time I got a red tier class, so this time? The system voice cuts in. Class acquired flower summoner. Level 1, E rank. His shoulders drop. Just a blue tier class. He sighs. Well, at least summoners don't require high stat investments. But what's the core skill? A blue window pops up, skill spirit flower contract. After defeating a flower type monster, you may form a soul contract to bind it as a servant. Current contract limit, unlimited passive. Passive effect floral vision allows the user to perceive the lingering souls of slain flower type beasts. Oh, he touches the glowing text, contracting evil spirits. Suddenly, he glances over his shoulder, a confused look crossing his face. Then, those two bosses I just defeated. Could it be? He stands silently, staring at the two motionless creatures glowing with a violet-blue aura. Their spiritual forms float toward him, looking fierce. Reaching out as if to grab something invisible, he activates the soul contract. His hand itches with power. He holds it up and commands, "You too." His fingers twitch, his expression turning serious. "Come here." The two beasts materialize. Meanwhile, a man stumbles drunkenly toward his door when his phone starts buzzing in his pocket. Standing in the pouring rain, he scowls, cursing inwardly. Who the hell is calling him at this hour? He answers with clear irritation. "Oh, Officer Chen." Whatever the voice on the other end says makes him sprint forward. "Really? I can attend Captain Hong's banquet too. Okay. I got it. I'll definitely seize this chance. I'll prepare a luxurious gift for him this time. Don't worry, I know the drill. I won't miss this golden opportunity to get back into the guild." He tells himself it's his lucky day, singing as he walks. He pockets his phone, muttering, "So, time to go pay my dear little sister a visit and catch up. Saturday, May 30th, 6 p.m. Bai Yi's mother stands in the rain, waiting anxiously. Bai Yi approaches with an umbrella and a bag, asking gently, "Mom, why did you come down here?" "It's pouring." Hearing his familiar voice, she freezes for a moment. He steps closer to shield her from the rain, beaming a bright smile. "Let's go home." The silver bracelet on her wrist gleams. She stares at it blankly, thinking about her silly son. He went out tonight just to get her this Mother's Day gift. A loud thud upstairs snaps her back to reality. Her heart sinks as she thinks, "Do you really think that just because I don't speak, I don't know anything?" Up in his room, Bai Yi lies on his bed, looking puzzled. He currently has 3 classes: Green Warrior, Blue Summoner, and Red Mage. He sinks into thought as system notifications pop up. He has 2 combat classes at rank D and a level 3 Rune Mage class. After defeating a monster, I can form a contract with its soul and make it work for me. And as my level rises, the number of contracts increases. Rank E allows 2, rank D is 4, rank C is 6, and rank B is 10. After evolving, I can sign unlimited elemental contracts. He looks tense reading the notifications, questions flooding his mind. 5 days left until he gets released. But knowing him, he's probably bribing the guards to get out early. That silver bracelet isn't just jewelry, it's a safeguard. I prepared it just in case. The next day, Sunday morning, Bai Yi walks onto the rooftop, staring at a red streak of light covering the sky. He reflects, running away won't solve anything. Before I start my training journey, I need to deal with this problem. Permanently. He stands motionless, watching the massive crimson light expanding before his eyes. Rank E dungeon conquered. Rank D dungeon conquered. Rank E dungeon conquered. By Sunday afternoon, he stands in a clearing in the forest, thinking, I can't rest for even a second. I need to get my class to rank C immediately. His expression goes blank as he clenches his fist. A rank D dungeon, danger level high, system notification, entering dungeon. Sunday night, his face turns cold, the air around him growing heavy. Rank D dungeon conquered. Next time we meet, I'll be stronger than you. Level up. A notification pops up, leaving him slightly stunned. New title acquired Lone Wolf Warrior. Awarded for solo clearing 10 dungeons equal to or higher than your current level. Received warrior key. Unlocks the warrior tower after meeting specific conditions. Monday morning, June 1st, at the Awakened Middle School, the teacher announces proudly, the final evaluation results are in. First and second place in the entire school go to Bai Yi and Chi-In. The headquarters analyzed his combat footage and confirmed his final score is the highest in history. As the two students stare in shock, she continues, not only do you qualify for the training trip, but thanks to him, you've earned the right to meet the divine race. Bai Yi remains silent. In contrast to his silence, The classroom erupts in screams of astonishment. This is an honor even high-ranking clerics struggle to get. Bai Yi falls into deep thought. He never expected heaven to grant him a face-to-face with them. Little Kanyan sits beside him, snot and tears running down his face, whining, "Bro, when you ascend to godhood, don't forget us little people." The girl with glasses beams like a proud father watching his son finally shine. Inside the academic affairs office, Hong Liang looks up at Hong Kwang Thin. He asks if the boy is absolutely sure he doesn't want to go. His father has finally returned for a rare visit, perfectly timing with this event. He could easily use that connection to tag along to headquarters and join the cultivation trip, yet he remains silent. Fists clench so hard they tremble. Even though it eats him up inside, he stands his ground and refuses. He only placed third. In his eyes, he isn't worthy. He doesn't want the world thinking everything he has is handed to him by his daddy. Hearing this, Hong Liang chuckles, praising his nephew's backbone. He really hopes the boy's father can see just how much he has grown up. Suddenly, Hong Kwang Thin looks up, his expression deadly serious as he asks for a favor. He wants access to the sealed D-rank dungeon behind the mountain. Hong Liang's face instantly darkens, but the boy insists he needs to get stronger, relying only on himself. Meanwhile, over at the principal's office, pathetic screams of begging echo from inside. Tu Long slams his hand on the desk, demanding a spot on the cultivation trip. He screams that he's the only heir to the Tu family line. The principal, Tu Tan Van, just looks at him coldly. He remarks that if the boy knows his status, he shouldn't be acting so recklessly. His face grim, the principal grills him about his outrageous behavior during the practical exam, luring magic beasts to backstab his own juniors. As the crimes are listed, Tu Lang's face turns pale as a sheet, unable to utter a single word. Tu Tan Van explodes in anger. Does this brat think the higher-ups are a bunch of pigs? Did he really think they wouldn't see through such a cheap, dirty trick? If he hadn't covered for him, Tu Lang wouldn't even be allowed to set foot in the school anymore. Tu Long's entire body trembles under that terrifying gaze. His legs give out, and he collapses to his knees, sobbing and begging for forgiveness in a panic. Only then does Tu Tan Van tell him to stand up. Tu Lang hesitates, shaking. The principal continues, saying the boy got lucky. Thanks to that incident, the higher-ups noticed someone special, the protagonist, and they realized there was something very abnormal about him. Tu Tan Van's expression darkens as he announces that someone from the Divine Clan wants to meet the protagonist personally. Then comes the offer. "You can come with me on this cultivation trip," he says, "but you drop that temper and learn some humility. If you don't, even I won't be able to save you." Hearing this, Tu Lang can't hide his excitement and hurriedly agrees. Gritting his teeth, he vows he won't let the protagonist off the hook. Tu Lang clenches his fist like he already holds victory in his hand, and An Li too. Sooner or later, I'll make her mine. By Monday evening, just before school lets out, little Tanyan checks her phone and sees an invitation from the Supreme Student Union. The letter explicitly mentions that they want Bak Di to join their ranks. She holds the phone and screams, "This is the strongest organization in our entire school. If you get in, you're recruited straight into the Divine Guild without even taking an exam." The class erupts into gossip. This is the Golden Assassin faction that has been built up over the last few years. It used to be impossible to apply, but now they're inviting people directly. Others chime in. "Wait, isn't that for the high school division? Why are they inviting a middle school student?" Little Tanyan sobs with joy. "Bak Di, you're just too amazing." But suddenly, the protagonist stands up abruptly from his seat. He takes the letter, walks straight to the trash can, and tosses it right in without a second thought. Tanyan panics. "Why would you refuse? Are you stupid or something?" The protagonist just throws back a casual goodbye and walks out. The whole class stares at his retreating back, completely confused. Tanyan can't help but feel regretful. It was such a golden opportunity. The glasses girl speaks up to defend him. "Don't you get him by now? He never wanted to join anyone's side," she states firmly. "A guy like him, he can only be a leader." Meanwhile, at the mountain behind the school, the protagonist stands there, looking relaxed. He has the dungeon access rights in hand. Nobody else will be coming here tonight. Hong Kwang Thing urges him to go in, but the protagonist hesitates, offering a warning. "A D-rank dungeon is still too hard for you. Maybe you should, Mum." The boy snaps back. "Shut up, I'm not going to drag you down." The protagonist thinks to himself, I promised to teach him combat techniques and how to level up fast, but only if he helped me get access to the school's dungeon. He didn't expect the guy to actually secure the D rank permit. But the moment they step inside, Hong Kwang Thin trips and falls flat on his face. He asks if he needs help, but the boy yells, "Get lost, I can do it myself." Suddenly, a monster lunges straight at Kwang Thin. The protagonist stands silently in the back, watching him charge into battle. Ignoring the chaos, he calmly calculates his next move. I can't jump in yet, he thinks. I haven't met the conditions to unlock the skill. Then, the protagonist turns his attention to the monsters. He decides to grind these mobs to level up. By Tuesday after school, the trash can is filled with rejected invitation letters. On Wednesday, after classes end, Kwang Thing is getting overwhelmed by the beasts. Suddenly, a blur of motion flashes past. The protagonist dashes in and kicks the monster flying. Seeing this, Kwang Thing grits his teeth in anger. I told you not to interfere. The protagonist sighs helplessly. If I didn't step in, you'd be dead meat. He pauses for a moment, reflecting on the situation, and realizes just how lucky he actually is. Time flew to the 5th day. Kwang Thin stormed out of the devil's lair, hollering with joy because he had finally leveled up. The protagonist followed silently, creating a contrast as sharp as a chaotic market beside a tranquil shrine. Kwang Thin strutted ahead with his nose in the air. Finally, his warrior class had hit C rank. Afterward, the protagonist calculated silently his current stats were finally enough to handle the creatures. Later that night, Duet Fu couldn't hide her excitement. Tell me, are you dating some cute girl? The protagonist immediately waved his hands to shut that down, but she didn't let up, pestering him about why he kept coming home so late. He denied everything, shaking his head furiously. Duet Fu sat him down, her voice soft and comforting. She told him that liking a girl is perfectly normal, and when you find someone you care about, you should be brave enough to chase after them. Her words hit him like a truck. His eyes went wide, and his expression instantly darkened. A woman, the girl he truly cared about, materialized in his mind's eye. It was Amlak. In his vision, she rushed forward, demanding a hug. He blushed, awkwardly blocking her advance. But then, the scene twisted, the peaceful memory shattered into a desolate wasteland littered with corpses. She lay on the cold ground, gasping for her final breaths. "Captain," she whispered, "we won. Again." The protagonist reached out to her. Even in her final moments, she happily spread her arms, just waiting for him to embrace her. But back then, he had turned red and ran off to find a healer instead of holding her, leaving Amlak pouting in disappointment. The vision shifted again. She was in critical condition, her body covered in wounds. The protagonist's rage boiled over, reaching its absolute peak. Memories of the past flooded his mind, unstoppable. The anger faded into deep sorrow, his face falling as he couldn't stop thinking about Amlak. He fell into a heavy silence. In this new life, he was the only one who remembered the past. Even if they met again, there was no longer any connection between them. Elsewhere, a message notification chimed. Captain Bakdi still hasn't responded. It seems he has zero interest in joining our squad, huh? Amlak sat on her bed, letting out a light laugh as she placed the invitation down. He's getting more interesting by the minute. A mischievous, almost cunning smile spread across her face. Fine then. Tomorrow, I'll go meet him myself and hand-deliver this invitation. A flurry of data screens popped up, displaying skills from the Cloud Mage, the Core Warrior, and the Flower Summoner. Friday arrived his birthday. The protagonist stared at the gift box on the table, totally confused. Duet Fu tilted her head, smiling. "It's a birthday present for you, son." He couldn't hide his shock. He never expected to actually receive a gift on his birthday. Slowly, he opened the box. Inside lay a moss-green scarf, accompanied by a handwritten letter full of her well wishes. But he was baffled. Why a scarf when summer was just around the corner? His eyes glued to the wool. And then realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. "Mom," he stammered. You knew I was heading to the Thanha Kingdom." Duet Fu simply told him to take good care of himself, assuring him she would be fine on her own. In that moment, he realized his mother had always known exactly what he was planning. She pressed some money into his hand, telling him to go treat his friends to a birthday dinner. He sighed softly. He didn't exactly have friends to treat. Later at school, the clock tower chimed, echoing over a completely deserted courtyard. A small statue of a maiden holding a staff amidst rising water was slammed onto his desk. The protagonist's face went black, his eyes judging the tacky gift hard. The freckled kid looked incredibly proud of his gift, but the kid with glasses just adjusted his frames, acting mysterious. That's way too vulgar. Watch and learn. He placed an object on the table. The moment the protagonist saw it, his jaw hit the floor. It was his all-time favorite movie, Critical Magic. He was so hyped he couldn't even speak. In his past life, he and the glasses kid used to sneak into the warehouse just to watch banned historical films like this. The boy lowered his voice to a whisper. Don't let the teacher find out. Hide it well, okay? The protagonist quickly shoved the disc into his desk drawer and turned to thank the four-eyed kid. Just then, Shichingam approached, softly calling his name. Suddenly, she held out a gift. Happy birthday. The freckled kid and the glasses kid bugged out, their eyes popping in disbelief. She had given him an A-rank mage weapon, the Gem of Illusion. The protagonist froze, staring at the precious gem. He quickly pushed the box back, refusing to accept something so valuable. Shichingam tilted her head, a sweet smile playing on her lips. She insisted he take it, explaining that her family had plenty of them and it would be a huge help to him right now. With that, she slid the box back toward him. He hesitated. He did need to get stronger, and there was no logical reason to turn this down. Did she notice I was using a trash tier weapon after I changed classes? He wondered. He couldn't help but admire how observant and thoughtful Shichingam was. He honestly never expected anyone to remember his birthday. Meanwhile, the glasses kid and Freckles were whispering loudly about the ambiguous relationship between the two. Suddenly, she spoke up, making the two gossipers jump out of their skin. After a moment of calculation, the protagonist made his move. Let's go grab dinner tonight. He smiled warmly. My treat. You guys free? Hearing this, Shichingam freezes, completely blindsided. Meanwhile, Glasses and Tanyan are already cheering like they won the lottery. Tanyan is practically already booking the celebratory venue in his head. Just as the conversation heats up, a group of students barges in, whispering furiously, Wait, aren't those seniors? What are they doing here? They're heading straight for our class. I heard the commander of the Dark Legion is here personally to recruit Bai Yi. The hallway instantly explodes with gossip as students rush out to watch. Seriously, the commander is actually here. One kid asks, Have you ever seen the commander? Another replies, No, but rumors say she's a total knockout. Watching the chatter fade into the distance, our main character steps forward, determined to reject them face to face. As he slowly walks away, Glasses and Tanyan tremble, unable to contain their overwhelming excitement. Meanwhile, on the third floor, a group of students stands huddled together. Tulang is among them, his face twisting in annoyance at the mere thought of the main character. But speak of the devil, the moment Tulang thinks of him, a figure appears right in front of him. Bai Yi stands there, cool as ice, hands buried in his pockets. Suddenly pop, a light bulb explodes, unleashing streaks of yellow lightning. Then another bulb bursts, and another. The students stand paralyzed, having no clue what's happening. Unlike them, Bai Yi's expression instantly sharpens. He sees the lightning arcs aiming straight for the crowd. One bolt shoots directly at him. He watches it with dead calm eyes. The crowd panics, but Bai Yi doesn't flinch. He realizes instantly it's a feint. He pulls a weapon from his spatial inventory, his gaze locked on the real threat, ready to clash. The attack strikes from behind while his guard is down, but he reacts in a split second, easily blocking the assassin's strike with a single hand. The onlookers gasp at his insane speed. The blurry figure solidifies, revealing Amlak. She stares at the main character with a playful smile. He studies her intensely, but in a blink, Amlak shifts her position, standing a short distance away. She exclaims excitedly at his reflexes. I really didn't choose the wrong person. The moment he realizes his attacker is Amlak, the main character's composure completely crumbles. Amlak glows with a blinding yellow light, demanding his total attention. She vaults over him to the shock of the crowd, praising him again. Great reaction time. I definitely made the right choice. Staring at the girl standing before him, he is utterly stunned. He remembers the smile of a young girl who always wanted a hug. He remembers her sitting on stone steps, beaming, arms wide open, waiting for him. Even after that brutal battle ended, covered in wounds, she still just wanted him to hold her. Back then, he had turned away blushing while she pouted, calling him mean, but the girl standing in front of him now carries a completely different aura. Amlak admits she came personally because he ignored her invites. Tannan and Glasses watch, jaws on the floor at the scene. Tanyan whispers, blaming Bhakti for being too harsh by rejecting Amlak to her face. She reaches out to introduce herself to everyone, but before she can finish, the main character lunges forward. He pulls Amlak into a tight, desperate embrace, leaving her frozen. Sichngum arrives just in time to witness it. The hug hits her like a lightning bolt, while Tulang looks like his soul just left his body. Bhakti whispers her name, his arms still locking her close. His voice trembles with gentleness. Long time. No see. The crowd is dead silent, staring. Amlak stands there, wordless, letting him hold her. Seeing him hug her in front of everyone, Tannan screams in shock, while Glasses frantically tries to hush him. Amlak was originally their classmate, but she awakened early in her first year and skipped straight to the advanced classes. Sichngum glares, her eyes burning with jealousy. Suddenly, Amlak dissolves into a beam of yellow light, slipping out of the main character's arms. She taps his back lightly, a mischievous smile on her face. Hugging me like that? Does it mean you've accepted my offer? According to Amlak, the Supreme Legion is fully funded by the school and possesses the absolute best resources and methods to get stronger. She adds that they could fight together. The main character remains silent for a long moment. Finally, he bluntly refuses. Joining the school legion means nothing to him. His fingers twitch, and he grabs Amlak's hand, because soon I will establish my own guild. A smile spreads across his face, and when I have my own guild, we will still have the chance to fight side by side. Just then, a blue-haired student rushes over to find Amlak. He urges her to hurry up and welcome Captain Hong. Amlak turns to leave, tossing back a final message. We'll meet again on the cultivation trip. We'll talk more then. She walks away, puzzled by why he told her long time no see. Amlak disappears, leaving him standing there, rooted to the spot. Sealing's face goes completely dark as he stares at her retreating figure. The fact that he not only rejected Anluo's invite, but actually asked her to join his guild sends the boys into a frenzy. Whispers quickly turn into loud, shameless gossip. They are completely baffled that Anluo didn't immediately shoot down his offer to join his private guild. Even in his wildest dreams, he never imagined he'd run into Anluo like this. Every piece of intel regarding the deity guild members is kept under strict lock and key. There's an unwritten rule: never ask about anyone's past. Because of that secrecy, he almost missed this chance meeting. He smirks, thinking this might just be the best birthday surprise he could ask for. After school, the protagonist and Chi-Yin's crew hit up Old Wang's BBQ joint. Freckles and Glasses are making a ruckus, stuffing their faces and gossiping away. Chi-Yin asks him if he's actually serious about establishing a guild. She's also dying to know why he said he won't be staying here much longer. He reveals that after his training trip, he plans to settle down in the Shenghe Kingdom. Chi-Yin and the others are absolutely floored by the news, and he rests his chin on his hand, explaining he just doesn't want to study. Here, the group stammers in shock when he drops the bomb. He's aiming for the Shenghe Divine Weapon Academy. Meanwhile, a sleek car pulls up in front of the Kempinski Hotel. A silver-haired man steps out, greeted by a bowing crowd. Liang respectfully invites Captain Hong inside. That man puffing on a cigarette is none other than Hong Bing, a captain of the Deity Guild. He strides in confidently, his white coat billowing behind him like a cape. Liang glances around, sweat beading on his forehead. Bai Lingsheng tilts his chin up with a provocative sneer. Jinyu leans back against the wall, watching the scene unfold. He's baffled. Bai Lingsheng was definitely sentenced to 15 days in the slammer. How in the world is he standing here right now? Jinyu tells Liang to just turn a blind eye. Turns out, Shengling paid double the bail money to get out early. Liang grinds his teeth in helpless rage. He demands to know why Jinyu would drag that man to Captain Hong's banquet. It's because Shengling was previously kicked out of the guild for a minor offense, and this party is his one shot at redemption. Desperate to claw his way back in, Shengling has brought his entire fortune as an offering. Suddenly, the sound of oars crashing to the floor echoes through the room, followed by a vicious shout. "Get out! Who the hell let you in here?" Facing Hong Bing's imposing aura, Shengling starts to tremble. The cigarette in the captain's mouth glows an ominous red. Hong Bing sneers, calling him a stray dog unworthy of stepping foot in a deity guild banquet. His killing intent is so heavy that even Jinyu feels a shiver of fear. Humiliated, Shengling bends down, scrambling to pick up the scattered oars from the floor. He stammers apologies, begging Hong Bing for just one chance to explain. Suddenly, a hand shoots out, grabbing him by the collar and hoisting him up. Hongbing's voice is ice cold. No talent, no status. And you think you can buy your way into my ranks? Take this useless trash and get the hell out of my sight. Shengling lies motionless on the floor, absorbing every stinging insult. His hands tremble uncontrollably as he glares upward, eyes burning with hate. Suddenly, he slams his fist down, shattering the gemstone lying next to him. Those words crushed his last shred of dignity, sending him into a blind rage. He slowly stands up, a chilling, murderous aura radiating from his body. Fury consumes him completely. In that moment, he looks less like a man and more like a demon from hell. He spits out a curse. Damn you all, I'm going to kill every single one of you. Just then, a woman carrying groceries pushes the door open. Shengling stands below, glaring up at the high-rise. Up above, Yuefu's face twists in sheer terror. A twisted, unpredictable smile spreads across his savage face. His voice makes her tremble to her core as he sneers. Talk about good luck. Back at the BBQ joint, a group of figures in black cloaks barges in. The protagonist's eyes instantly lock onto the badges pinned to their chests. He tracks their every move. That insignia? There's no mistake. It's the Deity Guild. Freckles leans in, whispering that if he gets into the Divine Academy, he'd technically outrank these guys. He lets out a long sigh, realizing this is their last meal before they part ways. Chi-Yin immediately fires back, declaring she's going to work her butt off to get in there too. But the protagonist can't tear his gaze away from the Deity Guild members. Brushing it off, the trio raises their glasses to celebrate his birthday. Yet, deep down, he can't shake this gnawing sense of unease. The four of them clink glasses, cheering happily. Suddenly, the pendant around his neck flares up with a brilliant pink light. Elsewhere, Yuefu's trembling hand clutches her own pendant tight. Her face has turned a sickly purple, her mind blanking out until nothing but sheer panic remains. Shengling accuses her of betraying him just to live a soft life. He snarls, "Which bastard are you latching onto now?" Veins bulge visibly across his contorted face. Shengling looms over her, his eyes flashing with cruelty. Suddenly, his gaze locks onto the accessories she's wearing. The stone embedded in her bracelet is pulsating with a strange blue light. Yuefu flinches, frantically trying to hide her secret as she shakes her head in denial. Suddenly, the man clutches his face and bursts into a maniacal laugh, his voice dripping with malice. "No wonder you could afford such a nice place." Shengling clenches his fist, aiming a brutal blow straight at Yuefu. His punch cuts through the air, but just before impact, a shadow surges from her bracelet, intercepting Shengling's attack. Sensing the lethal danger, Shi Wuming and Ye Wuming instantly materialize from the artifact. The creature seizes Shengling's wrist, deadlocking his punch in midair. The man stares with bewildered eyes, his brows knitting together in confusion. Two powerful summoned beasts stand guard around Yuefu, forming an impenetrable shield. Only now does she realize this protection is from the bracelet her son gave her. He had strictly warned her to never take it off when he wasn't by her side. Shi Wuming launches a ferocious counterattack against Shengling. It unleashes a strike packed with immense power, forcing the man to throw his arms up to shield his face. Ye Wuming refuses to stay idle and charges in. Shi Wuming lands a crushing blow squarely on Shengling's chest, forcing him to stagger back, clutching his wound in pain. Yet, despite the agony, a twisted smile spreads across Shengling's face. He wipes the blood from his lip, sneering, "Perfect. Just what I needed to vent my anger." His eyes radiate murderous intent. Meanwhile, miles away, the main character and his group are still enjoying their meal. He stares silently at his pendant. Suddenly, a wave of dread washes over him. He shoots up from his seat, leaving everyone bewildered as panic grips his heart. He storms out immediately. Leaning against a wall, he dials Chang Sheng, demanding an update on Shengling's movements. The subordinate reports that the old man tried to crash Hongbing's party earlier today, but was thrown out. The protagonist listens in silence, his brow furrowing. He tries video calling his mother, but her phone just rings and rings on the table, unanswered. Anxiety explodes in his chest. The thought of Shengling finding Yuefu makes his expression darken instantly. She is in danger. He knows it. Without a second thought, he pedals furiously, racing back home to save her. Even though he left the Wuming brothers to guard her, the terror in his gut won't subside. Back at the apartment, Shengling has gone berserk. He tears through the defenses, defeating almost every summon until only one remains, stubbornly shielding the mother. Seeing the creatures struggle, he smirks with amusement, But suddenly, his expression sours. The summon is desperately trying to hold him back. Bai Shengling's face goes pitch black. You're annoying me to death. He grabs the beast, roaring in a frenzy, determined to crush it. Yue Fu watches the bloody spectacle, paralyzed with horror. Having disposed of the creature, he turns his menacing gaze back to her. Bai Shengling advances like a predator. The summoned beast is fading fast, its existence blurring, but it decides to risk everything for one final charge to protect Yue Fu. The creature screams out, "Don't look back, run!" Witnessing the horrific violence, Yue Fu feels her sanity crumbling. She listens, turning around and sprinting for her life. The beast tries to coil around Shengling, but his rage-fueled strength is too great. He catches its arm and slams it into the ground, knocking it out cold. Looking up at Yue Fu's retreating figure, he growls, his voice vibrating with cruelty. "You think you can run?" In the blink of an eye, Shengling appears right in front of her. He grinds his teeth, looming over her. "Where do you think you're going? Tell me, where can you possibly hide?" Bai Shengling snatches the jade pendant from her neck, roaring as he demands to know who gave her such a treasure. He curses vividly while crushing the jade into dust with his bare hand. The action leaves Yue Fu trembling, her soul leaving her body from fear. He raises a sharp knife, spitting toxic curses. In that frozen moment, Yue Fu recalls her son's words, "If you are in danger, shatter the jade. When the jade breaks, I will appear." As the thought fades, the protagonist instantly materializes to save her, leaving her eyes wide with shock. Shengling struggles violently against the suppression. The sun stares him down, his voice ice cold. This ends now. In the past, he had begged and pleaded for his father to stop the violence, but the man never stopped. He only hit harder, spewing the most venomous curses imaginable. Back then, all he knew was, the hopeless begging. "Don't hit Mom anymore, I beg you, Dad." But no matter how hoarse he screamed, the cane continued to strike down without hesitation. Yue Fu was beaten until she lay curled up on the floor, motionless. In his memory, that beating happened just because they came home late without reporting to Shengling. That was all it took for him to vent his rage on her. When Yue Fu lost consciousness, Shengling turned his savage gaze toward his son. The demon inside him had been fully unleashed. Right before his eyes, his mother was beaten to the brink of death. He could only scream in helpless agony. But under that immense trauma, something snapped. He evolved twice in a single moment. His blue tier class mutated into a platinum tier warrior. Remembering that moment, he nearly loses control again. In the past timeline, he had strangled the old man with chains, his power instantly killing him. But even that couldn't bring his mother back to life. Destroying the monster brought him no joy. But in this life, he swears, "I will never be a step too late again." Explosive power surges through him, shattering the knife in Shengling's hand into pieces. Hatred practically radiated from Bai Shengling's eyes. He sneered with dripping sarcasm. "And here I thought some blind stray had lost his way. Turns out it's just you. Perfect. I can beat both you and your mother into the ground at once." With that, Bai Shengling charged forward like a raging bull. The protagonist stood his ground, calm and waiting. In a split second, he swung his blade, simultaneously activating parry to completely nullify the incoming damage. The impact sent Bai Shengling flying backward. He grunted in pain, coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood. Only then did Bai Shengling realize the weapon was his own Kunwu blade. Seeing it in the protagonist's grip, he couldn't hide his burning resentment. Zuefu watched anxiously from the side, while the summoned beast behind her began to recover. Seeing this, the protagonist immediately ordered them to protect his mother. Hearing the command, Bai Shengling realized those summoned beasts were actually summoned by him. He quickly deduced that the protagonist was a dual awakener, a warrior, and a summoner. With his twisted logic, he actually burst into proud laughter. The protagonist furrowed his brows, disgusted by this delusional attitude. After laughing, Bai Shengling aggressively stepped forward again. "But inheriting my talent isn't enough to save you. You moved out without a word, raided my safe without permission, and even shoved your own father into a closet. None of this is forgivable." His eyes were completely bloodshot with rage. Bai Shengling believed the protagonist's actions stemmed from arrogance after awakening a dual class. Blinded by fury, he recklessly charged in, disregarding everything else. Terrified, Zi Weifu tried to rush forward to warn her son, but the two summoned beasts blocked her path. On this side, the protagonist said nothing. He simply switched his power to the Ice Mage class. The sight made Bai Shengling's eyes bulge in shock as his entire body was frozen solid in an instant. Bai Shengling couldn't comprehend what was happening. Only then did the protagonist speak calmly. Dual class. No. He approached with overwhelming power. The protagonist gritted his teeth, asserting that how many classes he awakened was none of the old man's business. These words infuriated Bai Shengling to the core. He added, "Because in my eyes, you aren't worth a single penny." Hearing this, Bai Shengling went completely berserk, grinding his teeth. Bai Yi stood there, observing with a cold, expressionless face. He spoke up. "How many classes I awaken has nothing to do with you, not the you of today." The disdain in his voice made Shengling explode with indignation. Bai Yi said with contempt, "You aren't worth a cent to me." The old man roared in anger. "Fuck! What did you say?" Shengling immediately shattered the ice restraint and yelled, "I compliment you once, and you think you're all that, you just awakened. But I'm a C-rank veteran of the battlefield. It seems you've completely forgotten who the strongest person in this house really is." Bai Yi remained calm, ready to fight at any moment. Both men, faces cold as stone, charged at each other, unleashing their attacks. His eyes were filled with a resentment terrifying enough to make anyone tremble. Bai Yi unleashed an armor-breaking skill on Shengling, immediately suppressed. The old man grit out, "This damage, it can't be blocked, impossible." The sharp blade instantly wounded Shengling. Confused and furious, he cursed. "How are you doing this? You only just awakened an E-rank awakener, can't possibly have this kind of attack power." Bai Yi warned sternly, "From today on, we are no longer father and son. My mother will have nothing to do with you either. From now on, Bai Shengling, you are nothing to me." Shengling seemed to collapse, defeated in both body and spirit. Suddenly, he let out a cunning laugh, as if he were still plotting something. Shengling scolded, "Do you know who suffered out there to earn money? Who worked themselves to the bone to feed you and your mother? If you're Bai Shengling's son for one day, you're his son for life. You can never change that." Losing control of his emotions, he lunged forward, screaming, "You ungrateful, heartless wolf." Bai Yi coldly delivered a kick that sent Shengling flying. Both were heavily injured, lying exhausted on the ground. Yet, Bai Yi forced himself up and charged, ready for another clash. Shengling also sprang up, throwing a powerful punch at the boy. But Bai Yi easily dodged the attack. Enraged and wondering why his son was so fast, Shengling desperately threw another punch, but he was too slow. Bai Yi, fueled by rage, unleashed a flurry of consecutive punches. The old man was left wondering why. Shengling fell backward, blood splattering everywhere, his mind still racing. "I am a C-rank." Bai Yi grabbed him by the hair and spoke. "Did you not hear a word I said?" With a gaze sharp as ice, he declared, "You never were a match for me." Bai Yi gritted his teeth, repeating, "You were never my opponent. For over 10 years, you abused us time and again. You used violence to prove your status at home only because you were too cowardly to face those stronger than you outside. You are nothing but a weak, useless piece of trash, a pathetic waste of space. You don't even deserve to be called a man." With a surge of fury, Bai Yi slams his father's face into the dirt, pinning him down with raw power. His mother covers her mouth, tears welling up. She can't believe he's actually protecting her. Shengling starts begging, "Xiao Yi, please," but his eyes remain cold, showing zero remorse. "Oh, wait, hold on, Xiao Yi. Listen, I raised you, didn't I? No matter what happens, we're still family. You have to care about that, right?" Hearing those words only fuels the fire in Bai Yi's eyes. He yanks the old man's head up, forcing eye contact. "Family," Bai Yi screams in his face. "Did you care about family when you were beating me to a pulp? I was 7 years old. You twisted my ear just like this. You slammed my head into the wall over and over. I begged you. Dad, please, stop hitting me." "Dad, I'm sorry," I cried, "but it didn't matter how much I begged. You tore my ear open with your bare hands and you still didn't stop." "Us and Mom, how many times did you beat her since the day I was born? Has a single month gone by where she didn't end up in the hospital? Food tastes bad. You beat her. She disobeys you. You beat her. Had a bad day. You come home and beat us. As long as you were around, we never had one single day of peace." Furious, he smashes his father's head into the ground again. Bai Yi stands up, looking down with disgust. "And now you want to talk about family. You think you deserve a family." The old man trembles, too weak to rise. He struggles to his knees, his voice shaking violently. I'm sorry. Dad was wrong. I promise. I'll never do it again." Dad really means it. He grits his teeth, eyes wide with desperation. I'm sorry, I was wrong. But Bai Yi isn't swayed by cheap words. The memories only make his blood boil hotter. This is exactly what you did last time. You realized you couldn't beat me, so you started crying and begging for forgiveness. But the moment I thought you'd actually changed, you grabbed a knife and tried to stab me. Bai Yi's rage peaks, his blood pressure spiking as veins bulge across his skin. He snarls. A butcher never puts down his knife willingly. An alarm starts beeping incessantly. Shangling watches in terror, sensing the lethal shift in his son's aura. His energy levels are critical, the system alarm blaring. Bai Yi raises his sword, poised for the kill. First form Pure Land. Evolving. Second form Judgment. Seeing this, his mother reaches out in panic to stop him. Xiao Yida, she cries, but he swings the blade, his voice cold. Trying to make a sinner repent is useless. It's better to ensure he never has the chance to sin again. The second form Judgment slashed tears through the air with majestic, terrifying power, blasting his father's body into a bloody mess. Paralyzed and broken, the old man screams, "Oh, my hand tendons." His voice fades to a pathetic whimper. Calm down, Xiao Yi. Don't kill me. We're father and son. But Bai Yi's expression remains icy, completely unmoved. He extends a hand, casting an ice-type skill. Instantly, a layer of frost clamps over Shengling's mouth, silencing him. Bai Yi raises his sword for the final blow, seething. You died by my hand in my past life. Killing you again won't make a difference. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air, freezing him in place. Xiao Yi, that's enough. Xiao Yi, he whips his head around. Who is that? A woman's voice. Then Bai Yi realizes it's Ye Wuming's ability. Is he projecting Mom's voice directly into my mind? Yu Fu reaches out, her eyes pleading. Xiao Yi, don't become a monster like him. He's already lost everything that gave him pride. Living every remaining day in regret and misery. That is the greatest punishment you can give him. He hesitates, his rage wavering. Mom, but I... Her face is filled with sorrow. I don't want to see you turn into another version of him. I don't want your future to be consumed by darkness. Bai Yi flashes back to his past life sitting behind bars, staring at the world he lost. Her words snap him back to reality. I understand, Mom. I won't kill him. But he will never come near us again. Bai Yi grips his sword tight, shifting into a stance from his past life. He unleashes Judgment Cross Slash, an X-shaped blast of energy. Second form Judgment. This technique is used on dying enemies, discharging all accumulated power to permanently cripple any opponent of equal or lower rank and strip them of their mana forever. His gaze is razor sharp as he watches the strike. Sona slam into his father. The devastating impact shatters the man's core, obliterating his awakening powers instantly. Bai Yi points his blade at the broken man. Bai Shengling, I have destroyed your awakening. From this day forward, you are no longer a hunter. Get out of this city by tomorrow. Stay away from my mother forever. He walks back to his mother, tossing a final threat over his shoulder. I've had Ye Wuming memorize your scent. If you come within 3 kilometers of my mother, I don't care if I rot in a hunter's prison for the rest of my life, I will hunt you down and slaughter you without mercy. The ice covering Shengling's mouth finally melts away. Battered and exhausted, he wheezes. I understand. He lies paralyzed in the dirt, staring up at the dark sky where thousands of stars shine like a galaxy above his ruin. Night fully settles in, with only a few lights still flickering in the apartment complex. Bai Yi commands his summons the flower type, Ye Wuming, and the shadowy Qi Wuming, heal my mother. Qi Wuming replies, don't worry, he didn't lay a finger on mother. Bai Yi rushes over and kneels beside Yue Fu. Thank God I made it in time, otherwise... She smiles softly, interrupting him. Didn't they already tell you I'm fine? Yue Fu smiled gently. Mom is fine. She tenderly rubbed Bai Yi's head. Seeing his helpless expression, that won't do. In the future, you must find a way to obtain a jade stone. Suddenly, Bai Yi looked utterly panicked. Seeing this, Yue Fu froze in surprise. Just now, he had leaned close to her face and asked, Mom, you spoke? She replied, confused. I spoke. Bai Yi smiled like a fool. This wasn't telepathy, it was her actual voice. Yue Fu held her face, unable to believe it herself. How can I speak? Ye Wuming interjected. Mom's language center was glitching. It was just mild nerve damage from shock. I can fix it. A few days later, Chi Wuming's voice spoke to Bai Yi. Master, can you really not stay? Your mother and friends are here. If you were willing to let go. He fell into thought. I've paid the rent in full. Once I gather enough money, I'll buy that house. I also prepared a new jade pendant for Mom. If danger strikes, I'll arrive instantly. But for the rest of the time... Hearing this, the two spirits teared up, reluctant to part. Bai Yi turned to them. I'm counting on you guys to take good care of Mom. Later, Ye Wuming and Chi Wuming were busy helping Yuefu cook in the kitchen. Bai Yi told himself, Mom knows I have to go cultivate, but she doesn't know that inside. I am no longer the me she remembers. I carry a hatred I must face. Now that I have the ticket to the Shenhe Kingdom, he is there. This is my best chance. The enemy Bai Yi had been searching for all this time, the mysterious man in the mask. Holding the cultivation journey invitation from the Divine Union headquarters, he muttered, I can reach the Shenhe Kingdom earlier than in my past life. I don't know if I'll succeed, or if I'll even survive to return. Maybe this is a one-way ticket, but I must board this train. Bai Yi was currently walking with Yue Fu when she suddenly spoke up. Oh, I almost forgot the time. He was surprised. What time today is June 25th, 2005? Yue Fu turned to him with a bright smile. The time for blessings tonight is the full moon, the first 15th of the summer break. The Grand Mage of the Hessian Temple is returning to Chushi District. Bai Yi thought to himself, I forgot Mom is a devout believer of the Flower God sect. Mom didn't ask, and I haven't told her that tomorrow is my departure day. This is better. I'll just leave quietly. I'm terrible at face-to-face goodbyes anyway. Meanwhile, the bespectacled kid was lying in a hospital bed. The doctor said the surgery went very smoothly, just a minimally invasive procedure, but he needs to rest for a few days. Luckily, your son discovered the issue in time. His father joyfully grasped the doctor's hand. Thank you, divine doctor. You saved my son. His mother cried out, Lie still for Mom. Don't you dare move or squirm. The glasses kid looked helpless. Didn't the doctor say it was just a minor surgery? She looked at him with tender ferocity. Surgery is surgery. Big or small, you are not moving an inch. He thought to himself. They forced me into surgery today. Tomorrow, Bai Yi leaves for the Shenhe Kingdom. Like this, I can't go see him off. I don't know if I'll ever get the chance to see him again. The next day, the cultivation journey departure, 12:30 p.m., June 26, 2005, at Shenhe train station. Chi-Yin's mother's voice could be heard instructing her. You must take good care of yourself there. Remember to call Mom, and if you see Dad, tell him to stop staying up late. Kong Kong, come give Mom a kiss. The girl blushed red with embarrassment. Okay, Mom. Seeing this, a friend looked a bit annoyed. Geez, you guys go home already. We're just going on a tour. We'll be back in half a month. Don't act like it's life or death. After that, the group of friends waved goodbye to their families. Everyone had family there to send them off. Only Bai Yi remained isolated, standing alone in a corner from the very beginning. His face darkened as he stood in silence. Miss Huang approached him and asked, Why are you here alone? Your parents didn't come to see you off. He dodged the question, replying coldly, The train is coming. She looked surprised. Have you always been this independent? Bai Yi's eyes held a trace of disappointment. He thought, independent. That's right. Moments later, the train began pulling into the station. He whispered, I'm used to being alone. At that moment, Bai Yi's mind drifted to the past. When he was a child, his mother had been in a terrible accident. Back then, Bai Yi had cried uncontrollably. Mom. Mom, wake up. Mom. His relatives had whispered, Did you hear? Lin Lu is gone. Lung cancer. They didn't even finish the surgery. Friends around him had said, Hurry back, Dongyang can never return. Even his master had abandoned Bai Yi and left. He remembered screaming in agony back then. And Luo Luxian, not just them, even his teammates. Bai Yi thought, I'm used to it. One by one. They all abandoned me. My life has been nothing but a series of partings. I've long since gotten used to it. I calmly accept losing everything. The train had arrived. Miss Huang turned to announce, The train is in. Everyone get ready to board. Bai Yi stood before the carriage, his gaze pensive. Just as he was about to step forward, someone called out from behind, "Bai Yi." The voice made him flinch, his eyes snapping wide open. Bai Yi glanced back, thinking, I'm still not used to this. The feeling of starting over from scratch. Behind him, UFU and two friends were calling out his name. Freckles hollered, "You have no idea Linlu's parents have him on total lockdown. If this brat hadn't threatened to off himself just to sneak out, I would have been here to find you this morning." Bai Yi turned to Linlu. "You need rest. How are you even walking?" Glasses adjusted his frames, grinning. "Relax, I'm fit as a fiddle now. You're the one leaving. Make sure you take care of yourself out there." Freckles shoved a box forward. "Didn't have time to shop, so I grabbed some clothes and snacks." Bai Yi shook his head. "No way. You guys already got me a birthday gift." Freckles pouted. "Shut up and take it, will ya?" Just then, Chien approached the group. Yufu handed him a bracelet. "I prayed for this. It's from the Flower God Temple. Very powerful." She took his hand and slid it onto his wrist. Her face lit up with a warm smile. "I just hope this keeps my boy safe." Bai Yi's heart sank. "So Mom went all the way to the temple for me. Does she know I won't be back for a long time?" Behind them, Ms. Huang called out, "Hurry up and board. The train is leaving. Your cultivation journey officially begins now." Everyone watched Bai Yi step onto the train. He thought, it's true. Sitting in his seat, a content smile touched his lips. In just 1 month back, I've changed so much. He looked out the window. Ha Ming, Lin Lu, and Mom standing outside the U.S. state were waving frantically. "Little Yi, make sure you eat properly out there." Freckles and Glasses waved their goodbyes. "See ya, send us photos when you get there." Bai Yi waved back, internalizing the moment. "My closest family and friends. Their destinies have already shifted. There are people waiting for me back home." He clenched his fist on the table. "Just wait. Once I settle everything, I'll be back." Far away, atop a skyscraper, Zhangjiang watched the train depart. His voice was low. He boarded safely. He'll reach the Sacred River Kingdom soon. The package has been delivered. Zhangjiang paused. "Any further instructions?" The system replied, "No. From here on out, it's all up to him." Inside the train, Bai Yi was already engrossed in a newspaper. "Ms. Huang spoke up. "The dean and the captain took an earlier train. They're handling the sea crossing paperwork. We'll reach the Zhang Kingdom border soon. Directly across lies the Sacred River Kingdom. This cultivation journey officially starts now. Processing entry into the Sacred River Kingdom takes a full day. Per tradition, we'll camp at the border tonight and conduct an outdoor field training session first." Sitting a few rows back, Zeeling's face darkened. He stared at Bai Yi, a sinister grin creeping across his face. "Bai Yi, just you wait. I've got a hell of a show planned for you at tonight's training." As the train rumbled on, Ms. Huang announced their approach to the Sacred River Kingdom. She began her briefing. "As you all know, God created our world and continues to protect us. The Divine Family holds supreme authority. The Sacred River Kingdom ahead is the residence of the two deities and their kin. Therefore, once we cross over, you must strictly obey their laws. Do not cause trouble. Entering from the Zhang Kingdom requires passing through 3 checkpoints." Ms. Huang handed a letter to Bai Yi. "We've cleared the first gate. Just being on this train requires an invitation and a pass from the Sacred River Kingdom." As they pulled into the next stop, she announced, "The second checkpoint is right here. At the border, everyone must register their data and undergo a comprehensive security scan. Verification takes 24 hours. We won't be cleared for entry until tomorrow. So, we spend the night here." The train hissed to a halt at the Zhang Kingdom border. It was June 27th, 2005. The morning combat drill began. The group gathered at the desolate coastal border of the Zhang Kingdom, the wasteland sector. Qian looked Bai Yi up and down. "Hey, that new gear makes you look like a real grown-up." In the distance, Tutu gasped. "Ah, that's him, the guy who rejected the Supreme Academy." Xiaowen stepped closer. "He's actually kinda cute." Tutu waved cheerfully. "Hey, you're Bai Yi, right? I heard you set the highest record in history for the preliminary combat exam." Xiaowen leaned in. "Mind if we tag along with you later?" Bai Yi held up a hand. "No." The girls froze for a second, then burst into giggles. Even his rejection is adorable. Bai Yi ignored them, scanning the area. The beasts in this wasteland are too weak. They're useless for leveling up my class. Once you hit C rank, leveling up becomes a nightmare. Unless... Suddenly, Jang Jun strode up from behind, booming with laughter. I took the #1 spot back in my day too. But beating up sealed monsters in a school exam is child's play. Real beasts out here. That's a whole different ballgame. So, only through this live combat training can we truly see what someone is made of. Xia Wen chuckled. Jang Jun, take me with you later, okay? Tutu chimed in from the side. Me too. Jang Jun laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, I've got you all covered. Just then, Ms. Huang called everyone over. Everyone qualified for this expedition represents the absolute elite of our school. Although this has been emphasized many times on the train, I still thought I need to repeat it one more time. During combat training, you must remember this. 1. Training is strictly within the designated area. Do not stray too far. 2. Avoid acting alone at all costs. If you encounter a monster, know your limits. Before she could finish, Jang Jun was already dragging Xia Wen and Tutu away, shouting as he ran. Hassan. Rule 3. Be back at camp before 8 p.m. We know. The other students burst out laughing, but Ziling stood silently, his face darkening. Moments later, he gripped his backpack tight, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Meanwhile, back in the St. River Kingdom, a voice rang out. Captain, you've returned. A subordinate bowed. The hunting tournament is about to begin, and the captain of the Shannon squad has been waiting for you. Someone whispered to Onluo, is this the privilege of the Supreme Commander traveling with the captain without passing through any checkpoints? Hongbing frowned and barked. Go straight to the squad and wait for me. Yes, sir. Gang Sheng looked frightened, but obeyed immediately. Meanwhile, in the wilderness area, Jang Jun used his power to slash down a green lizard. Xie Wen and Tutu cheered. No wonder you're a red C-rank professional. That was so cool. The system notification popped up. Successfully killed E-rank giant lizard. Jang Jun replied smugly, not bad, just standard performance. On the other side, Bai Yi checked his system, thinking, I've finally leveled all 3 of my classes to rank C. The system displayed Cloud Mage level 21, rank C, Spirit and Element burst active. Core Warrior level 22, rank C, Steel Body, strength triple that of a normal human. Flame Summoner level 21, rank C, burning power increases with level. After defeating fire-type monsters, you can form a soul contract. Forced Obedience, contract capacity increases with level, and at higher stages, you can contract other elemental monsters, depending on spiritual power. Bai Yi thought, I've been stuck here for over 10 days. To gain experience, I need to kill monsters at or above my level, but the beasts I can find in the Zhang Country dungeons are only D rank at best. Scattered across this wasteland are low-level mobs that even the guilds ignore. The wilderness is divided into different tiers. He mused, killing lower-level monsters gives me practically 0 benefits. Suddenly, a D-rank 8-legged spider attacked Jang Jun, making him scream in terror. Whoa, Xia Wen gasped. That spider looks vicious. Tutu screamed. We can't handle a monster of this level. Poisoned. Jang Jun turned back and shouted, hurry up and help me detox. This is a full D-rank creature, unsealed and wild. The monster suddenly turned and charged straight at Bai Yi. Everyone panicked. Kid, look out. As the beast pounced towards him, they yelled again, watch out, it's coming right for you. Without hesitation, he unleashed a single sword strike. The spider was instantly defeated. Everyone watched in awe as the rewards popped up. Successfully killed 8-legged spider, experience +2, obtained poison spider leg. He immediately tossed the spider leg aside. Even the drops are mostly low-grade trash, just wasting inventory space. All the high-level monsters are controlled by the divine guilds. That's why they say the gap between rank C and rank B is like heaven and earth. With that, Bai Yi walked away. Xia Wen called out, you don't want this D-rank poison leg. He just waved his hand, signaling he didn't care. I remember hearing they dug up some high-level magic crystals behind the St. River border wilderness. If I explore deeper, I might find some useful materials. His eyes hardened with determination as he moved forward. 7:58 p.m. Deep in the wilderness forest, the sky had turned pitch black, speckled with twinkling stars. Bai Yi pondered, I found quite a few magic crystals, but this is strange. These crystals usually hold massive energy and form in dungeons or places swarming with beasts. He picked up an item, intact drained magic crystal. But the mana in these crystals is completely dried up, why? And it looks like they were drained just recently. Surrounded by drained crystals, Bai Yi stood up and looked at the trees ahead. They looked the same as if all their nutrients had been sucked dry. What kind of beast can extract energy from the environment this fast? Could a D-rank monster even possess this kind of power? A waterfall crashed down in front of him. Bai Yi whispered, "Dead end." Suddenly, he spotted something on the ground. Bending down, he saw a broken glass vial containing a strange blue liquid. Bai Yi studied the inscription on the bottle cap. Judging by this, the scene had shifted. It was now 8 p.m. at the campsite. The nightly campfire was in full swing. Everyone was celebrating, roasting food and laughing around the roaring flames. Two students stood nearby, eyes wide. "Ms. Huang, you actually took down all those D-rank monsters by yourself." Ms. Huang handed them a freshly grilled skewer, smiling. "Combat training is a simulation of the wild. Scavenging for food is a crucial part of survival out here. You've all been fighting hard all day. I bet a hot meal is the only thing on your minds right now." Xiaoho crossed his arms, scoffing. Some cultivation trip, and they didn't even prepare food. Talk about stingy. Manhwa smirked in agreement. Is this stuff even edible? But Qi Yin and Ms. Huang ignored them, happily digging in. The teacher scanned the group. Everyone was there, except for Bai Yi and Shu Lang. Ms. Huang glanced at the pile of food. "I'll save some for those two." Qi Yin leaned in, curious. "I thought you only taught theory, Ms. Huang. I had no idea you were such a beast in actual combat." The teacher chuckled, embarrassed. "Oh, stop. I'm not that good. Truth is, before I became a teacher, my dream was to join a guild. Or maybe even become a cleric." Her smile faded into a sigh. "Too bad my aptitude wasn't enough. I couldn't even qualify for the entrance exams." She leaned close to Qi Yin, whispering conspiratorially, "Between us, this is actually my first time in the Sacred River Kingdom. I really need to thank you kids. If it wasn't for you and Bai Yi, I never would have had the chance to visit the holy land of my dreams." Qi Yin beamed. "Ms. Huang, in that case, you should..." Suddenly, a chill ran down her spine. Something was wrong. A sharp spike glowing with blue energy hurtled straight toward Qi Yin. Ms. Huang saw it instantly. She shoved Qi Yin aside and threw herself in the path of the blow. It was a monster's limb. The spike impaled her chest, spraying hot blood all over Qi Yin's shocked face. "Ms. Huang!" Qi Yin screamed. The students froze, minds racing. What is that thing?" Elsewhere, Bai Yi was sprinting, pushing his speed to the limit. "I have to warn them. We need to evacuate immediately." He sensed a terrifyingly dangerous presence ahead. "Ms. Huang gasped, choking on blood. "Run. Find the nearest guild. Go." A massive shadow loomed over them. "Nutrients. I need nutrients." It was a B-rank demon beast, the corpse wolf spider. Intelligent, highly lethal. Origin: the Purple Wind Industrial Laboratory. Warning: if encountered, flee immediately and contact the Divine Guild. Flashback to earlier that morning. A figure stood in the desolate wasteland, mind twisted with dark thoughts. "Bai Yi, ever since you showed up, you've stolen everything." Shu Lang's face twisted into a hideous scowl. "All the attention. It's all yours." In his hand, he clutched a vial containing a level 8 corpse wolf spider, a catastrophic danger. Yet, he stood there, arrogant and blind. He smashed the vial on the ground. A horrific, insect-like creature crawled out. "Go on," he whispered. "Feast. Absorb all the nutrients you want." A cruel grin spread across his face. "I'll wait until you're all beaten and broken. Then I'll step in. Everyone will see who the real savior is." And back in the present, Bai Yi arrived at the camp, his eyes wide with horror. How is this possible? He stared in disbelief. It hasn't even been a day. That thing evolved way too fast. He gripped his bow tight. In the distance, the colossal silhouette of the monster towered over the camp. The corpse wolf, spider snarled, its face a mask of nightmare fuel. It had already taken out Ms. Huang, leaving the students paralyzed with terror. Bai Yi charged forward. I fought an S-rank version of this in my past life. Even after I ascended, it took everything I had to kill it. Offense, defense, stealth. It's a perfect killing machine. Bai Yi grit his teeth. The strongest people here are only C rank. Against a B rank monster like this, they're dead meat. If I don't go all out right now, I can't stop it. He locked eyes on the beast. But if I use my full power, everyone will know I have dual classes. That kind of attention, it might draw the gaze of the gods. The corpse wolf. Spider didn't wait. In a blink, it thrashed the remaining students, leaving them scattered on the dirt. Bai Yi's gaze fell on Ms. Huang, lying motionless in a pool of blood. Its attacks caused paralysis. Ms. Huang's wound was gushing, her life fading fast. She could barely move her eyes, watching the giant spider loom over her helpless students. What do I do? Suddenly, the beast locked onto Qian. Its eyes glowed with hunger. Nutrients. Delicious nutrients. Qian froze, terror seizing her heart. The monster stalked toward her, red eyes wide with gluttony. Ms. Huang forced her trembling body to move. Get away from my student. The spider paused, drool dripping from its fangs. It seemed surprised. Then it turned away from Qian and marched straight back to Ms. Huang. It unhinged its massive jaw. Fine. I'll start with you. It lunged down, ready to swallow the teacher whole. But suddenly panic, the monster shrieked, thrashing violently as if something terrifying had just grabbed it. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Ms. Huang, his body cloaked in a faint layer of blue energy. She was struck with a mix of shock and panic. Ms. Huang, covered in blood, clutched her wounded stomach with one hand, staring at the person before her. Bai Yi gulped, his throat dry. He caught the berserk monster with his bare hands. Bai Yi unleashed a technique, slicing parts of its body. The monster's eyes bulged, radiating a suffocating aura. He stood firm, shielding her with his sword. Bai Yi analyzed quickly. A C-rank warrior's attack power was still a bit lacking against this thing. System, switch class Cloud Mage. Frowning, he decided to control it first. Bai Yi lunged forward as his weapon transformed. Status window frost explosion. A crowd control skill. He fired a barrage of ice shards, freezing everything in sight. Instantly, the monster was encased in ice by his power. Everyone around could only stare at Bai Yi, dumbfounded. Mr. Du covered his mouth in awe. He never expected that boy to freeze a B-rank monster. Shaowen chimed in. Wait, isn't he a core warrior? Chen Manyuan pointed a trembling finger. Is he a dual class holder? Bai Yi thought. Even if I expose myself, there's no choice. I can't just watch them die here. Ms. Huang called out worriedly. Bai Yi, are you all right? Suddenly, cracks appeared on the ice, followed by a deafening boom. The monster inside glared at him, furious. Just you wait. This isn't over. Then, a terrifying scene unfolded as the beast struggled with all its might. Finally, the ice seal shattered into tiny fragments. Panic erupted. It disappeared. Is it dead? Bai Yi cut them off. It's not over yet. I wounded it, so it's hiding for now. But it might come back. My current strength isn't enough to kill it. We need to retreat immediately, she ordered. You kids go first. I have to stay here. Qian asked. Why, Ms. Huang's voice left him helpless. Ziling isn't here yet. I brought this many students out. I must bring the same number back. We agreed to meet here at 8 o'clock. If he comes and sees no one. Bai Yi held up an item, realizing this monster was released by him. Flashback. A masked figure spoke. Breakfast today is spicy wontons. Shaolin cheered. My favorite. Did you add lots of chili? Bai Yi added. I want another bowl. And Li chuckled. Captain, you eat so fast. The masked figure tilted his head. Captain, watch your diet. If you get fat, NLA won't like you anymore. And Li frowned, pouting. That's not true. Suddenly, Bai Yi's body went stiff. He couldn't move a muscle. The masked figure walked slowly through the gloomy forest. A hot bowl of noodles. For the past month, breakfast has been mixed with paralysis powder. To kill strong fighters like you, I had to be thorough. Present, in Bai Yi's hand was a broken object. This monster was released by him. Clearly printed on the shell of the canister were specific words. Qi-yin's eyes went wide. Zifeng Industries. That belongs to Principal Zi Qingyun's family. It's currently managed by Ziling's father. Bai Yi held out the canister. Their lab specializes in magical beasts. They use special jars to store them in shrunken forms. I found this broken shard deep in the forest. Except for people from the Zifeng family. No one has the chance to touch this. Ziling, watching secretly from a distance, clenched his fist and punched a large tree. Ziling thought furiously. If I'd known, I would have thrown that jar into the river. Bai Yi, it's you again. Again. It's all your fault. His eyes rolled back in rage. Every time, it's always you. The crowd buzzed with confusion. Why would he do that? Why would he want to hurt us? Ziling glared. He should be thrown in prison. Someone whispered. Maybe it wasn't him. Then why doesn't he show himself? His pupils seemed to lose all control. Ms. Huang felt a sudden, sharp pain in her chest. No matter what, you all must go. Take this wireless distress signal. Once you find a signal, Qi-yin's face turned pale as he stammered. Just as Ms. Huang finished speaking, a powerful beam of light silently attacked. What was that? Bai Yi glared in the direction of the shot. Qi-yin's palm was dripping blood. Qi-yin, are you okay? Who fired that? The radio was destroyed, the signal dead. Qi-yin's hand bled profusely, the pain unrelenting. Bai Yi's face twisted in pure fury. Suddenly, an object was thrown out, spewing green smoke everywhere. What is this? The green smoke sent them into a fit of violent coughing. Someone covered their nose, grimacing. This fog. It smells like paralysis powder. A figure walked slowly towards them. Who's there? Bai Yi's entire body began to glow. Behind the mask, Ziling trembled. No. It's all Bai Yi's fault. You made everyone know it was me. You're the one trapping everyone here. Everyone panicked as the light intensified before their eyes. Ziling. His body was enveloped in a blazing red aura. Do you plan? Bai Yi gritted his teeth. To send us all to our deaths. The green smoke continues to swallow the entire area. Zhang Xiaohao's face turns pitch black. What is hidden in this fog? My body feels so heavy. I think I'm going to, He collapses right in front of Zhao Manyan. It is paralysis powder grade B, specifically designed for magical beasts. The bottle bears the label Zifeng Industries. Ziling stares at them from behind his mask. Why use this on us? His eyes begin to twitch uncontrollably. Exactly. This was meant for that stupid monster I was supposed to rush in and save you all. Bai Yi struggles to keep his footing. This is all that gutter rat's fault. Ziling draws his bow. Every time it's always you ruining everything. He and Bai Yi face off in the mist. Ms. Huang calls out, Ziling, it's not too late to stop. Her voice trembles. Don't make another mistake. You didn't mean to let the monster out, right? You didn't mean to put everyone in danger, did you? Ziling shouts back. No, it's too late now. Nothing can be saved. Don't lie to me. Ms. Huang thinks to herself, I can't move at all. Is grade B powder really this potent? At this rate, I'll pass out too. Suddenly, a golden blade stabs straight into a thigh. Ms. Huang freezes in shock. Ms. Huang, he's right. What he's done is already unforgivable. She stares at him, hesitantly calling Bai Yi's name. His voice drops low. No matter how wronged you feel. No matter what twisted excuse you have, As he speaks, Ziling releases the bowstring. The masked figure's eyes glow red as he points a trembling finger forward. Bai Yi roars, how can you point your weapon at your own people? His blade flares with light, slashing through the arrow. In an instant, Bai Yi closes the distance to Ziling. Bai Yi's eyes go dark, blood spraying into the air. He slashes Ziling without a shred of hesitation. The mask splits and falls from his face, accompanied by blood. Bai Yi stares daggers, whispering, traitors can never be forgiven. Bai Yi mercilessly severs Ziling's arm. Absolutely unforgivable. Ziling screams in agony. It hurts, you lunatic. It's all your fault. This is all because of you. The golden blade drips with blood. Bai Yi speaks grimly. So that's why you've been hiding here, isn't it? Ziling looks dazed, watching the catastrophe unfold, the disaster he caused, now spiraling beyond repair. In the past, Ziling just stood there and watched. Everyone fought the monsters with everything they had, while he stood frozen like a coward, letting the beast attack his people. Tears finally streamed down Ziling's face. I was scared. I was afraid I couldn't beat it. Let me explain. Bai Yi slashes him again with a stone-cold face. Ziling's eyes roll back, hands covering his mouth. Bai Yi looms over him. You point the sword. You pay the price. Ziling looks at Bai Yi, trembling. You crazy bastard. He sobs uncontrollably. He's the real monster. He's actually going to kill me. Blood pours from his mouth. Bai Yi raises his sword high, expressionless. System notification, dual judgment, activated on near-death enemy, absorbs all stored energy, cripples enemy of equal or lower level, steals magic power. Ziling's body is slashed repeatedly, racked with agonizing pain. Bai Yi stands his ground, swinging the blade without mercy. System alert crippled. Awakening ability lost. Ziling gasps peace for air. Help, he wails piteously. Someone save me. Bai Yi's eyes remain cold. He pauses, his sword humming, as he glances toward the teacher's voice. Suddenly, a corpse wolf spider emerges from the mist. Bai Yi frowns. That beast is moving again. Bai Yi's allies lie unconscious at the spider's feet. He grits his teeth and curses. Damn it, the paralysis powder is slowing me down. Even at full strength, I might not win now. But there's no other way. I'm the only one left who can save them. A golden light pierces the darkness, suddenly growing intense. Bai Yi freezes, watching the golden glow slowly envelop his entire body. His feet plant firmly on the ground. The corpse wolf spider is slashed by the light, reeling from the wound. Ms. Huang sits up, looking at the newcomer. And Luo, you came just in time. Golden assassin. And Luo, this monster isn't easy to handle alone. She turns to ask, can you still fight? Anlo's attitude gives Bai Yi pause. Everyone slowly gets up to face the corpse wolf spider. The beast just stands there, staring at them. Suddenly, the spider's body blurs and vanishes, and Luo frowns. It disappeared. Bai Yi answers, that thing has camouflage abilities. It hid right after I landed a hit. Bai Yi grimaces, gritting his teeth as he looks ahead. Blood starts trickling down his thigh, and Luo silently observes his leg. He crouched low. The paralysis powder had kicked in. They'd all be out cold for a while. Everyone was lying unconscious on the ground. Didn't think you'd last this long. Saying that, and Luo tossed something over to Bai Yi. He caught the vial. I only brought one recovery potion. You use it first. The guild is moving too slow. No idea when they'll get here. And Luo, the C-rank electric assassin, grumbled. Bai Yi hesitated before replying. It's still here, and it's absorbing energy. Suddenly, something sharp pierced through the green smoke. A black spike shot straight toward Bai Yi's neck. A system notification popped up. Parry. Use weapon to block damage. Nullify 50% or more. Timing is key. Anlo moved fast, launching a silent ambush from behind. The Blade Wolf instinctively whipped its head around, looking confused for a split second. Then, rage took over. It let out a roar, its legs stomping down, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Anlo looked grim. I didn't expect it to recover that fast. Hey, you still haven't answered me. Well, can you still fight? Bai Yi smirked. Of course I can. Let's show it some teamwork. Bai Yi and Anlo stood facing the monster, a giant, mantis-like beast looming in the swirling dust. Bai Yi smiled faintly, glancing at Anluo. Your attacks and reactions are excellent, but remember, you're still a student. Safety comes first. Anlu scoffed. You say that like you're not a student yourself. Well, the monster stomped its claw in fury, screeching. Damn it! Its eyes glowed crimson. Seeing this, Bai Yi gripped his weapon and charged instantly, shouting, Let's go together. He swung his blade with full force, aiming for the beast's torso. Suddenly, he sensed something off. Clang Bai Yi's sword was violently deflected by the massive claw. The impact was so heavy it sent him flying back. Golden lightning crackled around Anluo as she dashed forward. I've got this. She slashed decisively at the monster's face, but shock washed over her. Her blade barely left a scratch. Impossible. I can't break through, she thought. Seeing the danger, Bai Yi panicked and screamed. And Luo, The monster instantly launched a counterattack. She took the hit, thrown backward, touching the wound on her neck. She frowned. This is bad. His attacks are poisonous. Bai Yi instantly used Flash Step to appear right in front of Anluo, raising his sword to block the monster's follow-up strike. He calculated rapidly. Its defense has reached the level of a peak B-rank warrior. Even in Luo's high-burst attack couldn't scratch it. Seeing them struggle, the monster sneered with a mocking laugh. You're all gonna die here. Bai Yi thought. No, that's not all. It's constantly sucking up nutrients from the environment. It's getting stronger by the second, both in power and intelligence. It's evolving. At this rate, we won't last until the guild arrives. Our current power is capped, and Luo is injured. I have to break its defense, and I have to do it now. Bai Yi stood tall, his expression serious, eyes burning with resolve. His mind flashed back to the past. He remembered asking, when we face an enemy that matches or exceeds our strength, and we're stuck in a stalemate, what do? Solane had answered instantly. We retreat. But Anluo had countered. The Divine Legion has no option to retreat. Bai Yi had smiled. That brings us to the mouse bait strategy we're discussing today. First, I'll attack the enemy with everything I have. I'll draw all his firepower onto myself. Once the enemy is baited, I'll focus entirely on a defensive battle to stall him. Back in the present, Bai Yi sprinted toward the monster, gripping his weapon tight. He launched himself forward, eyes fierce. Just have to wait for the right moment. Anluo quickly teleported behind the beast. Bai Yi saw her and panicked. No, Anluo, don't attack. Hold your position and charge your energy. She froze, stunned by the order. Is he planning to face it alone? No. That's suicidal. Even if he's talented, he's just a green C rank warrior. Just a student. I'm the one with the gold rank class. Her eyes widened in terror. But why? Why does it feel like he's the real leader here? Bai Yi charged the monster head on, absolutely fearless. He slashed with lethal precision, but the beast swiped his sword away with terrifying force. Horror washed over Anluo's face. The monster drove its claw straight through Bai Yi's chest. Bai Yi, she screamed. Bai Yi gritted his teeth, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He channeled his internal energy and threw up a hand, signaling her to stay back. She stared, dumbfounded. He's telling me not to move? Why unless? She quickly drew her lightning sword, eyes locked on the two of them. Seeing him motionless, the monster laughed triumphantly. Haha, is that all you humans have got? The final course opens its mouth right behind him, ready to turn him into nutrients. Bai Yi has been counting down the seconds it is time. He roars, using every ounce of strength to pry the maw open. He screams, locking his grip tight around the monster's claws. On Luo, now, she receives the signal, channeling the flash lightning current through her veins, boosting her speed 10,000 times. She realized all the beast's previous wounds only appeared while it was distracted eating other people. That means while it is devouring prey, its defense hits rock bottom. The core of the rat trap plan, wait for the enemy to expose its weak point, then let the exterminator strike, and Luo drives her electric blade straight into the monster's heart. A critical hit to a vital point triggers the paralysis effect. Her mind screams one command, obliterate the target instantly. Caught off guard, the beast shudders violently. Total paralysis locks its body. The heart strike has shattered its defenses completely. Bai Yi drops to the ground, a savage grin spreading across his face. Time for the grand finale. The wolf corpse. Spider is paralyzed, and Luo winces in pain, struggling to speak. My crowd control only lasts a few seconds. If it triggers a skill again, hey. Suddenly, Bai Yi stands up, cutting her off sharp. That is enough. This time, I am not letting it escape. He straightens his back, mana exploding outward, eyes locked forward with cold determination. He grips his weapon and shifts, forms Cloud Element Mage. Instantly, Bai Yi slashes a wave of frost at the spider, encasing it in a block of solid ice. Nearby, and Luo's eyes go wide in shock. You mastered a dual class. He answers with nothing but an arrogant smirk. Mana shifting again. Transformation Core Warrior. Bai Yi returns, his aura icy and murderous. The power accumulated from all that damage and exhaustion, it is finally enough. In a blur, he unleashes a sword beam, driving the skill Pure Land Strike straight into the frozen spider. Wolf Corpse spider blood rains down like a storm. The system alarm blares. Target defeated. Wolf Corpse spider. Character level up 22, gain 10,100 experience, 300 elemental essence, obtained B rank armor material, blue orchid plating. He activates a self-healing ability, thinking, just as I thought, I need to slaughter high-level monsters to get any decent experience. Anlu walks over, still reeling from shock. There are barely any geniuses in the world who can master dual elements. But you, awakening multiple classes at this age, it is absolutely unheard of. Bai Yi ignores her praise, glancing at a system panel, class switch, undead summoner. A bizarre, ominous energy floods the air, making Luo flinch. Bai Yi strokes his chin, calculating. After upgrading to C rank, I can contract 6 demon beasts. I have 4 slots left. He reaches out, hand hovering over the withered corpse of the wolf corpse spider. You, get over here. Skill details flash. Contract defeated monster souls. Current contracts 2 out of 6. The spider's body trembles. Success. Obtained E rank undead. Warrior wolf corpse spider. Bai Yi looks it dead in the eyes. Wolf corpse spider is too much of a mouthful. From now on, your name is Little Strong. System confirmed. Name Little Strong. Rank E. The monster seems to understand, vibrating with joy. Little Strong is thrilled. The humans just stand there staring. Awkward silence ensues. After a long pause, and Luo stammers, You just switched classes again? Do you have 3 classes? You just do not stop shocking people, do you? Bai Yi's face relaxes, enjoying the compliment, but then he eyes her, wondering if she understands the implications of what she saw. Anlu cuts in before he can speak. You hold so many classes, yet you hid them during the graduation exam. You do not want the attention, right? She places a hand over her heart, solemn. Don't worry, I know how to keep a secret. Suddenly, 2 figures dive from the sky. Squad 26 has arrived at the scene. It is the Holy River Kingdom's elite guild, the 26th Eastern Corps. They scan the chaotic battlefield, shouting, We are here, is everyone alive? But when the leader spots the B-rank wolf corpse spider lying dead, he freezes. Wait. Someone already took down the monster. He shakes it off, casting mass healing magic and shouting orders. Everyone who was knocked out or drugged is waking up. Roll call. Now In the corner, Qi Ying clings to Ms. Huang, trembling. Ms. Huang. I almost got eaten by that thing, didn't I? Ms. Huang holds her tight, soothing her. Don't be afraid. It is over. It is all over now. The squad surrounds Luo and Bai Yi, some searching for injuries, others grilling them. That was a B-rank monster. Even veteran squads struggle against that. And you 2 students took it down alone. No wonder you are the genius prodigies from Jiang Nation. The 2 soak up the praise. One stands cold and humble. The other smiles with pure relief. Bai Yi's classmates shuffle over, heads down in shame. Bai Yi, we are sorry. If it was not for you, we would all be dead. That's a fact. If Bai Yi hadn't stepped up like a hero, we'd all be dead and buried by now. Then, the brown-haired student steps forward, trying to cozy up and thanking him for saving their skins. Meanwhile, another group rushes to heal Luo. Captain, are you all right? Why did you come back alone like that? Qian presses on. Do you have any idea how dangerous that was? And Luo, looking completely drained, just dismisses it. Relax. Everything's handled, isn't it? Seeing the mood lighten, a blonde guy steps in to tease her. Hey, don't underestimate our captain. She holds a gold tier class. After all, a genius like her only shows up once every few years. There's nothing she can't handle. Hearing the praise, and Luo turns her head to the left, denying it in her heart. No, today I met a true genius. Her gaze locks onto him. Bai Yi, you really are a mystery. But Bai Yi remains silent as the grave, saying nothing. Everyone gathers up. Roll call is finished. Only 1 student is missing. The rest of you, board the special train immediately. The guild will search for the straggler. Meanwhile, in the desolate forest, an energy potion smashes against the ground. Zeeling stares in terror at the danger looming over him. No. Stay back. I released you. You're not supposed to eat me. But the giant, horned monster just keeps closing in. He crawls backward in the dirt, begging for his life. You stupid beast. You were supposed to eat them, not me. The monster just scrutinizes Zeeling closer and lets out a low growl. Back on the Divine Guild's special train, everyone has collapsed from exhaustion. Everyone except Bai Yi. He sits there, Analyzing his system panel, the corpse wolf shows immense growth potential. If I nurture it correctly, it'll become a powerful combat asset. Its stats flash before his eyes. Skill Spirit Flower Contract. Allows contracts with flower-type monsters after defeat. Current progress, 3 out of 6 contracts complete. He muses. After defeating the corpse wolf spider today, my mage class leveled up. But I'm still a long way from rank B. A series of system windows pop up. All 3 of his classes are at rank C, boasting high attribute multipliers. The flower system is unique. It allows contracts with defeated monsters. The limit increases with his level. While the success rate depends entirely on spirit power, Bai Yi sinks deep into thought. Basically, all monsters rank S and above are controlled by the Divine Clan and the Guild. Suddenly, a purple-haired man reports over the phone. We've successfully gathered the students. They're currently aboard the special train. Bai Yi narrows his eyes. I need to find a way to level up faster. The train plunges into an underground tunnel. As they pass through the coastal tunnel, deafening rumbles echo continuously. They finally arrived in the city, Sacred River Nation. It's been a long time. Bai Yi gazes out the window, lost in thought. Everyone, I'm back. His mind floods with unforgettable faces. Shortly after, in the East District of the Sacred River Nation, at 2 o'clock on the morning of June 28th, the students gasp in awe as the train pulls into the Divine Weapon Academy's East Campus station. No wonder it's the Sacred River Nation. This platform is 10 times bigger than ours. It's the richest country in the world. Of course it's different. Gao Lang, the director of the East Campus, steps forward to address them. Welcome, students, to the Sacred River Nation. Follow me, and I will show you the world's premier academy for the awakened. He sweeps his hand toward the background, his voice swelling with pride. The Divine Weapon Academy. Bai Yi follows his gaze, thinking, the Divine Weapon Academy? The very place he graduated from? Based on the timeline, he should be studying here right now. His face darkens, eyes burning with resentment. Chris, it's about time we met. The scene shifts to a colossal statue. Gao Lang explains, this is Cadmus the Great, one of our 5 magnificent creator gods. The crowd stares up at the statue, unable to hold back their gasps of admiration. The students buzz with excitement. I can't believe it, I'm finally seeing my idol. The Z family is the most powerful clan right now. I wish I was lucky enough to meet them. A girl shoots back. Keep dreaming. They're literally from the divine race. Zhang Xiaoho remains hopeful. But didn't they say the divine race might accept us this time? I can't wait. Gaolang begins the tale. When the devil dragon descended, slaughtering humanity and devouring the earth, it was the great Cadmus who rose up. He slew the dragon and ensured our survival. Afterward, to unite the strongest forces, he established the Divine Guild and the Divine Weapon Academy. The Divine Weapon Academy is the world's apex institution for the awakened. The one and only. The absolute number one. Every year, only 100 students, aged 12 to 18, are selected from across the entire globe. Furthermore, not only must you reach rank B, but you must also pass an incredibly rigorous entrance exam. Salmanian gasps in shock. Rank B. He's stunned. I busted my gut through middle and high school just to barely scrape past rank D and hit rank C. That's right. There are only a handful of B rank awakeners in the entire country. And you have to hit that level before turning 18. Getting into the Divine Weapon Academy is basically impossible. Bai Yi furrowed his brows tight. Exactly. Even with the odds stacked against him, that guy still managed to graduate from the Divine Weapon Academy. He dug through his memories. A man's voice echoed. This is the newest member of your team, Chris. Spot on. Even though you guys aren't supposed to dig into each other's pasts, I'll let you in on a little secret. He was the top student at that super elusive Divine Weapon Academy. A look of steely determination flashed in Bai Yi's eyes. Judging by the timeline, he should be at the academy right now. I have to reach B rank. Fast. I need to be stronger than him. I'm getting into that academy no matter what. Xiyin kept her eyes glued to Bai Yi, lost in her own thoughts. Bai Yi insists on staying at this school. He must have a plan. Suddenly, a voice cut through her trance. Little princess, you've arrived in the Saint River Nation. Why haven't you gone to see your father yet? Xiyin whipped around instantly. The other students turned their heads, eyes wide with curiosity. Cao Lang stepped forward and bowed low. Greetings, General Secretary Chen. Chenlu nodded in return. Hello, Director. He turned to the girl. Your father has been overworking himself. He collapsed 2 days ago, but he forbade me from telling you. She jolted, letting out a panicked cry. What? Panic washed over Chi-Yin's face as she sprinted toward the car. Salmanyan stood there, dumbfounded. Just who is this girl? Even the director treats their secretary with that much respect? A boy beside him muttered, no idea. Just then, a luxurious black car roared up and screeched to a halt right in front of them. The students froze, staring blankly at the sleek machine. Zhang Xiaohao jumped. Whoa, what is that? His eyes went wide. Are all the cars in St. River Nation this fancy? The chauffeur stepped out and bowed, opening the rear door of the supercar. The first person stepped out with an air of absolute arrogance. One by one, they exited the vehicle, strolling casually toward the other students. Chao Lang's voice turned stern. Students, you're late. Hao Tian smirked. Oh my, you know how it is. Teach, us students from Eastcape Elite Private School have high standards. We have to hit the demon dungeon every single night. We had a massive battle last night and got totally wiped out, so we slept in a bit, cut us some slack. Yeah. The director stayed silent for a moment, then turned to the group. Let me introduce you. For this training expedition, 2 schools from 2 nations will be participating. These students are from the St. River Nation, specifically Eastcape Elite Private School. A student whispered in awe. Wow, locals from St. River. They dress so trendy. Kaolang continued. These students are... Suddenly, he was cut off by a loud, brash voice. Save it. No need for intros. We already know. They're from the vassal state, right? Probably all from commoner families. The crowd fell dead silent, stunned. Ms. Huang frowned and asked, Is this it? Only 5 students came. Could it be? The elite group burst into laughter. Hao Tian sneered. Told you they were hillbillies. It's totally normal they haven't heard of our private school. We're from noble families in St. River. The educational resources we get are in a completely different league compared to you lot. It's not that only 5 people came. Our entire school is just the 5 of us. Every single resource in the school is dedicated solely to us. Of course, a bunch of peasants from public schools wouldn't understand. One of the local students clenched his fists, indignant. You're looking down on people way too much. Who are you calling peasants? Hao Tian stepped closer, eyes glaring. Looking down on you. We're future students of the Divine Weapon Academy. I'm only in 11th grade, but I'm already level 30, rank C10. 1 more level, and I hit B rank. We're just here to get a feel for the place. What about you? The student flushed with anger, stammering. Our Grand Central High team can definitely go toe-to-toe with you guys. Hao Tian scoffed, his contempt on full display. You think too highly of yourselves. The 5 of us have already achieved perfect coordination. Yesterday, we successfully conquered a D-rank dungeon. That's a record-breaking performance for high schoolers. A girl in his group, CU, piped up. Hey, what's the point of talking to them? I bet they've never even seen a D-rank dungeon. How could commoners living in the slums understand the luxurious life of nobility? Our goal is to become divine envoys. These guys are just gonna live their whole lives as hillbillies. Hearing this, Bai Yi fell deep into thought. Divine envoy. The highest social status a normal person without god blood can achieve. It's the goal everyone chases. It was the final rank I reached in my past life. A dog that spends its entire life just to play God. I will never live through those days again. Suddenly, the roar of an engine thundered from the sky, crashing down on them. The students stood frozen, heads snapped toward the sky in collective confusion. Wait, what the hell is that? That's a vessel exclusive to the God Clan, so why is it descending here? A mystical gray mist spiraled out from the aircraft, cascading down onto the ground like a phantom. A man's silhouette slowly materialized from within the haze. It seems all the students are present. His eyes locked onto one specific person, widening in sheer astonishment. This was the divine servant of the Linfeng family. He spoke with certainty. Then, Bai Yi must be here as well. Hao Tian frowned, confused. Who is Bai Yi? The student in question hadn't even recovered from the shock yet. Why would someone like Linfeng be looking for him? Linfeng slowly approached Bai Yi, who met his gaze with cold indifference. The servant chuckled softly, adjusting the rim of his glasses. So, it really is you. The one who achieved a perfect solo clear of the D-rank dungeon during the simulation exam? The God Clan, specifically the Thebes family, has taken a keen interest in your performance. In light of the recent hunting festival organized by the clan, we would like to formally invite you to attend. A student stammered in disbelief. Wait. By himself, solo power? Lin Feng ignored the chatter, continuing his address to Bai Yi. A perfect conquest of a D-rank dungeon. The God Clan invites you. Lin Feng stepped aside, gesturing gracefully toward the hovering aircraft. Please, accompany me for a trip. Bai Yi remained silent, his expression frosty. He didn't say a word, his mind deep in calculation. 100 years ago, the world plunged into chaos. Countless monsters possessing immense magical power descended upon the mortal realm, and humanity lacked the strength to fight back. Then, 5 mighty deities descended. They shielded humanity, slaughtering the terrifying beast that threatened extinction. Under the divine protection of the gods, the human world was secured. From that day on, humanity revered these entities, worshipping them with absolute devotion. To ensure humanity's continued survival, the gods chose to remain in the mortal realm. They bestowed vast power and knowledge upon the people, established mighty armies, and wrote new laws. They even interbred with humans, birthing a new lineage. These direct descendants became known as the God Clan. Bai Yi's eyes narrowed sharply as he recalled the facts. This is the history we were taught, that every living soul in this world exists under the absolute dominion of the gods. Suddenly, a student from the crowd piped up, voice trembling with hope. Can we come along too? The hunting festival is held within the God Clan's territory. Commoners usually can't get anywhere near it in a lifetime, let alone visit. Hearing this, Muhan turned his gaze toward the voice. This cultivation journey is organized by the Thebes clan. By convention, we extend an invitation to all students who still have time before their official tour of the Gods Guild. Any student with an interest is welcome to join us. The students' eyes bulged in shock, whispers erupting. Us. We actually have a chance to set foot in the God Clan's territory. Others weren't just excited, they were in awe. That was a place reserved for nobility. To go there was sheer dumb luck. Muhan kept a polite smile plastered on his face. Then, I invite you all to join us. Destination: the Thebes clan territory, Sky City. On a massive floating island, skyscrapers stood packed together in a gleaming metal forest. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air. The families of the 5 gods are scattered across the globe, but here in the Sacred River Nation, the Thebes clan is the dominant force. Bai Yi listened, his mind racing. They are the descendants of the Supreme Thebes. They command the world's strongest military, the Gods Guild, and even manage the Divine Weapon Academy. That means the recruitment and management of the entire military falls under the Thebes clan's jurisdiction. As Muhan led the group of students into the Grand Hall, Bai Yi realized something else. Even the Awakener academies of various nations are under their control, and their interest in me stems from my performance during the graduation assessment. His eyes darkened with suspicion. But why choose the hunting festival for a meeting? The room was vast, and in the distance, a solitary figure stood waiting for them. The students gawked at their surroundings, eyes wide with fascination. Whoa. So this is where the God Clan lives. The ceiling is so high. They approached the waiting figure surrounded by the security team and the divine officials of the Thebes clan. Bai Yi's gaze sharpened into a blade, staring straight ahead. God Clan. So we finally meet again. The subordinate divine officials of the Thebes clan immediately bowed in respect. Sir, they have arrived. Sin's voice was low, carrying a heavy gravity. My grandfather once told me that art is the only trace proving that humans ever existed in this world. Sin of Thebes, first heir to the God Clan. He continued, but my royal father claimed that piles of trash are actually the only lasting mark. Personally, I believe that creating that trash is art in itself. His words left the crowd completely baffled. Hao Tian hissed a warning under his breath. Did you guys forget what your parents taught you? Bow your heads and show some respect. How dare you look a God Clan member in the eye like a bunch of ignorant hillbillies? Bai Yi didn't bow. He stared coldly at Sin of Thebes, the eldest son of a god, the ruler of the Sacred River Nation, and the absolute peak of power in this world. Sun then strolled past them with casual arrogance. Lin Feng smiled, extending a welcoming hand. Please, follow me. We are heading to the central sector of Sky City, the hunting grounds. A massive energy barrier shimmered before them. This is the hunting ground. It was colossal, stretching as far as the eye could see. Everyone's eyes locked onto the scene ahead. Look at those demonic beasts. In the blink of an eye, figures from other noble clans began to materialize above them. Sode glances sideways, eyes narrowing. Who knows how many participants are in the mix this time? They're about to drop the announcement. Last Kim points casually, ordering like he owns the place. Iced coffee, 32% sugar. Alice Kim has arrived too. I'm good, thanks. Mingzi responds instantly, waving it off. Understood. Bai Yi's gaze snaps upward, scanning the VIPs. The two grandsons of the Ode family, plus the Kim family's heirs, they're all here. I never expected to see all three god clans gathered in one spot. A heavy silence falls as everyone stares at the relaxed figure of Shin from behind. Lin Feng tilts his head, breaking the tension. The hunting tournament is about to begin. Allow me to break down the rules and regulations of this tournament, just so you all know exactly what you're watching. The event takes place within this colossal arena. The core concept awakened versus beasts in a fight for survival. Every monster here is a C-rank beast, captured from across the globe by the God Clan's guild and raised specifically for this moment. As for the awakened, they're independent volunteers who signed up from every corner of the world. To ramp up the difficulty, there's a strict condition: no participant can be B rank or higher. Every hunter fights for themselves. Killing a C-rank beast nets you 10 points. Final rankings depend entirely on your score. Zhang Xiaoho gasps, eyes wide. C-rank monsters, but the participants can't be B rank. That means their power level is basically the same as ours. Loka whispers, voice trembling slightly. Fighting monsters of the same rank usually. You'd need a full squad to take down just one. Those guys must have a death wish. Meanwhile, Enluo, Qian, and Andy are already processing the tournament data. Lin Feng's voice booms across the stand. This year's tournament coincides with our grand anniversary, therefore, the Theban family has prepared a massive reward for the ultimate victor. Now, let's bring out this year's challengers. A massive artificial forest stretches out before them. The crowd looks down from the high stands, anticipating the carnage. We have a total of 12 participants. First up, Liu Yi from the Sanctum Kingdom. The contestant's face flashes on the giant screen. And Lin Qing from the Naya Kingdom. The Yuan stares, impressed. Look at them. These guys are definitely seasoned pros. Zhang Xiaohu cuts in, looking anxious. Against a monster of the same level, taking down just one is pushing the limit. But the beasts, inside this arena number, in the hundreds, maybe thousands, there are only 12 players. It's suicide. But if they win, the payout is insane. Rumor has it, they might even get S-rank gear. Loka turns around, shaking his head. Plus, if you show off enough skill, you might get a direct reward from the God Clan. Still, I'd rather keep my life, thanks. If one of those monsters stood in front of me, I'd probably wet myself. Suddenly, Shin's deep voice cuts through the chatter. You. His gaze is terrifyingly intense. You're Bai Yi, aren't you? Solo clearing a D-rank dungeon back in high school. You've been holding back your true power, haven't you? Shin's expression darkens as he glares down. Go down there. Kill a C-rank beast. Show me what you've got. Siyu jumps, horrified. What? Forcing a student into a duel with a C-rank monster? That's insane. How's that even allowed? But it's a direct order from the God Clan. And Luo crosses his arms, observing silently. No wonder they specially invited Bai Yi. Honestly, this probably won't be hard for him at all. He and I already took down a B-rank demon together. Killing a C-rank is... His thought is cut short as Bai Yi speaks up. No. Bai Yi shifts his weight, looking bored. One that's not nearly enough. Since I'm already here, just let me join the hunting tournament officially. Shin's eyes narrow, locking onto Bai Yi's sheer arrogance. Sode's eyes widen with excitement. He actually wants to join. You're kidding, right? Last Kim rests his chin on his hand, clearly annoyed by Bai Yi's presence. Bai Yi smirks, his mind racing. C-rank monsters are becoming rare in the outside world. If I want to advance to B rank, this is my fastest, maybe my only chance. Plus, with 3 members of the God Clan watching, I'll give them the most thrilling show of their lives. Suddenly, Enluo raises his hand high. Hold on, I'm signing up too. Next to him, Andy grins, throwing his hand up. Count me in as well. Siyu and Hao Tian gawk at them, completely stunned. The crowd erupts into whispers. What the hell are these kids talking about? Sin's deep voice rumbles again. Their ranks are all C. They technically fit the requirements. A wicked grin spreads across his face. Oh, this is getting interesting. It's the first time students have dared to join the hunting tournament. Very well. Request granted. Carlo chimes in, his tone dripping with sarcasm. These country bumpkins just want to show off in front of the God clan. How cute. Hao Tian crosses his arms, shaking his head. Sure, there have been cases where standouts got chosen as God servants immediately. But you guys are way too impatient. Suddenly, he breaks into a grin, pointing a thumb at himself. Screw it, I'm joining too. Lin Feng interrupts, his voice grave. Think this through carefully. The hunting tournament has no safety mechanisms. If you get into trouble, no one is coming to save you. Hao Tian laughs, though it sounds a bit forced. Of course, it's just a few C-rank beasts, right? What's the big deal? You think we're weaker than some randoms from the vassal states? The hunting ground flickers onto the screen. 8 new fighters have entered the fray, and they look ready for blood. So chuckles, amused. A 5-man squad from St. Ha Private Academy and a trio from Jiang Nation. Now it's getting interesting. Lars Kim cuts in, eyes glued to the monitor. Who are you guys putting your money on? Sode smirks. 1 million on the St. Ha students, obviously. I'm in for $1 million too. They're aristocrats raised by the best, second only to us. Unlike those gutter rats from nowhere. Park Jin-shin steps forward, voice low. Fun. I'll bet on Bai Yi. Sode snaps his head around. Bai Yi, you mean that white-haired nobody. Get ready to flush your money down the toilet then. Lars Kim looks bored, barely listening. He sighs, rubbing his temples. Who should I bet on? Nearby, Lin Feng suddenly freezes, realizing something. Crap. I forgot to warn them. Whatever they do, do not go near the dark forest in the center. Well, surely they aren't stupid enough to wander that far. On screen, the 2 opposing teams split up. Siyu trembles, eyes darting around the woods in terror. We've never fought a C-rank monster before. Hao Tian snaps back at her. So what, we've killed D-rank bosses. A C-rank mob is just as strong as a D-rank boss. Just stick to the formation like always. Let's show those hillbillies what real elites look like. Meanwhile, Bai Yi, I, and Anluo are deep in the forest. Suddenly, Bai Yi tenses up. Thump! Thump! He clutches his chest, grimacing. What is this feeling? His heart is pounding like a drum, and Luo notices immediately. You okay? Bai Yi waves him off. I'm fine. I turns around. Since the 2 of you came together, let's just form a squad for this. Ever since you rejected the ultimate mercenary corps, the commander hasn't been able to sleep. He really wants to work with you. She blushes. What are you talking about? He chuckles softly. Just think about it, alright? Elsewhere, a massive beast lunges from the shadows. Ari and the others scramble back in fear, raising their shields. I'm Caliban level 30 C-rank core mage, he shouts. Can you guys keep up with me? The beast charges an ice tyrant dragon, level 25. C-rank Carlo checks his system, face draining of color. The monster slams onto the ground. Screw it, I'm going all in with you. Poison Abyss / a flower-type combat skill laced with deadly toxins strikes the ice dragon. Suddenly, beautiful snowflakes fill the air. Sayu is casting her spell. Ice Frost Realm, a cloud-type skill. The enemy is frozen solid. She screams from the back. I've got it controlled. The beast stands motionless, trapped in ice. Xiaoyun draws his bow. Nice work. Strong Poison Arrow. A fire-type archer skill hits home. Carlo swings his sword. Windblade enchant. My next hit launches a vacuum cut. Behind Caliban? He leaps high into the air, conjuring a massive fireball. I'll finish this. The heat warps the air around him. Die. He hurls the spell with every ounce of his strength. The ice dragon can't react. Explosive flame bomb. The core mage ultimate skill detonates after a long charge. Boom. The blast obliterates the beast, tearing it to shreds until nothing remains. Caliban cheers. Success. System. Received Ice Dragon Scale ×2. Received Cold Dragon Tail ×1. She told you we could do it. We are the elite of the elites. She nods, ego inflated, top tier. Caliban got 10 points. We actually took down a wild C-rank monster. He grins. You guys set it up perfectly. The next ones are yours. CU looks up. Hey, look the leaderboard. Her smile vanishes. Those three. They've already killed over 10 monsters. Meanwhile, Linfeng is sweating bullets. I forgot to tell them. Absolutely do not approach the dark forest. They didn't go there, right? Back in the forest, CU stammers in shock. How is that possible? Calivan's jaw hits the floor. In the VIP room, a wine glass shatters against the wall. So does Furious. Elite education my ass. A bunch of trash. Wasting so much energy on a weakling mob. We're losing money again. That kid just got lucky. He fumes. Park Jin-shin stands in the back, silent and observing the board. Sode sneers. I can't believe a bug you picked at random took third place, Park replies. Never underestimate the power of a bug. My old man always warned me about situations like this. Las Kim, who'd been sitting quietly, finally broke the silence. Hey, hold on a second. I haven't placed my Yi bet yet. This little hunt is way too easy, isn't it? If we keep going like this, I'm gonna be bored to tears. Shin narrowed his eyes, his voice dripping with suspicion. Watch it. What kind of dirty scheme are you cooking up now? The man stood up from his chair. Me, I just want to buy in. I'm betting on my own guy. Las Kim reached out and violently yanked the man's ear. But I'm not going down there myself. I'll let my pet dog go in my place. Saad immediately protested. Hey, that guy's a false deity. The rules clearly state only C-rank awakened are allowed to enter. The man flashed a treacherous grin. The Divine Clan is the law. And while you're at it, unchain the high-level demon beast. If he can't take first place, he might as well just die there. Minchi's face twisted with worry. A level 29 crystal beast. C-rank colossal elephant. Everyone down there was struggling desperately to hold their ground. Why? Why are there suddenly so many high-level monsters? Lie, heavily injured and bleeding, scream for help. Save me. Somebody help, I forfeit. I give up. Get me out of here. Her screams cut off as the notification popped up. Participant Lie eliminated. The crowd instantly erupted into chaotic whispers. Look at that, another awakened down. They clearly forfeited. But the beast didn't stop. That's just brutal. Standing in the crowd, Miss Huang began to tremble with fear. She turned her head, her heart racing with anxiety, but looking at the VIPs, it seemed they were actually enjoying themselves, feeding off the suffering of others. Saad cheered loudly. Now that's what I'm talking about. A little back and forth makes it way more interesting. Hey, the best. You got any ace monsters hidden up your sleeve? Release them all. Shin heard the taunt, but just glanced over coldly, saying nothing. He silently watched the display screen showing the chaos in the forest. Level 28 crystal beast. C-rank stone ape. The monster smashed its fist down, sending debris flying everywhere. Emlock spun around to dodge. It lost a leg, but it's still moving this fast. Suddenly, a blur of motion shot past. A foot slammed straight into the stone ape's face. It was Bak Di. He literally kicked the massive beast flying. Andy, Bak Dai, and Amlak regrouped. The beast managed to stand up after that blow, ready to fight. But suddenly it buckled under an immense pressure, its speed dropping instantly. Name Don Chi Tin, rank C, class Star Mage. I've got it under control. Gravity Press. A Star Mage skill that marks a single target and crushes them with immense gravitational pressure. Bak Di channeled power into his legs, cracking the ground beneath him as he drew his blade. Eyes locked on the target, he surged forward with a single strike. He finished it, successfully killed level 28, Stone Ape, acquired Meteorite Ek4. Emlak stood there watching, breathless, before calling out to him. That's the third time he stepped in to save me. We're supposed to be a team, but in reality, he's the one orchestrating the entire battle, and he's doing it all using only warrior class skills. Her mind was racing with questions. Bak Di checked his system interface and thought, I definitely came to the right place. In just this short time, my warrior class has already leveled up twice. Whatever class I use in combat gains the experience points. I can't afford to let my other classes fall behind. He cautiously scanned his surroundings. I need to find a way to get some privacy. He made a decision. I'll head to the Blackbone Forest in the center and check it out. While Bak Di was deep in thought, Andy crossed his arms and let out a satisfied sigh. He looked up at the scoreboard and grinned. Man, our squad has some serious chemistry. Andy beamed as he checked the rankings. Looks like first place is definitely going to one of us three. He turned to Amlak. The guy in fourth place isn't even close to our scores. She wasn't listening to Andy. Her eyes were glued to the leaderboard. Suddenly, her eyes went wide. She pointed at the screen and screamed, "Guys, look at that!" The leaderboard was shifting violently. One participant's rank was shooting up at godlike speed. Bhakti instantly recognized the name tearing up the charts, Gannicus. His face went rigid, a flicker of genuine anxiety crossing his features. Why is he participating in this? Meanwhile, another monster was slaughtered in the blink of an eye. The system spammed notifications. Successfully killed level 29 Colossal Elephant. Gannicus points plus 10. He walked forward with arrogant strides after effortlessly dispatching the beast. The profile appeared, False Deity Gannicus, rank B, class Cloud Warrior. He slung his massive sword over his shoulder, his face a mask of absolute indifference as he cast a cold glance around. Gannicus quickly walked away from the bloodbath he'd created. Simultaneously, the system updated the rankings. Gannicus had snatched third place, kicking Bhakti down to fourth. Seeing the rapid shift, Las Kim couldn't hide his delight. He burst into laughter. Las Kim jumped to his feet, absolutely buzzing. My ranking just surpassed the best. His voice dripped with sarcasm. Looks like the fighter you picked has hit his limit. First place is mine for the taking. Saad was furious but couldn't find the words. Letting a false deity participate as a proxy, that was blatant cheating. He glanced over at the man beside him. But hey, the best. Up until now, you've never lost a single bet, have you? He chuckled with dark satisfaction. Finally, we get to see what you look like when you lose. Facing the mockery and scorn, Shin remained completely silent, just listening. He pursed his lips, then calmly broke his silence. Gentlemen? Suddenly, he made a proposal that forced everyone to whip their heads around. Care to raise the stakes? You're all free to switch your fighters if you want. Then, he slammed his hand down and declared, I'm betting another 100 million on Bai Yi. Do you have the guts to match it? Hearing such an abrupt proposal, Sodi's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Have you lost your mind today? 100 million. That's an entire week's worth of tribute money. Las Kim just smirked, oozing arrogance. Gannicus is the most loyal dog I've ever bred. If you want to throw your money away, then by all means, go ahead. Hearing that, Shin immediately stepped forward, get him close to the leaderboard, announce the new stakes. Let's give them some real motivation to fight for first place. Order the system to increase the rewards for this game immediately. Standing beside him, Lin Feng nodded, understanding the directive instantly. A moment later, the announcement boomed across the entire arena. Attention, participants. The final stage of the Great Hunt has officially begun. As the announcement continued, the crowd learned that even more powerful monsters were being released. All participants may now make a choice: remain in the hunting grounds to fight or withdraw. The announcement left the other players completely stunned. Hearing this, Siyu made a snap decision. I'm out. I want to withdraw. But the announcement wasn't finished yet. Additionally, the Zeb family is offering a special bonus. The winner will receive a unique item, the Divine Edict. As soon as the words Divine Edict rang out, Bai Yi's face went rigid. Bai Yi's mind raced. The Divine Edict. That ring is a legendary artifact that the God Clan can only gift once in a lifetime. Whoever holds the Divine Edict essentially possesses a gold medal of immunity from death. He remembered his past life even if you committed a capital crime. You could be pardoned once with that item. Back then, Master used the Divine Edict to save me from the awakened prison. Bai Yi assessed the situation. I never expected the Zeb family to be willing to spend so heavily this time. He fell into deep thought. At this rate, the competition is going to get brutal. I don't have much time left to level up. Suddenly, Andy's voice cut through his train of thought. Andy analyzed the situation quickly. Team tactics have a high success rate, but our points are accumulating too slowly. Plus, the monsters around here are thinning out. We should split up and fight solo. He pointed upwards. Look, that new guy is about to leave us in the dust. Everyone looked at the leaderboard. Gannicus had taken the lead with a score of 320, followed closely by Anluo in second place with 270. Bai Yi weighed the options. Can you guys protect yourselves? Anluo smiled, thinking to herself, just as I thought. He only agreed to the team up because he was worried about our safety. She shot back. Don't look down on the intermediate class. Let's race to see who gets first place. Meanwhile, Gannicus was tearing through another beast. Screams and howls echoed endlessly in Gannicus's ears. Yes, Just like that, ripped those monsters apart. He cleaved a beast in two with a single strike. But the voice inside his head didn't stop. If you don't take first place, then you can just die in there for me. Last Kim was so hyped he couldn't even stay in his seat. Gannicus, do you see that? That guy is a hunting dog I raised myself. He sat back down, not forgetting to taunt his rival. Shin, you've definitely lost this one. Look at that kid Bai Yi you picked. Last Kim pointed at the screen, sneering. Even his teammates have dumped him, and what a piece of trash. While Last Kim rambled on, Shin suddenly stared intensely at the live stream monitor. Looking closer, Shin's eyes grew terrifyingly sharp as the screen began to lose signal. Shin realized what was happening and raised an eyebrow in surprise. Suddenly, Bai Yi's screen went black, leaving Last Kim completely bewildered. Why did his live stream cut out? What the hell is going on? Meanwhile, Shin remained perfectly calm. He thought to himself, so, you're finally about to show your true strength on Bai Yi's end. He had frozen the live stream device, disabling it completely. He had deliberately moved to the central zone, a place most people didn't dare to tread. Now, Bai Yi was getting serious. Cloud Mage mode activated. He recalled his training. His master had once taught him exactly where the monsters in this forest like to hide. Before him stood 3 massive monsters, rank C Thunderhawks. He didn't flinch. Finding these bags of experience is going to be too easy. A surge of power radiated from Bai Yi as every one of his classes began to level up. Back in the viewing area, everyone stared nervously at the black screen. Hawen asked anxiously, why did that kid's screen suddenly go black? Is he in danger? Ms. Huang couldn't hide her impatience. Bai Yi, what on earth is happening? Suddenly, someone pointed at the leaderboard, shattering the tense atmosphere. Look, Bai Yi's score is the display malfunctioning. It's rising nonstop. In just a blink of an eye, he gained 30 points. He shot straight to second place. Bai Yi's points on the system kept climbing at a terrifying speed. Everyone gasped in amazement at this spectacular comeback. Another 20 points, he's taken first place. The crowd erupted in cheers, a stark contrast to Last Kim's panic. Is the system broken? Last Kim jumped up, frantic. Why did that brat score skyrocket the moment the live stream cut off? Lamfang speaks up immediately. The point accumulation system makes no mistakes. We've implanted a chip in every monster. Points are only awarded to the participant upon a confirmed kill. Suddenly, Last Kim splashes his steaming hot coffee right into Lamfang's face. He screams in a rage. Did I ask for your explanation? Like I don't know that. Last Kim turns to Shin, playing the victim. Does the best god servant of your family have no manners? Since when is a nobody allowed to butt in when gods are talking? Shin remains calm. He asks softly, are you that afraid of losing? A simple question, yet enough to choke Last Kim into silence. Shin doesn't care. He looks up at the leaderboard, silently impressed. Bai Yi, you're more interesting than I thought. Am just finished killing a beast too. She looks at the ranking, unable to hold back a sigh. I thought you'd catch up once you went solo, but I never expected it to be this fast. She smiles. With this momentum, taking first place will be a walk in the park for you. Andy also notices the shift in the rankings. He's completely stunned. How? How is this possible? Is this something a human can actually do? Ignoring the monster corpse behind him? Andy wonders. Was Bai Yi hiding his true power when he was teamed up with us? Andy quickly snaps back to reality. This is a rare chance to prove myself to the God Clan. The central zone is dangerous, but there should be way more monsters there. Andy looks at the gloomy path behind him and makes up his mind. I'm going to the center too. I can't let my rank drop too much. Andy turns and heads deeper inside. As long as I stay away from the Black Mist Forest, I should be safe. Deep inside the Black Mist Forest, Bai Yi stands with 2 beasts, as if waiting for someone. The Black Mist. It's finally here. His eyes glow intensely. I've killed almost every monster on the way here. 3 system notifications pop up one after another. Cloud Mage, C rank, multiplier 400%, Core Warrior C rank, multiplier 300%, Flower Summoner C rank, multiplier 350%, plus other stats on stamina and strength. Bai Yi scans the list, thinking, these classes leveled up quite a bit. I might even upgrade the Warrior to B rank today. He turns to the system panel beside him. The Summoner just formed pacts with 2 more beasts. The details appear. Skill Flower Spirit Pact. After defeating a flower-type monster, you can sign a pact with its soul to serve you. Current packs 5 out of 6. Bai Yi looks at the two beasts behind him. Wen Xiao, I name you Shaolin. You'll help me scout for enemies and analyze the environment. Flower Mage. Thorny Garden. I name you Void. Flower Warrior. Void, you will fight alongside me. He turns his head and commands, Shaolin, check the surroundings for monsters. Suddenly, the soul inside Bai Yi pulses violently. He collapses to the ground, clutching his chest, face drenched in sweat. Ugh. It's this feeling again. He struggles to look up. It's inside here, isn't it? Bai Yi stares into the depths of the dark forest. You are calling to me. Bell, memories of the past resurface. Let me give you a hand. In the other person's hand lies a beating heart. Consider this a meeting gift from me to you. Bai Yi asks coldly, why do you want to make a deal with me? What's the price? The man grins ear to ear, his face twisted with malice, voice pausing to build curiosity. Wait until you return to the past. Bai Yi's eyes suddenly shift, as if hypnotized him. The man whispers something else, then laughs maniacally. Bai Yi's body goes rigid, sweat pouring down his face. Back in the present, he stands up from the dirt. His expression is now terrifyingly serious. Looks like it's time to fulfill my promise to you. The Empress and 2 others watch the scoreboard. I didn't expect the hunting tournament to turn out like this. 3 of the top 4 are students from Jiang Nation. Dangming looks at the live screen. Bai Yi is at the top, but why hasn't the camera caught him yet? How is he doing this? My Duyan looks at him. He probably went to the central zone. Before the intermediate exam, the prep course covered the hunting tournament layout. The hunting ground is massive. We can't see everything, so we have to rely on the drone cameras. The grounds are divided into 3 zones: the basic hunting zone, the high difficulty zone, and the black mist forest. What we're seeing now is the basic zone, low-level monsters, sparse numbers. As they go deeper, the level and density increase. So for Bai Yi to rack up points that fast, he must have gone deep inside him. Dangming nods, his question answered. So that's it. He glances at the satellite surveillance screen, but the black mist forest in the very center, that's a forbidden zone. Rumor has it, once you go in, you never come out. Why is the vice captain heading over there? Jusing scanned the area. Strange, he thought. I was planning to head deeper to farm more monsters. How did I end up at the edge of the black mist forest? Something caught his eye. Zixing hid behind a tree, spying on Bai Yi. Why is Bai Yi here too? Is he actually planning to go inside? Doesn't he know how dangerous the black mist forest is? He started to reach out to stop Bai Yi, but then Zixing froze. Slowly, he lowered his hand. His mind flashed to the scoreboard. Actually, this is perfect. A sinister grin spread across Zixing's face. If he disappears, the gods will finally focus their attention on me. He stood in silence, watching Bai Yi's silhouette fade into the darkness. Meanwhile, deep inside the black mist forest, Bai Yi stared at the mark he'd carved on a tree trunk. Back here again. I walked straight ahead after marking it. No turns, no deviations. Yet I've circled right back to this spot. Bai Yi looked down at the skulls littering the ground. It's a ghost wall illusion. Skeletons were piled high all around him. Looks like plenty of hunters got lost here and never found their way out, he thought. Did someone cast a powerful spell over this entire area? Why would there be magic here? What secret is the black mist forest hiding? Elsewhere. And Luo checked the scoreboard. What's going on? Why has Bai Yi's score frozen at 750 points? Suddenly, Zixing ran up to the captain. She turned around. Have you seen Bai Yi? His score hasn't moved in a long time. Zixing pointed behind him. Yeah, I saw him in the high difficulty hunting zone. It looked like he was heading toward the central area. Anlu frowned, worried. He didn't accidentally wander into the black mist forest, did he? Suddenly, Bai Yi's status on the scoreboard started to glitch with static. After a moment of interference, a red alert popped up. Connection lost. Immediately after, Bai Yi's score was wiped from the board. Dongming was stunned. Bai Yi. His score just vanished. Does that mean he... Gu Huang stood there, frozen in disbelief. No, please be safe. Deep inside the black mist, Bai Yi squeezed his eyes shut. Focus. Close your eyes. Don't trust what you see or hear. Trust what you feel. Follow the rhythm of the heartbeat. It's getting closer. He clutched his chest. Bai Yi could clearly sense everything around him now. Once he locked onto it, he slowly opened his eyes. Before him lay a massive, bottomless pit. He stared into the void. I can't believe there's an abyss this huge inside the hunting grounds. I never saw this in any records from my past life. Sky City is definitely hiding something. Bai Yi activated his summoning power. Xiaolin, let's go check it out. He jumped into the abyss with Xiaolin. What the hell is down there? Moments later, Bai Yi landed at the bottom. His feet touched the ground lightly. Bai Yi began to explore. Where exactly is this place? He looked around. Did a great war happen here? Unnoticed by Bai Yi, a spirit lurked in the distance, radiating intense rage. Who goes there? He heard a voice and whipped around. A legion of spirits stood before him, level 28 pillar spirits, level 29 meteor spirits, and level 27 emperor spirits. They were all C rank, and standing above them all was their leader, a level 36 Star-Lord warrior. That's equivalent to a B rank. The Dead Soul warrior was furious that an intruder had dared to enter his forbidden territory. Kill him. Examining the wounds on a dead beast, and Luo analyzed silently. The wound was frozen shut by magic, yet there are scorch marks. This was definitely Bai Yi's kill. She looked up at the path ahead. We've checked the entire surrounding area. This path is the only place he could have gone. Making up her mind, and Luo spoke firmly. The monsters here aren't strong enough to threaten him. He must have gone inside. Jirsing immediately suggested, we should hurry and go. Hunt some monsters. If he's still alive, he'll be fine. And Luo cut him off. No. Her eyes were steely. I'm going in to find him. Jirsing panicked. What? And Luo walked forward slowly, her voice filled with guilt. It's my fault for not warning him about the dangers here. Zuxing reached out, yelling, Captain, that's the Blackbone Forest. She's actually going in, he thought. But then, the corners of his mouth curled into a vicious smile. Well then, that's one less competitor for me to worry about, isn't it? Elsewhere. Loud laughter echoed in front of a surveillance screen. Last Kim pointed at the screen, cackling mockingly. Is she insane? She's running straight into the black mist alone. He sat back, amused. Oh my, whatever shall we do? I thought this competition would be interesting. Last Kim smirked. But now looks like the top spot belongs to my hound. Sod asked curiously. Tan, what exactly is inside that gloomy forest? Why does no one ever come back? Tan just sighed. Who cares about that? He's about to reach the final stage. In the surveillance room, a hand jabs at the screen, a voice screaming out, just minutes left until noon. Shin stands motionless, his eyes locked on the monitor. Current time, June 29th, 2005, 11:58 a.m. Location, Sky City Hunting Grounds. Havai trembles, crying out, It hurts. It really hurts. Diyuan bandages her wound, his voice urgent. Honey, hang in there. He strokes her hair, trying to reassure her. Just until noon, that's when the match ends. She grits her teeth, the pain nearly unbearable. Up ahead, Calivan is cursing in a rage. Damn it! They said we could choose to retreat. What a joke they didn't give us a way out at all. He scans the area, eyes darting. Lucky we found this spot. Not many monsters here, we can hide. Calivan furrows his brow, his voice sharp. Forget the points. He turns to the group. Just survive until noon. That's all that matters. He sneers. Our lives aren't cheap like those peasants. We will survive this and get out. Just then, a piercing bell shatters the air. Ring ring. Time's up. Attention hunters, the standard phase has concluded. The official competition period is over. Hearing this, Calivan starts, shock on his face. It's over already. The blue-haired man cheers loudly. It's finally over, but suddenly, that cold, mechanical voice speaks again, initiating the final surprise. In the desolate canyon, the hunters freeze as the announcement drops, boss battle. Kang Wu's face goes pale. What? The announcement echoes. The final boss has spawned in the arena. This is your last chance to turn the tide. Suddenly, the ground shakes violently, sending everyone into a panic. Earthquake. Havai bursts into tears, despair in her voice. Why isn't it over? The speaker booms. Whoever defeats the boss receives 1,000 points. The ultimate reward awaits. Caliban screams, veins popping. You gotta be kidding me, boss fight. Let me out of here. You said the hunting tournament ends at noon. Release us, I don't need your damn reward. But before he can finish, his face twists in agony, his voice choking in his throat. I'm a noble? Terror floods Caliban's eyes. His arrogant smirk vanishes instantly. A long, razor-sharp claw impales him through the stomach. His spiritual energy is sucked dry in seconds, his body shriveling up like a mummy. A massive, monstrous figure steps from the shadows. A bone-chilling aura instantly floods the area. From a distance, Kang Wu screams in shock. Caliban, he's dead. Siyu's face drains of blood, tears streaming down her cheeks. Why is this happening? Towering before them is the Flower Mage Lord, level 36, B rank. Nai Ling Shi, Kang Wu's voice trembles. That's a B rank boss. Carlo turns pale. Even if we all attacked at once, even if every awakened here fought together, we couldn't even beat a C rank. He stares at Nai Ling Shi in horror. That thing is B rank. It's absolutely impossible to win. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Sky City, on the second floor of the Abyss, Bai Yi is locked in fierce combat with a Dead Soul warrior. He shouts, his voice booming, "You're the only one left." Bai Yi had realized it earlier during the hunting tournament. All class levels are boosted. Right now, both his combat classes are nearing the peak of C rank. The system flashes Data Core Warrior, Cloud Mage, Flower Summoner, and the Flower Spirit contract skill. Bai Yi analyzes rapidly. Based on single class stats, he calculates, I can't take down a B ranks. Standing before him is a Star Warrior Lord, level 36, B rank. The Dead Soul Warrior. Bai Yi charges, sword swinging. But my advantage is that I have multiple classes. Instantly, the warrior activates Blade Soul Purple Light, explodes, swallowing the space. Bai Yi leaps back, instantly switching to Cloud Mage. He raises his staff, casting Glacial Freeze. A thick layer of ice instantly encases his opponent, but the warrior swings a purple slash, shattering the ice completely. The spell fails. Bai Yi is blasted backward, skidding across the ground. The Dead Soul Warrior dives for a critical strike, its purple blade swirling, tearing through the air. Bai Yi reacts fast, switching to Core Warrior. He activates Close Combat. A powerful golden sword aura spirals around the enemy, locking its movements. Bai Yi's eyes go cold. The key is... Just then, a blinding white blade suddenly impales the Dead Soul Warrior from behind. It's a strike from his summoned beast. 0, the C rank. Bai Yi assesses the creature. My summoned beast is powerful. He's grown so fast. His strength rivals a C rank awakened. Purple energy erupts from the warrior, the blue sword buried deep in its chest, making it roar in agony. Suddenly, a streak of white light pierces its skull, shattering the helm. Bai Yi grips his hilt and drives the blade deeper. All of this is enough to bridge the gap between you and me. He and Zero rip their swords out in unison, blood sprays everywhere. The system chimes, target eliminated. Boss B rank, Dead Soul Warrior. A blue light envelops Bai Yi. The system flashes, Core Warrior leveled up to 30, Cloud Mage leveled up to 28. The Flower type Summoner just hit level 27. He wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth. Finally, that thing is down. Fighting a monster above my level, that was absolute hell. Bai Yi grips his scythe tight, standing before a gate wrapped in heavy chains. Now, he can finally crack this open. Suddenly, a system alert makes him jump. Right then, a fireball materializes, encircled by a blue ring, his star element energy. It's fully charged. He watches the golden particles swirling around him. The star elements are maxed out. The system flashes a notification a new class has awakened. Necro Spirit Lord. A Class B Flower Mage with unknown intelligence and extreme danger levels. Origin unknown. Then, the system reveals data on a Core type Warrior, Cloud Mages, Flower Summoners, and the Floral Spirit contract skill. Meanwhile, over at the guard post, someone asks a question. Hey, have you ever heard of Sky City? This is the Gods Guild, 6th Division, Team 8. The two of them are whispering seriously. I heard that inside this tower, there's a secret dimension imprisoning tons of powerful monsters. The other guy can't believe his ears. How is that even possible? This is the God Clan's territory. His friend shakes his head. You've been listening to too many urban legends, man. The first guard shoots back. If you don't believe me, I'm checking it out. He talks like he's already been inside. Suddenly, the teammate captain stomps over with a warning. Who gave you two permission to yap while on duty? Terrified, they both throw their hands up. Sorry, Captain. He glares at them, deadly serious. Our duty is to protect the God Clan's eastern region. Today is the great hunt. I will not tolerate a single mistake. The captain points aggressively. You've been here 3 years, yet you still act like clueless rookies. They bow their heads in shame. The captain adds, learn from Chris. Be more like him. Off to the side, a man stares silently in that direction, lost in thought. The mysterious dimension of Sky City, huh? Back to Bai Yi, a voice chimes in. New class awakening imminent. Beep, beep, success. Awakened class star mage. Bai Yi looks down, eyes wide in shock. A red star mage, I'm currently a rank E, level 1 star mage. He flashes back to that previous battle. The soothing star was the same class. He stares intensely at the system panel. Suddenly, Bai Yi's eyes bulge out. A sharp pain shoots through his body, making him stumble. He looks around frantically. The sensation? It's getting more violent by the second. He stares straight at the giant gate. Is it coming from behind that door? Bai Yi activates his transformation. A sword materializes in his grip. He points it straight at the gate, ready to strike. Core warrior mode. With one clean swing, he slashes through the chains. The massive links crash to the floor with a deafening clang. He places his hand on the door and shoves. The heavy gates creak open, the sound echoing through the entire building. Bai Yi rushes inside. The room is a web of chains, stretching in every direction. He looks up, his face tightening with tension. The system scans the object level 5, hell chains. Next is a level 5-star soul lock. And right in the center of those chains, a man is suspended in midair, bound tight. The prisoner lifts his head and smirks. Did they send another one to humiliate me? Bai Yi doesn't hesitate. You're Samael, aren't you? The man flinches, surprised. How do you know that name? Bai Yi steps closer. I'm here to save you. Samael lowers his head, silent. Suddenly, strange noises erupt around them. Bai Yi spins around, staring at the entrance. Boom! The door slams shut. Black smoke begins to rise from the floor. The smoke coalesces into an armored figure. A star-type boss, level 36, Class B. The Death Soul Warrior. Bai Yi's face goes pale. What the hell, I definitely killed him earlier. Another noise. Another figure appears. Same stats, level 36, Class B, another Death Soul Warrior. They keep coming. A third one materializes. 3 of them now. Bai Yi is stunned. How is this possible? Why are there so many of them? Suddenly, the ground right in front of him trembles. Something massive rises up, wielding a giant sword. It's the boss leader, level 40, Class B, the Death Soul General. The general speaks, his voice booming. Trespassers in the Forbidden Zone shall die. Bai Yi instantly drops into a combat stance. Okay, this just got complicated. Behind him, Samael bursts into laughter, dripping with contempt. You foolish brat. You actually stormed in here and lured them all out. Bai Yi didn't waste a second, asking straight out, cut the crap. How do I break you out of here? He shot back. You can't even find the key, and you dare ask me that. Bai Yi thought to himself, the key. Bai Yi scanned the massive figure standing before him, the size of that weapon. It was a perfect fit. Bai Yi had found his target, a powerful star-type elite force. He shouted, the sword in his hand. That is the key. Samael smiled from the shadows, praising. Sharp reaction. He continued, but you should know, saying you'll save me is pure arrogance. With your current skills, you'll just be another ghost under his blade. Bai Yi stared dead serious at his opponent. No wonder the God Race's hunting tournament bans anyone above C rank. They want to bury the truth about this place. He realized the grim reality. Even if a B rank awakened found this prison, they'd be slaughtered without a grave. Samael smirked, seemingly hopeless. Looks like you know your end. But Bai Yi's eyes burned with resolve. I won't. Bai Yi pointed his weapon straight at the core warrior. He continued, I won't just roll over and die. Bai Yi asked, dare to make a bet if I get you out? The enemies launched their attack. He continued. Then you have to listen to my orders. Oh, and what makes you think you can ask Demon King Samael? The voice thundered in his mind. Samael assessed Bai Yi internally. He has no fear. He smiled, intrigued. Do it then. A light flashed in Samael's eyes. If you really can free me, this Demon King will agree to any condition you name. Information popped up instantly. Lord Chieftain, General of Dead Souls, B-rank Star Warrior, Intelligence, yes, Ability unknown, Danger level extreme, Origin unknown.